Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku's Static Control Quirk. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku has always had an obsession with Present Mix radio show. Maybe it was because of the enthusiasm the voice hero brought to his broadcasts, the entertaining content, and even the way his voice sounded over the radio distorted, yet strangely enchanting. There was something about those crackling radio frequencies that made Izuku feel alive. No matter what kind of day he was having, listening to Present Mic felt like an escape, a way to drown out the noise of the world and dive into a realm of sound that only he seemed to truly understand. As he got older, the obsession deepened. Izuku began to notice he wasn't just drawn to the show for the excitement, it was something more. The distortion in Present Mic's voice didn't sound strange to him, it felt familiar. At first, Izuku thought it was just his imagination, until one day, while fiddling with an old radio, he realized his own voice could shift and blend with the static. His quirk had finally awakened, and it was unlike anything he had expected. It wasn't a typical power, but a dark, mysterious ability tied to sound waves and radio frequencies. He could broadcast his voice into any radio within range, manipulate sound to control the airwaves, and even hypnotize or disorient those who listened too long. His voice became something eerie, almost demonic, as if it came from another realm. The more he used it, the more powerful and unsettling it became. That wasn't all though. Just like a computer malfunctioning, he had the power to glitch. To turn his body into something that flickered in and out of existence, like a corrupted signal. 1 second, Izuku was standing solid and whole. The next, he'd dissolve into a mass of static, his form distorting as though reality couldn't quite keep up with him. It was disorienting to watch, but for Izuku, it felt natural, like he had become one with the very frequencies that flowed through the airwaves. His movements were unpredictable. When he glitched one moment, he'd be a blur, a phantom of crackling noise. The next, he'd reappear several feet away, fully formed, as though he had never vanished at all. It gave him a certain advantage, a way to evade danger or strike without warning. But it was more than just physical displacement. It was as if the world itself was bending around him, as though his very presence disrupted the fabric of reality. This power, this glitching, was both exhilarating and terrifying. Izuku felt like he had become a living transmission, his body a vessel for the frequencies that only he could fully understand. But with that power came a constant hum, an undercurrent of static that never seemed to leave him alone. "Izuku, can you come help me with dinner?" The 14-year-old snapped his head towards the closed door he never used anymore. His vision shook as he glitched into the kitchen, right behind his mother. "Of course, mother." Izuku Midoriya jumped, causing the plates and bowls to fly out of her hands in every direction. Izuku acted fast, shifting through reality and catching the plates before they hit the floor. Izuku laughed as he spun to his mother, who was glaring up at him with her hands on her hips. Izuku's unsettling grin actually faltered. "Izuku Midoriya, how many times must I tell you to not startle your mother like that?" Her son laughed again, his voice sounding like he was speaking through a microphone. "I apologize, sometimes it's just hard to resist." Izuku scoffed, snatching the plates from Izuku's hands. "You're going to give this woman a heart attack one day," she murmured as went to set the table. Another laugh escaped his mouth and he glitched in front of her, taking the plates from her hands to set the table himself. "I wouldn't dream of it. It'll take more than a jump scare for a woman such as you to have such a dramatic exit, His grin sharpened with mischief. Izuku stared at him with a raised eyebrow before breaking, a chuckle escaping her lips. "Oh Izuku," she shook her head and pushed him towards the stove. "What am I going to do with you?" Izuku hummed, his grin never leaving his face as he started dinner. "You don't have to worry. I'll soon be turning my attention to the ones called villains and giving them the heart attacks you speak of." Izuku didn't speak for a long moment, causing Izuku to look over his shoulder at her. She was staring at the table with an expression he often saw when he spoke of being a hero. His sharp grin softened the slightest bit as he turned away from the burning stove. He lay his hands on her shoulders. You know I hate it when you have that look on your face. He tilted his head until it lay on his shoulder, his voice turning just the slightest bit normal. I know you worry about me, but this really is nothing worth your concern. I will be just fine among the saviors in the world. Inko sighed again, her hands wringing nervously in her lap as she stared at her son. The worry in her eyes was unmistakable, her heart heavy with the fear that never left her, no matter how much he reassured her. Izuku. Her voice cracked, her gaze dropping again. I know you're strong now and you've got your quirk, but it's still dangerous. I'm your mother. I can't help but worry. Izuku watched her, the remnants of his wide, unsettling grin twitching slightly. He knew that smile unsettled her, but it wasn't something he could control anymore. The power that came with his quirk often felt like it bled into every part of him, even his expression. The least he could do was drop the static from his voice, softening his tone for her sake. Mom. Izuku knelt in front of her, gently tilting her chin up to meet his eyes. His grin remained, but his voice was his own, free of the radio's distortion. Kaken's strong, you know that. He'll be by my side, and we'll protect each other like always. We've been through worse than this. Inko's lip quivered, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. She looked at him, seeing not just her son but the boy who had grown into something so different, so powerful. There was still love in her gaze, but the fear never left. I know, she whispered, trying to hold back her tears. But you're my only boy, Izuku. I don't know what I'd do if something happened to you. Izuku's smile faltered for a brief second as the weight of her words sank in. He wanted so badly to give her comfort, to tell her that he'd be fine, that nothing would happen to him. But he couldn't promise that. The life he was leading now, the power he wielded wasn't without risk. But he would do everything in his power to come back to her, every time. I'll be okay, Mom, he said, his voice soft but steady. I've got this under control. Trust in my ability to handle myself. It's going to be fine. He gave her a gentle squeeze on her shoulder, wishing he could offer more than just words. Inko's tears spilled over, but she nodded, wiping them away quickly. I just worry because I love you so much, Izuku. That's all. I know, Izuku replied, his voice now barely above a whisper. His grin remained, a quirk he couldn't shake, but he leaned forward and hugged her tightly, trying to give her the comfort his smile couldn't provide. And I love you too. Inko held on to him for a long moment, her arms wrapped around him, as if holding him close could protect him from whatever dangers lay ahead. So, as third-year students, it's time to start thinking about what you're gonna do with your lives. Their teacher said from the front of the room. I could pass out some career aptitude test, but he tossed a stack of papers behind him. I know you want to go into the hero track. Izuku's eyes lingered on his reflection, the grin that stretched across his face a constant reminder of the power that coursed through him. Despite the unsettling nature of his quirk, despite the way his smile seemed to always be on the edge of something menacing, he knew one thing with absolute certainty. He wanted to be a hero. The desire burned in him just as brightly as it had when he was a child, back when he'd watch All Might's old videos with wide eyes and a heart full of admiration. That dream had never faded, even after his quirk had manifested in ways no one had expected, least of all him. It was a strange, unpredictable power, and sometimes even he felt like he was riding the edge of something dangerous, but that didn't mean he didn't still want to save people. He could almost hear his younger self whispering in the back of his mind, a reminder of why he started down this path in the first place. You can still be a hero, that voice said, with all the innocence and hope that hadn't yet been tainted by the complexities of his quirk. And Izuku believed that. He had to. Hey, Teach. A voice called out. Izuku's head snapped back to the person in front of him, his grin stretching impossibly wider. A boy in front of Izuku sat with his legs crossed on the desk, arms thrown over the back of the seat and his head tilted. But don't lump me in with this bunch of losers. I'm the real deal, but these guys will be lucky to end up as sidekicks to some busted D-lister. Ha! He lifted his head with a laugh. Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku's childhood best friend. He's been by his side all of these years and the only one who was never fazed by the insane attitude Izuku has always shown. You think you're better than us, Katsuki? The class roared. Let's go, I'll take you all on. Huh, you've got impressive test results. Maybe you will get into UA High. The teacher said with a proud look. He's gonna try for the national school? A girl whispered. That school has a 0.2% acceptance rate. It's impossible to get into. And that's exactly why it's the only place worthy of us. He jumped up onto his desk. We aced all of the mock tests. Deku and I are the only ones at this school who stand a chance of getting in. We'll end up more popular than All Might himself. And be the richest heroes of all time. People all across the world will know who we are, and it all starts with UA High. Katsuki's bold declaration echoed through the classroom, but all eyes were focused on Izuku. The room grew unnervingly quiet, a heavy tension settling in the air as Katsuki boasted about their inevitable rise to the top. Izuku, sitting just behind him, let his eyelids lower lazily as he rested his chin on his hand. His lips curled into that familiar grin, sharp, unnerving, and just shy of sinister. With a slow, mocking wave toward the rest of the class, he acknowledged the attention they were giving him. His fingers wiggled slightly, a gesture that should have been harmless but instead sent a ripple of unease through the room. The whispering started almost immediately, soft and frantic as students leaned toward one another, trying not to make direct eye contact with him. They had learned, over time, that it was best not to provoke him. Nothing drastic had ever happened, no one had ended up seriously hurt or sent to the hospital. But Izuku had a way of unsettling everyone around him. His quirk, combined with his increasingly eerie mannerisms, made him an intimidating presence. He didn't need to raise his voice or cause a scene, just his way of speaking, the slight static that occasionally threaded through his words, was enough to make anyone think twice before getting on his bad side. Despite his unsettling demeanor, there was one person who never seemed fazed, Katsuki Bakugo. While the rest of the class gave Izuku a wide berth, Katsuki stayed by his side, just as he always had. There was something almost comical about it. Katsuki, with his explosive personality and endless ambition, paired with Izuku, whose grin seemed to promise something darker beneath the surface. But for all of Izuku's psychotic tendencies, Katsuki never wavered. He didn't shy away from Izuku's sadistic nature and didn't flinch at the unsettling grin that kept everyone else at a distance. Maybe it was because Katsuki understood him better than anyone else. Maybe it was because, for all of his bravado, Katsuki knew that Izuku wasn't the monster people whispered about. Or maybe it was simply that Katsuki had never been afraid of anything and Izuku was no exception. As the rest of the class nervously avoided his gaze, Izuku let out a soft chuckle, his voice carrying a slight distortion as it echoed in the silence. Huh, he said almost to himself. His grin widened, eyes glinting with something between amusement and challenge. Sounds like fun. Izuku hummed a tune to himself as he made his way home, his hands clasped behind his back. He didn't mind the walk, it gave him time to think, to enjoy the eerie solitude that came after a long, unproductive day at school. His ever-present grin remained plastered on his face, but it softened in the quiet moments like these. There was a certain peace to being alone, away from the wary glances of his classmates and the unspoken tension that seemed to follow him. As he neared an overpass, the sound of traffic above him rumbled faintly in the distance, but otherwise, the world felt muted. Izuku shoved his hands into his pockets, his mind wandering back to the day's events. Katsuki's bold speech in class had been amusing, and the reaction from their classmates had been predictable. No one wanted to upset him, not anymore. He chuckled to himself, the sound crackling with the faint distortion that had become his signature, but as he passed under the overpass, something caught his attention. The air around him suddenly felt heavy. It was as if the atmosphere had thickened, becoming stifling. Izuku stopped, his head tilting to the side when a shadow fell over his body. He slowly glanced over his shoulder. A mass of sludge, dark and reeking, rose from the sewage beneath them. As the villain's face formed in the mess of sludge, Izuku unclasped his hands and stared as a twisted, grotesque mouth appeared, grinning down at him with malevolent glee, much like his own. Well, what do we have here? The villain sneered, his voice bubbling with cruelty. You've got a nice little body, kid. I think I'll take it for myself. Thick, gooey tendrils of slime shot toward Izuku with terrifying speed, aiming to ensnare him in an instant. But before they could make contact, Izuku heard that familiar crackle of static in his ears. His body glitched without warning, a burst of distortion tearing through the air. And suddenly he wasn't where the villain thought he was. In an instant, Izuku appeared behind the sludge villain, casually examining his nails as if he hadn't just evaded an attack that would have ended most people's day. His body still flickered in and out, like a signal struggling to stay in tune. The faint buzz of static hummed in the air around him. The villain whipped around, confusion etched into his grotesque face, his tendrils recoiling slightly in surprise. What the? How did you? Izuku didn't answer at first. Attention was on his nails, wiping a non-existent smudge from his thumb with casual indifference. Then he let out a small chuckle, distorted and filled with static, like a radio tuning into the wrong station. You really thought you could just take my body, huh? Izuku asked, his voice light, almost teasing. He glanced up from his nails, his eyes gleaming with that familiar, unsettling glint. The smile tugging at his lips was wider than ever, sharp and mocking. The villain snarled, the sludge swirling angrily around him. You little brat. I don't know what you just did, but you won't get away again. Izuku let out another laugh, this time a bit louder, his voice vibrating with a chaotic energy. He tilted his head, looking the sludge villain up and down like he was some kind of amusing insect. You really don't get it, do you? Izuku said, his grin growing impossibly wider. He took a slow, deliberate step forward, his body still flickering with that strange, glitching effect. You're not in control here. I am. The villain growled, tendrils of slime shooting out toward Izuku once more. But each time, Izuku's form flickered, slipping through the villain's grasp like smoke through fingers. He was never where the villain expected him to be, his body appearing and disappearing with unpredictable speed. You've got to keep up, Izuku taunted, reappearing a few feet away with a playful wave. His voice crackled as he leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous gleam. Otherwise, this is going to be very boring for me. The sludge villain was panting now, growing increasingly frustrated with each failed attempt to capture the glitching boy. His mass of sludge heaved, his rage bubbling to the surface. I'll crush you, you freak! Izuku laughed again, the sound echoing unnervingly through the underpass. He was enjoying this far more than he should have. Izuku's laughter died down, the static in the air fading as his body stopped glitching. He straightened up, the playful glint in his eyes vanishing, replaced by something far colder, more calculated. All right, Izuku said, his voice now steady and devoid of the earlier amusement. I think I'm done playing with you. My dear mother will get worried if I don't return soon. The sludge villain recoiled, his tendrils of goo freezing mid-swing. There was something in Izuku's tone that sent a shiver of dread through him. This wasn't the boy who had been toying with him just moments ago. This was someone far more dangerous. Izuku tilted his head, eyes narrowing as he fixed the villain with a stare that was both detached and unnervingly calm. The smile on his face was still there, but it had lost all of its lightheartedness. It was now sharp, predatory. You thought you had the upper hand just because you're big and slimy, Izuku said, his voice low and steady. But you didn't even realize you were outmatched from the start. The villain hesitated, his mass of sludge rippling uneasily. He couldn't figure out why, but something about the kid in front of him felt like he was more than just a quirked-up teenager. Izuku stepped forward, and the villain reflexively shot out another tendril of sludge, hoping to catch him off guard. But this time, Izuku didn't glitch or dodge. Instead, he raised one hand, and the tendril stopped mid-air, suspended as if frozen in time. The air crackled with faint static, and the villain could feel his quirk weakening. Izuku's grin widened, but it wasn't playful anymore. It was sharp and dangerous. You see, Izuku said, his voice still calm, I've been listening to the world's broadcasts for years. I can hear all kinds of things, frequencies, signals, even people like you. He flicked his wrist, and the tendril disintegrated into nothing, the sludge splattering to the ground harmlessly. And I've learned how to jam them. The sludge villain growled, lashing out again with more tendrils, but Izuku merely sighed, stepping forward again without flinching. His body was solid now, no longer glitching, no longer playing games. Enough, Izuku said, his tone final. The villain tried one last desperate attack, lunging at Izuku with his full mass, but before he could even get close, Izuku raised both hands, and a wave of static energy erupted from him. The villain's entire form flickered and distorted, as though he were being torn apart by invisible frequencies. In the blink of an eye, the sludge villain was reduced to a heap of quivering goo on the ground, powerless and completely disarmed. Izuku crouched down next to the pile of sludge, his grin fading into a more neutral expression. "You really should have picked someone else," he said quietly, the menace in his voice gone and back to that playful, obnoxious tone. "But thanks for the practice." With that, he stood up, brushing off his pants just as the sound of heavy footsteps approached. He turned his head, catching sight of All Might as he rounded the corner, the hero's eyes wide with shock. All Might's booming voice echoed through the underpass. "Young man, are you all right?" Izuku glanced over his shoulder at the defeated villain, then turned to face him fully, his static-filled grin still in place, though it seemed to soften just a bit. "All Might," he chirped, his voice distorted like a radio picking up multiple signals. "I'm more than fine, thanks for asking." All Might's eyes flicked between the sludge villain and Izuku, clearly trying to piece together what had just happened. The villain was incapacitated, spread out in a helpless puddle, while Izuku stood there, calm and collected, with that unnerving grin. "You took him down on your own?" All Might asked, incredulous. "How?" Izuku waved a hand dismissively. "Oh, it wasn't anything too difficult." He tilted his head, his green eyes shimmering with a mischievous gleam. "You could say I just tuned him out." All Might blinked, the wordplay flying over his head. His smile returned, though it was strained with confusion. "Impressive. You must have a strong quirk to handle something like this. What's your name, young man?" Izuku's grin widened, that signature static buzzing faintly in the air around him. "Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya." He gave a theatrical bow, one hand placed over his heart as he straightened up, eyes gleaming with the same manic energy as always. "And my quirk? Well, let's just say it allows me to control frequencies. Kind of like a living radio station." All Might studied him carefully, his heroic instincts on high alert. There was something about this kid, something off-kilter, as if he didn't quite fit the mold of a typical aspiring hero. The smile was too wide, the tone too casual for someone who had just been attacked. And yet, there was undeniable skill in how he had handled the situation. "Well, young Midoriya," All Might said, his voice booming with approval, though his brow remained furrowed. "You did an amazing job. You kept your cool and neutralized the villain before he could harm anyone else. That's the mark of a true hero." Izuku chuckled lightly, a distorted sound that seemed to hang in the air. "A true hero, huh?" He took a step closer to All Might, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stared up at the towering figure. "Is that what you see when you look at me?" All Might's smile faltered for a split second. He wasn't sure how to respond to that question. There was something in Izuku's voice that made it feel like there was more to it, as if Izuku was testing him. "Of course," All Might said after a pause, his smile returning full force. "I see great potential in you, young man. If you keep this up, you could definitely make it as a pro hero." All Might walked past him, opened 2 empty soda bottles, and shoved the defeated villain inside of them. "Well, I must be off then. Need to get this one to the station. It was a pleasure to meet you, young Midoriya." He jumped from the ground and was miles away from him in an instant. Izuku stood there, waving after his retreating form. No, All Might. The pleasure was mine." He turned to continue his path home, only to glance down at himself and see all of the grime and filth that clung to his clothes. His eyes narrowed in disgust. "Mother would not be impressed if I walked in like this." He let out an annoyed sigh through his grin and spun in the other direction. "Can't have her fretting over this," he added, shaking off some of the muck from his sleeve. He knew all too well how his mom would react the moment she saw him. Her worried eyes, the trembling hands. He couldn't do that to her, not tonight. Izuku wandered aimlessly for a bit, trying to decide on his next move. He didn't have a change of clothes with him, and he was far from his usual calm demeanor after the villain attack. His body flickered with static now and then, a subtle reminder of how wound up he still was. Maybe he could glitch into his room, get cleaned up, and go back in through the front door. He just started to feel more at ease when a sudden explosion rocked the alley ahead of him. His head snapped towards the noise, eyes widening. The explosion had sent debris flying, scattering people and creating a haze of smoke. An audience of nosy individuals quickly formed, Izuku being one of them. He stood in the back with his hands weaved together behind his back as he peered into the dark alley that was illuminated by small fires. In the center of the fray was the villain that he had dealt with not 30 minutes ago. And he had a hostage. Unlike Izuku, this one was unfortunate enough to get caught. And the heroes weren't doing anything to stop it. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to suffocate while in a panic like the hostage would be. Except, he wasn't just any hostage. The boy ripped himself from the slime with a yell. "You picked the wrong guy to mess with. I'm gonna send you back to the sewer you crawled out of. Let me go." Explosions erupted from his hands. Izuku's eyes widened. It was Katsuki. It was his best and only friend, and the heroes were doing nothing to save him. Izuku glitched, and before he knew it, he was in front of the crowd and facing the slime villain. The sludge blinked and then narrowed its yellow eyes. "You." Izuku's grin only widened, his voice distorted and playful. "I'm sorry, who are you?" he taunted, tilting his head slightly as if genuinely confused. The villain blinked. "Are you kidding me? We literally fought like a half hour ago. Is your memory that dense?" Izuku chuckled, the sound crackling with static. Not at all. I guess you didn't leave an impression on me. You must be very bad at it." He took a step closer, his eyes gleaming with a mix of mischief and challenge. The sludge villain growled a low, rumbling sound that echoed through the alley. The sludge around him writhed as if responding to his anger. "You think you're so clever, don't you? I'm not here to play games." Izuku's grin remained intact, though his eyes sharpened with focus. "Games? No. This is far from a game. But if you think you're making a strong impression, you've got a lot to learn." The villain's tendrils twitched restlessly, and he tightened his grip on Katsuki for a moment, causing the blonde to grimace. "You're playing with fire, kid. I'm going to make sure you regret that." Izuku's grin didn't falter. He raised his hand, sending a pulse of static energy crackling through the air, causing the villain's slime to shudder and recoil. "I wouldn't be so sure about that," he said, his voice taking on a more serious tone. "You see, I've had my fair share of encounters. And I don't take kindly to villains who think they can get away with hurting someone I care about." His voice took a darker tune and his scara turned black, like a demon. The sludge villain snarled, struggling to maintain control over the situation as Izuku's static disrupted his slime's consistency. Katsuki, gasping for air, took the chance to launch a powerful explosion, pushing the villain back. Izuku activated his quirk and warped through the space between them, grabbing Katsuki's collar and pulling him out of the villain's hold. The boy coughed and gagged on the ground as he struggled to get more air. Izuku grinned with half-lidded eyes at the villain. "Maybe next time, try not to be so forgettable." As the sludge villain roared in anger, Izuku stood his ground, his taunting grin unwavering. His hair began to stand on end, crackling with the static energy that was building around him. The air around him seemed to shimmer with the intensity of his quirk, making the scene feel electric and charged. His form started to shift and distort. The villain's once cohesive, gooey body began to glitch and flicker erratically, like a corrupted video feed. Parts of his slime flickered in and out of existence, causing the villain to look like a malfunctioning hologram. The gooey tendrils wobbled and twitched unpredictably, sometimes stretching out in jagged, distorted ways and then snapping back to their original shape. The villain's voice, once smooth and menacing, became fragmented and stuttering, like a broken radio signal. "What is this?" Izuku watched the chaotic display. "Looks like you're having a bit of trouble holding yourself together," he taunted, his voice warbling slightly with the distortion. "Is this what happens when you try to mess with me? I've got to say, it's quite the show." The glitching effect spread through the villain's body, making the slime bubble and warp uncontrollably. The villain's outline became jagged and inconsistent, with sections of his form flickering in and out of visibility. It was as if the villain's very existence was being scrambled by Izuku's quirk. The villain, struggling to maintain any form of coherence, thrashed wildly, his frustration palpable. The erratic movements and distorted roars added to the surreal and unnerving spectacle. Each glitchy flicker was met with a burst of static energy from Izuku, amplifying the disruption and making the villain's struggle even more pronounced. Izuku's eyes remained fixed on the villain, his grin a mask of amusement and control. "Having a bit of trouble with your consistency, are we? Maybe you should take a moment to recalibrate." Izuku chuckled under his breath. Izuku Midoriya. His quirk, static distortion. He can generate static energy, causing visual, auditory, and physical disruptions in his surroundings. He can create glitch-like effects that make objects, people, or even his own body flicker, distort, and phase in and out, making it hard for opponents to maintain control or focus. This static energy can also interfere with electronic devices, scramble signals, and short-circuit technology. The sludge villain's attempts to retaliate were fruitless as the glitching effect continued to wreak havoc. His form was unstable, shifting uncontrollably, and the once formidable threat was now reduced to a flailing, distorted mess. With one last lagging yell, his coagulated body split apart, exploding in all directions. Izuku dusted his hands off and turned back to Katsuki, who was staring at him from the ground. Izuku casually brushed off his hands as if he had just finished a simple chore. He turned his attention to Katsuki, who sat on the ground, wide-eyed and breathing heavily. "You okay, Kaken?" Izuku asked, his voice dripping with playful mockery but with a hint of concern as well, the distortion still clinging to his words. Katsuki stared at him in stunned silence, his usual explosive energy tempered by the shock of what he'd just witnessed. "What the hell was that?" he finally managed to say, his voice hoarse from the sludge villain's attack. Izuku tilted his head, grinning down at him. "Just a little static interference," he said, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "You know how it is, things get glitchy when I'm around." Izuku leaned against the counter, stirring the pot on the stove while his hair dripped onto the floor from his recent shower. His grin hadn't faded, even after the long lecture his mother had just given him. "Grounded for 2 weeks, huh?" he muttered to himself with a chuckle, knowing full well that he'd earned it this time. Facing off against a villain wasn't exactly what he'd planned for the day, but at least he was alive, and his mother's scolding was proof of that. He looked over to the couch, where Inko sat with her arms crossed, her worried expression softened now that she knew he was safe. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll make it up to you," he called over his shoulder, his voice free of the mocking tone he usually carried. He could tell she was still upset, but he also knew she adored him too much to stay mad for long. Inko sighed deeply, finally uncrossing her arms. "Izuku, just be careful, okay? You may have a strong quirk, but you're still my son. I don't want to see you getting hurt." Izuku glanced at her, the ever-present grin still etched on his face. "I will be, Mom. Don't worry. Facing that villain today was nothing compared to what I'll face in the future. But I'll be ready." His mother shook her head, but a small smile tugged at her lips. "Just remember to take care of yourself, okay? Being a hero isn't everything." Izuku nodded, his mind already wandering to the challenges ahead. "I know. But I'll make you proud." Inko walked up next to him, reaching up and putting her hand on his cheek with a soft smile. "You already have, Izuku. You already have." "You look tense, Kaken. Could it be you're actually losing your cool?" Izuku's voice rang out with playful distortion as they approached the gates of UA. Katsuki didn't even flinch when Izuku warped in front of him, glitching into place with that unnerving grin plastered across his face. He kept walking, hands shoved deep in his pockets, but the faint flicker of irritation was undeniable. His lip curled at the taunt. As if, who do you think you're talking to, Deku? Katsuki spat, his voice heated as he strode past without looking back. Izuku stood still, watching Katsuki's back with a mischievous glint in his eye. Izuku's grin widened as he watched Katsuki storm off toward the entrance of UA High, clearly irritated by his taunting. He knew exactly how to push his friend's buttons, and it was always entertaining to see Katsuki's reactions. Just then, a girl stumbling near the entrance caught his eye. Her foot caught on the edge of the pavement, and she was about to fall face-first onto the ground. Without hesitation, Izuku's form flickered and warped through space, appearing beside her in a blur. He reached out and grabbed the strap of her backpack just before she hit the ground, his touch steady and reassuring. As he steadied her, he noticed her wide-eyed expression of surprise and relief. "Careful there," Izuku said cheerfully, his voice crackling with static. He flashed a grin that was as bright as ever, though his usual taunting edge was softened by the genuine concern in his actions. "You almost took a tumble. Need a hand?" The girl blinked at him, surprised that his voice sounded so distorted. But she shook her head, shaking off the shock of the fall. "Heh, thank you." She gave Izuku a bright smile that could have rivaled his own. "I'm Ochako Uraraka. It's nice to meet you." Izuku let his head drop to the side, giving her one of his radio chuckles. "Izuku Midoriya. The pleasure is all mine, Uraraka." Izuku noticed her smile waver and he turned, walking away. He knew that his face was unsettling for people, and he didn't want it to somehow interfere with her performance today. "I wish you the best of luck today," he said, waving a hand over his shoulder before placing it behind his back as he walked through the doors of UA High. Izuku rested his chin on his crossed hands as the lights overhead dimmed and a pro hero walked onto the stage. Izuku felt his body glitch with excitement at the sight of present Mike. "What's up, UA candidates? Thanks for tuning to me, your school DJ. Come on. And let me hear ya." Silence. "Keeping it mellow, huh? That's fine, I'll skip straight to the main show. Let's talk about how this practical exam is gonna go down, okay? Are you ready?" Yeah. Izuku couldn't help blurting out, causing every head in the auditorium to face him. He only waved. Present Mike laughed. "I love the enthusiasm, listener. Like your application said, today you rockin' boys and girls will be out there conducting 10-minute mock battles in super hip urban settings. Gird your loins, my friends. After I drop the mic here, you'll head to your specified battle center. Sound good?" he said as the screen behind him lightened and showed the battle centers. Izuku and Katsuki looked at their cards. "I see. They're splitting us up so we can't work with any of our friends." Izuku hummed as he and Katsuki examined the cards they were given. "Our examinee numbers are one after the other, but we're assigned to different battle centers." He sighed in disappointment, although his expression showed only amusement. Okay, let's check out your targets." There are 3 types of foe villains in every battle center. You'll earn points based on their level of difficulty, so you better choose wisely. Your goal in this trial is to use your quirk to raise your score by shredding these foe villains like a mid-song guitar solo. But check it. Make sure you're keeping things heroic. Attacking other examinees is a you dig. Present Mike wiggled his finger at the audience. A boy stood a couple of rows down from them, hand raised. "Excuse me, sir, but I have a question." Present Mike pointed at him. "Hit me." A spotlight surrounded the boy who had short dark blue hair and square glasses that sat over his blue eyes. He held up a sheet of paper. "On the printout, you've listed 4 types of villains. Not 3. With all due respect, if this is an error on official UA materials, it is shameful. We are exemplary students. We expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake such as this won't do." He suddenly spun around and glared at Izuku. "Additionally, you with the unkempt hair." Izuku tilted his head to the side with a curious, "You've been muttering this entire time. Stop that. If you can't bother to take this seriously, leave. You're distracting the rest of us," he said and glared at him. Izuku waved his hand dismissively with a mock-serious expression. "Oh, of course," he said, his voice crackling with a touch of static. I wouldn't want to distract you from your intense focus. We wouldn't want to risk anyone missing the chance to correct a minor printing error, now would we? That drew a few quiet snickers from the teenagers in the room. The boy stiffened even more if that was possible and stuttered over what to say next. All right. Examinee number 7. Thanks for calling in with your request. The fourth villain type is worth 0 points. That guy's just an obstacle we'll be throwing in your way. There's one in every battle center. Think of it as a hurdle you should try to avoid. It's not that it can't be beaten, but there's that kinda no point. I recommend my listeners try to ignore it and focus on the ones topping the charts. The boy bowed. Thank you very much. Please, continue. He sat back down with the fluidity of a robot. That's all I got for you today. I'll sign off with a little present. A sample of our school motto. As General Napoleon Bonaparte once laid down, a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. Now that's a tasty soundbite. Are you ready to go beyond? Let's hear a plus ultra. Good luck. Hope you practiced hitting more than just books. Izuku stared at the huge gates that led to the training grounds. He didn't pay any attention to the other candidates while he waited for the doors to open. It would have been so easy to glitch himself just beyond them, but that would be cheating. Or would it? Isn't it a hero's job to jump into action right away? Izuku sighed. He wouldn't risk it. He'll impatiently wait out here until the gates open. Movement caught his eye and he snapped his head to the side to see the girl he caught approaching him. He tried to smother the widening of his smile, but she was a welcome cure of boredom. And she was the one approaching him. Only his mother and Katsuki did that. She swallowed nervously, but held her ground, forcing a smile on her face. Hello. I just wanted to say thank you again for catching me. You left so quickly that I wondered if I did something to upset you. Izuku laughed. Oh, not at all. I know that my smile can be unnerving for some people to see. The fault was mine. I didn't want to be responsible for making you uncomfortable. Her eyes widened. No, I wasn't uncomfortable. Well, I was, she scratched her neck. But it was only because your face startled me. Her hands flew up to her mouth. Oh my God. That came out so wrong. Izuku let out a loud laugh of amusement. I understand. He laid his hand on her shoulder. Thank you. She slouched in relief. If it's okay, why are you smiling so much? Every time I saw you, it was always there. He hummed, looking up at the blue sky. You could say that. My quirk actually allows me to interfere with the frequencies and objects around me. He flickered and glitched behind her, leaning in close to her ear. Including myself. She spun around in shock as he put his hands behind his back. That's why my voice sounds the way it does. I could talk like any other person, he laughed. But I prefer the sound of a radio. The smile though, it just never drops. It's not something I can help. Instead of being frightened, Uraraka smiled at him again. That's an impressive power. You'll be a great hero. Izuku's sharp grin softened at the edges. What about you, my dear? What is your quirk? She flushed. Oh, it's nothing special. Nonsense. Every quirk is unique in its own way. It's how you use it that defines your character. Uraraka straightened a little, finding a new kind of confidence. Well, I call it zero gravity. When I touch something with my fingers, I can make them float. Such an interesting power. That can be very resourceful out in the field. Her cheeks turned red again at the praise. She opened her mouth and flinched when a buzzer went off from above. Izuku looked to the side to see the gates start to open. Well, that's our cue. He bowed at the waist. I hope to see you in class, Uraraka. His body glitched and he was gone, reappearing inside the mock city. Hey, what are you waiting for? Present Mike yelled from a watchtower. There are no countdowns in real life. That listeners got the right idea. Soon enough, Izuku could hear the others swarming through the gates, but he had already defeated 4 of the robots in his way. Principal Nizu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he leaned closer to the monitor, his small paws resting on the desk. What an interesting boy. It's only been 3 minutes, and he already has 36 points. His voice was filled with a mix of amusement and intrigue, drawing the attention of the other judges in the room. Across the screens, Izuku Midoriya moved like a blur, warping through the exam field. His quirk allowed him to glitch from one place to another with almost supernatural ease, dismantling the mock villains with a grin that never seemed to fade. Every time he appeared in one spot, he'd vanish just as quickly, leaving nothing but the dismembered remains of robots behind. "I've never seen anyone quite like him," Midnight remarked, a sly smile tugging at her lips as she adjusted her seat. "Every move looks like it's part of some twisted performance." Snipe, watching from under his hat, nodded. "That quirk of his, it's like he's slipping through reality itself. He's taking down these robots like it's a game, and that smile. You can't tell if he's enjoying himself or just toying with them." Izawa, arms folded, narrowed his eyes at the screen but remained quiet. He wasn't one to easily praise a student, especially before the real test arrived. But even he had to admit that Midoriya was operating on a different level than most of the other candidates. "That kid's different," Present Mike said, leaning closer to the monitor with wide eyes. "It's like he's playing a game out there, but those robots aren't exactly easy to take down." "He's not just fast," Snipe chimed in, lowering his cowboy hat slightly as he observed. "It's his precision. Every move is calculated. He's not wasting any energy or effort. And he's definitely enjoying himself." Midnight, lounging back in her chair, smirked at the screen. "Oh, no doubt about that. Look at that grin. It's unsettling, but I have to admit, he's got charisma. The kind that draws attention whether you want it or not. I wonder how the other students are reacting to him." Izawa remained leaned against the wall, arms folded, his expression unreadable. The boy was fast, yes, but it wasn't just the speed that impressed him, it was how methodical he was. Every attack was deliberate, and every maneuver was calculated to maximize his score while conserving energy. He wasn't just showing off raw power, he was thinking like a strategist. Charisma or not, being a hero isn't about looking good. He's efficient, sure, but this is only the start. Let's see how he handles the real test. The unexpected. Nizu chuckled softly, his small hands clasped together as he leaned in even closer. "You mean the 0-pointer? "Exactly," Izawa replied, glancing at Nizu. "Let's see if that confidence holds when he's faced with something overwhelming." "Confidence is good, overconfidence, not so much." The principal's eyes twinkled mischievously. "Oh, I'm quite sure he'll manage. There's something about him, something electric." Nizu's gaze flickered back to the monitor, where Izuku, with that ever-present grin plastered on his face, glitched through another set of robots, racking up more points effortlessly. He's a natural disruptor, he knows how to control the flow of battle, almost like he's playing a symphony no one else can hear. "He's got a lot of potential," Cementos agreed, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "But that grin, that he's not like your typical hero candidate. He looks like he's enjoying the chaos." "Maybe he is," Midnight mused, her eyes narrowing with intrigue. "And maybe that's what makes him so dangerous. You know what they say about people who smile through the storm." The room fell silent as they watched Izuku glitch forward once more, a final robot bursting apart behind him with a single swipe of his hand. He stood still for a moment, looking down at the carnage with his head tilted slightly to the side. Then he casually began to walk forward again, eyes scanning the area for more targets as if this were nothing more than another walk in the park. "That boy," Nizu murmured, leaning back in his chair, "is going to shake things up around here." He flicked open the plastic seal in front of him and pressed the big red button. Izuku sat perched on the edge of a tall building, legs dangling lazily over the side as he watched the chaos unfold below him. The city simulation buzzed with the frantic movements of his fellow candidates, each of them scrambling to rack up as many points as they could before time ran out. Their desperation was palpable, explosions and metallic clanging echoing through the air as robots were dismantled left and right. But none of it concerned him. He already had more than enough points. A distant rumbling suddenly shook the area, causing Izuku to look down at the road farther ahead and see it, the 0-pointer. A massive robot, towering over the simulated cityscape like an unstoppable force of destruction. It stomped through the streets, scattering candidates in every direction. Most of the other students were already running for safety, their earlier determination gone in the face of the enormous machine. Izuku had half a mind to ignore it too. It wasn't worth any points, and he was bored of waiting for their time to be up. He hummed a tune and stretched as he stood. But then he spotted her Uraraka, trapped beneath a pile of rubble in the path of the zero-pointer. Her eyes were wide with panic as she struggled to free herself, but the debris was too heavy. And the robot was getting closer with each second. Izuku's grin faltered, replaced by a sudden focus. "Guess I can't just leave her, can I?" He muttered to himself, and before he knew it, his body was already in motion. In the blink of an eye, Izuku glitched down from the rooftop, his body flickering in and out of sight as he warped through the air, reappearing directly in front of Uraraka with his hands casually folded behind his back. From the viewing room, Nizu and the other instructors leaned closer to their monitors, eyes fixed on the unfolding. Izuku had glitched from the rooftop to the ground near Uraraka in an instant, standing before the enormous zero-pointer with his hands casually folded behind his back. That unnerving grin still stretched across his face as if the robot's looming presence was nothing more than a minor annoyance. "Interesting boy," Nizu murmured, eyes gleaming with fascination. Not even the slightest hint of panic. Aizawa, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, narrowed his eyes. He hasn't even moved to dodge. Is he really just gonna stand there? Midnight asked, intrigued. He's either extremely brave or completely reckless. Before anyone could voice another thought, the zero-pointer reached out its massive hand. The audience tensed, but Izuku remained perfectly still. Then, as if in response to the boy's mere presence, the robot's arm jerked and froze mid-air. The sound of sputtering circuits crackled through the speakers as its entire system malfunctioned, sparks flying from its joints. "Wait, what's happening?" Present Mike exclaimed, eyes wide. "Is he doing that?" On the screen, the zero-pointer twitched violently. Izuku's Quirk was clearly at work, distorting the space around him and wreaking havoc on the robot's internal systems. The judges watched in awe as the machine's movements became increasingly erratic before it finally collapsed, lights flickering out as it fell in a heap of metal. "Did he just?" Cementos leaned forward in disbelief. "He didn't even lift a finger." Midnight blinked, stunned. "That's incredible. He took down a zero-pointer without even touching it." Nizu's smile broadened. He knew exactly what to do to neutralize the threat without expending any unnecessary effort. That level of control is impressive. As the dust cleared, Izuku calmly moved the rubble off Uraraka, helping her to her feet with an almost casual air. His movements were smooth and unhurried, as if he hadn't just taken down the largest obstacle in the exam with ease. He could have grabbed all the attention for himself, but he's helping her instead, Nizu remarked with approval. "That boy definitely has the instincts of a hero." The room fell silent for a moment as the instructors exchanged looks. "Well," Present Mike finally broke the silence, grinning. "That kid certainly made one hell of an impression." The results were still not announced 2 weeks later. Izuku sat with his mother at the table while they ate dinner. Inko was staring at him and his closed-eyed smile as he happily ate his food. When he reached for the knife beside his plate, he asked, "Is there something on your mind, Mom? You've been staring at me for a while." He glanced up at her while taking a piece of salmon from his fork. His head tilted to the side as he waited for her answer. She wasn't concerned, but she was curious. "It's just that it's been 2 weeks since the exam and you don't look to have any worry about the results taking so long. If I were you, I'd be a nervous wreck. This is your future after all." Izuku laughed around the fork in his mouth. "Worrying is pointless. It won't help the results come faster, and they had hundreds of candidates this year, so it makes sense that it would take so long." He stood with his empty plate and grabbed hers to wash in the kitchen sink. "Besides, why would I be concerned when I already know that I passed? The requirement was to get at least 70% on the written exam and 45 points for the practical exam. I know I did much better than the requirements." Inko couldn't help but laugh, shaking her head. "You really are something else, Izuku. Always so relaxed, even when there's something as big as this hanging over you." Izuku shrugged nonchalantly. Hey, I figure if I stress out, I might as well turn into a mess of static and glitch out of existence. Better to just enjoy the ride, right? Inko chuckled, her worry easing a little in the face of his unflappable demeanor. You know, I've always admired your ability to stay so calm and collected. It must be a hero thing. Or maybe it's just me being me, Izuku said with a wink. Besides, I've got more important things to focus on. Like making sure you're not spending all your time worrying about me. Izuku's form started flickering around the room. His mischievous grin remained constant as he popped in and out of view, each glitch bringing him to a new spot with a playful quip. Mom, you really don't need to worry so much, he said, reappearing in front of the refrigerator, holding up a jar of pickles. I've got this whole hero thing covered. And even if I don't, well, let's just say I'm pretty good at dodging trouble. He blinked out of sight again, reappearing on the other side of the room, now perched on the edge of the sofa. Besides, worrying is like trying to catch smoke with your bare hands. It just slips right through. And you don't want to be chasing smoke all day, do you? Inko shook her head in amusement, following his rapid movements with her eyes. You're impossible, Izuku. Please try not to be so reckless. Izuku glitched next to her, sitting down on the arm of her chair with a dramatic sigh. Reckless? Never. I prefer to think of it as adventurously spontaneous. Besides, if I didn't take a few risks, how would I ever make it to the top of the hero charts? He then winked at her and vanished, reappearing in the kitchen, where he grabbed a pair of oven mitts and held them up as if they were a prize. And look at this. Even if I did mess up, at least I'd be armed with these bad boys. You can't get into too much trouble with oven mitts on, right? Inko's laughter was warm and genuine, her earlier worry giving way to a more relaxed state. She watched him with a fond smile as he continued his playful antics around the room. All right, she said, trying to catch her breath from laughing. I guess I'll try to take a page from your book and not worry so much. Just promise me you'll be careful. Izuku popped up in front of her, grasping her hands. I promise, he said gently, then proceeded to clean the dishes and the kitchen so she could relax. He hummed as he wiped the last of the spills from the table when Inko burst through the doorway, eyes wide with apprehension. It's here. Izuku, your letter is here. Your test results from UA. She held out an envelope. Izuku let out a thoughtful hum, taking the letter and sitting at the table. He opened the envelope with his mother's supportive hands squeezing his shoulders. Izuku carefully pulled out the contents of the envelope, revealing a sleek, holographic disc alongside the letter. His eyes widened in curiosity as he placed the disc on the table, and with a soft click, it activated, projecting a holographic image of All Might's smiling face. Hello, Midoriya Izuku. All Might's voice boomed with his usual enthusiasm. Congratulations. This is your official acceptance video from UA High School. I, All Might, the symbol of peace, and I am thrilled to be the one to tell you this incredible news. The hologram shimmered with All Might's exuberant energy, his eyes sparkling with pride. You've shown exceptional skill and a unique quirk that has truly impressed our panel. Your performance during the entrance exam was outstanding. You not only demonstrated bravery but also creativity in handling the challenges we set before you. All Might's grin widened as he continued. Specifically, your control over your quirk and your quick thinking during the zero-pointer attack showed that you have the heart and the talent to become a great hero. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted into UA High School, starting as a first-year student in our hero course. Inko sniffled behind him and he knew she was crying. You scored 91% on the written exam, which was the highest score of all participants, and 97 villain points during the practical. But that wasn't all we were looking for. Rescue points were awarded to you at 45 points, leaving you with an impressive score of 142. Welcome, Izuku Midoriya, to your hero academia. The hologram flickered off, leaving silence for a few seconds before Inko's tears flowed freely as she hugged Izuku tightly, her voice trembling with overwhelming pride and joy. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. I knew you had it in you. Izuku's arms encircled her in return, his own laughter bubbling up despite the slightly awkward angle of the embrace. "I told you. You had nothing to worry about," he said, his tone a mix of playful and soothing as he used his distinctive radio voice. Inko pulled back slightly, her eyes still glistening as she gazed at her son with a mixture of awe and love. "You really did it, Izuku. I always knew you'd be amazing, but this is beyond anything I could have imagined." Izuku's mischievous grin returned as he glanced at the unopened letter and the small holographic disc on the table. With a flourish, he unfolded the letter and began reading aloud, his eyes darting across the neatly printed text. "Let's see. It says here that classes will start on August 15th. And it looks like they'll be delivering my uniform soon. Oh, and here's the list of supplies I'll need. But wait, what's this?" He furrowed his brow as he read further. "I need to submit a diagram of my hero costume before the end of next week." He hummed. "Well, what a fun challenge." He laughed. Izuku sat at the kitchen table, twirling a pen between his fingers. Now that his costume design had been mailed, the adrenaline that had kept him so busy for the past 2 days was gone, leaving an empty lull. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, and the day stretched before him with nothing to do. He let out a long sigh, leaning back in his chair. "Well, I guess this is what it feels like to have too much free time. Should have added patience to my hero training." Just as he was contemplating heading out for a walk, his mother, Inko, appeared in the doorway, smiling brightly. "Izuku, sweetie. I have a little surprise for you." Izuku raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued as he straightened up in his chair. "A surprise? What kind of surprise?" Inko walked into the room, her hands hidden behind her back. She swayed slightly as if trying to contain her excitement, making Izuku lean forward in anticipation. After a dramatic pause, she beamed at him and revealed what she had been hiding: a metal staff, exactly like the one he had designed for his hero costume. It was sleek and sturdy, with a microphone affixed to one end, just as he'd imagined. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, no way. You didn't. Is that a replica of the staff you wanted for your hero costume?" Inko finished for him, her smile filled with pride as she handed it over. "I asked around and found someone who could make it. It's not exactly the same as what you'll get from UA, but I thought you might want to practice with it beforehand." Izuku took the staff with wide eyes, feeling the cool metal under his fingertips. It was perfect. Exactly as he had envisioned, sturdy yet lightweight, the microphone a subtle touch of flair that made it feel uniquely his. He gave it a few experimental swings, the balance perfect in his grip. "Mom, this is incredible." His grin stretched wide, his usual mischievous spark in his eyes as he spun the staff around, mock saluting with it like a microphone stand. "I can't believe you did this." Inko chuckled warmly, watching her son's excitement. "I know how important this dream is to you, Izuku. I just wanted to give you something to help you feel like you're already on your way to being a hero." He gave her the most grateful smile he could around his sharp, demonic one. "Thank you, Ma. This truly means a lot to me." He wrapped her in his arms in the next second. She reciprocated the hug tightly. "When you fight with this, think about your promise. Always come home to me, will you?" Izuku and Katsuki strolled down the bustling city street, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows on the pavement. Izuku, with his newly acquired staff in hand, couldn't resist showing it off, spinning it effortlessly and occasionally tapping it on the ground with a rhythmic clink. Katsuki walked beside him, arms crossed and a scowl firmly in place, though his irritation was tinged with a hint of amusement. "Hey, Kakin," Izuku called out, his voice light and teasing as he adjusted the staff with a flourish. "You ever think about what it'd be like if I had this in one of our training sessions? Think it would make a difference?" Katsuki shot him a sidelong glare. "Stop flaunting that thing around like it's some kind of magic wand. It's just a stick with a microphone on it." Izuku's grin widened. "Oh, come now. It's not just any stick. It's my stick. And it's going to help me make the big leagues. Besides, wouldn't it be fun to have a microphone to call out your every move in battle?" Katsuki grumbled under his breath but couldn't suppress the small smirk that tugged at his lips. "Yeah, right. You're already annoying enough without a microphone to amplify it. Izuku twirled the staff dramatically, causing a few passers-by to glance curiously. I'll have you know, I could use this to broadcast your most epic failures to the entire city. And here we have Bakugo, the great hero, completely missing his target. What a sight! Katsuki's face flushed with annoyance. Shut up, that. You're gonna attract more attention if you keep acting like a clown. Izuku chuckled and pretended to hold the staff like a broadcaster's mic, and now, live from the streets of Mizudafu, it's Katsuki Bakugo with his daily dose of explosive attitude. Tune in for the latest updates on his grumpy face and failed hero tactics. Katsuki rolled his eyes but couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, just don't get too used to that thing. It might make you even more of a pain in the butt. Izuku winked at him, spinning the staff with a practiced hand. Oh, don't worry. I'm just getting started. Wait until you see what I can do with this in action. As they continued down the street, Katsuki's annoyance melted into a reluctant smile. Despite his best efforts to look grumpy, he couldn't hide his amusement at Izuku's antics. Moments like these, with Izuku's playful banter and unwavering enthusiasm, that reminded him why he put up with his friend's antics in the first place. He couldn't wait to see what he was like as a hero. Izuku stood in front of the massive door marked 1A, easily towering over him at what had to be 20 feet or more. He hummed quietly, hands casually tucked into his pockets, eyes tracing the door's edges. For a moment, he considered glitching past it, but there was something about opening it normally that felt more ceremonial. This is it, he muttered to himself, a mischievous grin tugging at his lips. The start of the real fun. The weight of what lay beyond that door, UA's most prestigious class, the future heroes of Japan, should have been daunting. But for Izuku, it was more like another exciting challenge. He'd faced worse odds and much tougher crowds. With a quick glance around to make sure no one was watching, he took a step forward, raising a hand toward the door handle. Showtime. He swung the door open, stepping into the room with his usual confidence, his grin already firmly in place. Take your feet off of that desk now. A boy demanded. Izuku remembered him from the auditorium. The one obsessed with the printing error. Huh. Katsuki stared at him with an evil smirk that looked a little too similar to Izuku's. It's the first day and you're already disrespecting this academy by scuffing school property, you cretin. You're kidding me, right? Your old school put a stick up your butt? Or were you born with it? The boy stuttered. Let's start over. I'm Tenya Ida from the semi-private academy. Semi-huh? So you must think you're better than me. I'm gonna have fun tearing you a new one. Ida gasps. You would threaten me? Your own classmate? Are you sure you're in the right place? Ha! Ida was suddenly aware of his presence at the door and straightened. It's you. 19 heads turned his way, some recoiling slightly at the sight of Izuku's mischievous smirk. Unfazed by their reactions, he lowered his head in a bow, one hand sweeping to the side dramatically. Greetings, he said, voice dripping with mock formality. It's a pleasure to meet you. Quite a pleasure. A few students blinked when they heard his radio voice, unsure of what to make of him. He straightened up, grin still plastered on his face, and scanned the room, eyes gleaming with mischief. His demeanor was so relaxed, so different from the tense atmosphere they all expected on the first day at UA. Hey, I recognize that messed up hair. A chirpy voice said behind him. Izuku spun around to see Uraraka. Looks like she was in the same class as him after all. Izuku's eyes brightened. Uraraka. I'm so happy you made it. Uraraka beamed, clearly relieved to see a familiar face. Looks like we're in the same class after all. How lucky is that? If you're here to make friends, you can pack up your stuff now. Izuku's head bent so far it lay on his shoulder, looking over Uraraka's shoulder where a yellow caterpillar man lay behind them. Izuku's eyes scrunched as his smile widened with intrigue. Uraraka whimpered when she saw him. Either out of fear or confusion, Izuku wasn't sure. The man sighed. Welcome to UA's hero course. His arm wiggled out of the sleeping bag and he put what Izuku thought was one of those jelly pouches he saw when he would go grocery shopping for his mother. The man stood up and unzipped the bag, stepping out of it. It took 8 seconds before you all shut up. That's not going to work. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that. Izuku tilted his head, his mischievous grin not dropping as he observed the man more closely. He thought, taking in the teacher's appearance, those heavy eye bags, the unkempt shoulder-length hair, and the scruffy beard that gave the impression of someone who had long been tired of the world. He must have been a hero considering that he was here at UA. As well as the obnoxiously long scarf and black jumpsuit. The man looked at the students already sitting at their desks. Hello, I'm Shoyuta Aizawa. Your teacher. The room erupted in surprised murmurs, but Izuku remained focused, his mischievous grin barely wavering. He watched Aizawa reach into his sleeping bag and pull out a set of gym uniforms. The gym uniforms were simple, a dark blue tracksuit with a UA emblem on the chest, designed for practicality and comfort. Right, let's get started, Aizawa continued, tossing the gym uniforms onto a nearby desk. Put these on and head outside. Izuku was the first to grab a uniform and walk past his new teacher, aware of the fact that he was watching him the entire time. Izuku couldn't help but marvel at the sheer size of the field behind UA High. The acres of land stretched as far as the eye could see, leaving him amazed at how expansive the campus truly was. He thought the school was large when he saw it from the front, but this was on an entirely different level. The class of 1A gathered on the open field, whispering among themselves as they stood in anticipation. Aizawa stood in front of them, his disheveled appearance contrasting with the sharpness of his gaze as he scanned the group to ensure all 20 students were present. His expression was as unreadable as ever. All right, Aizawa finally spoke, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable authority. As your first activity at UA, we'll be doing a quirk assessment test. Izuku's eyebrows raised in curiosity, folding his hands casually behind his back as the other students exchanged confused glances and hushed whispers. But orientation? Uraraka exclaimed from beside him, worry evident in her voice. We're going to miss it. Aizawa's black eyes rolled, clearly unimpressed by the concern. If you really want to make the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Here at UA, we're not bound by tradition or superficial formalities. That means I get to run my class however I see fit. The students fell silent, taking in his words, and Izuku felt a thrill of excitement run through him. This teacher wasn't one to coddle them, he was here to push them. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives, Aizawa continued. But you've never had the opportunity to use your quirks during those exams. The country is still operating under the illusion that we're all created equal by not letting those with the most powerful quirks stand out. It's not rational. One day, the Ministry of Education will realize that. Izuku listened intently, a mischievous glint in his eye. This was exactly the kind of no-nonsense approach he had hoped for. Aizawa's gaze then locked onto him, and Izuku tilted his head slightly, curious about what was coming next. Midoriya, Aizawa said, you scored the most points in the entrance exam, didn't you? Izuku nodded. Yes, sir. Aizawa crossed his arms, his gaze still fixed on Izuku. What was your farthest throw in junior high? Without your quirk. Izuku hummed in thought before answering, I believe it was 79 meters. With a grunt, Aizawa pulled a ball from his pocket and tossed it to Izuku. Try throwing this. Use your quirk. Just make sure you stay inside the circle. Izuku caught the ball with ease, his grin widening at the challenge. He stepped confidently into the spray-painted circle on the ground, squeezing the ball in his hand. It flickered with static as it glitched in his grip, distorting slightly as his quirk took hold. The class watched in silence, some nervous, others curious, while Izuku casually wound his arm back. Then, with a burst of energy, he hurled the ball forward with everything he had. It disappeared in a blur, glitching and distorting through the air before vanishing completely from sight. A second later, a loud beep came from Aizawa's handheld device. He glanced down at the screen, and without much change in his expression, held it up for the class to see. 3,482 meters. There was a collective gasp from the students. Izuku's grin didn't falter, though his eyes shone with pride. The rest of the class stared in shock, realizing just how powerful the boy who never stopped smiling actually was. "Holy crap," one whispered wide-eyed. Aizawa gave a brief nod. "That's the kind of effort I expect from all of you." Izuku stretched his arms above his head as if throwing the ball that far had been nothing but a light warm-up. He glanced back at the rest of the class, still grinning. Aizawa's sharp voice cut through the chatter again. "You've all got one chance to show me what you can do with your quirks. If you fail to meet my standards, you'll be expelled." The air shifted, tension rippling through the class at Aizawa's words. "Expelled? Already?" Izuku hummed. "Let the games begin." As the students murmured nervously about Aizawa's threat of expulsion, the teacher's gaze lingered on Izuku longer than it did on the others. It wasn't his skill that caught Aizawa's attention. Plenty of students at UA had strong quirks. No, what unsettled Aizawa was that ever-present grin on Izuku's face, the way he seemed so relaxed, so casual, even in a situation that should have been daunting. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, folding his arms as he continued to watch Izuku from the corner of his vision. The boy didn't appear anxious or concerned like the others. In fact, he almost seemed to enjoy the challenge. That grin, combined with the ease with which he threw the ball, made Aizawa suspect that Midoriya might be arrogant. Cocky, overconfident, Aizawa thought to himself. This kind of attitude always backfires. Izuku was different from the students Aizawa usually trained. Most of them were eager but humble, showing the appropriate nervousness that came with the weight of becoming a pro hero. But Midoriya? He practically radiated a playful confidence, like this was all just a game to him. Aizawa couldn't shake the feeling that Izuku was holding back, hiding something behind that cheerful facade. It was that carefree attitude that concerned him the most. He had seen talented students fall apart under pressure, and arrogance often led to disaster. He wasn't about to let this kid coast on skill alone, not in his class. Aizawa kept his gaze on him, his mind already racing through how he'd test Midoriya further. He wanted to see if that smile would last when things got harder, when the pressure truly hit. Katsuki smirked at Izuku from where they lined up for the 50-meter dash, his eyes glinting with competitive fire. "You ready to eat my dust, Deku? Or are you just here to make me look good?" Izuku let out a loud radio laugh. "Ah, well, then this'll be just as fun when I beat you." As the robot finished counting down and shouted, "Go!" Katsuki burst forward with a powerful explosion, propelling himself with an impressive display of fiery force. Izuku, however, activated his quirk in sync with the signal, his body glitching and distorting as he warped through the space between them and the finish line in a split second. The robot's display flickered and then settled on Izuku's time. 0.4 seconds. The classroom erupted into gasps and whispers, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sheer speed of Izuku's performance. Katsuki, landing behind him with a frustrated growl, saw his time flash up next. 4.13 seconds. Izuku, with his fingers laced behind his back, turned to Katsuki with a smug but playful grin. His smile was wide and unchanging, clearly enjoying the thrill of their competition. Aizawa, observing the scene, narrowed his eyes. While Izuku's grin might have seemed cocky to some, it was evident to Aizawa that the smile was more about the rivalry and the thrill of outpacing Katsuki, rather than genuine arrogance. Katsuki's reaction, more irritation than surprise, also indicated a familiarity with Izuku's skills and their ongoing rivalry. Despite the apparent triumph in their exchange, Aizawa's attention was drawn to the dynamic between the two. It was clear that their rivalry was more complex than mere competition. It was built on mutual respect and a shared drive to surpass one another. Next was the grip strength test. Izuku grasped the handle of a device that measured the force of their grip in kilograms. He squeezed the handle as tightly as he could. While his statue looked small, his physique was completely different when his score turned out to be 347 kilograms. The next test was the standing long jump. A large sandbox was set up for the students to clear with the help of their quirks. Each student would have to demonstrate how far they could jump using their abilities, with the distance recorded. When it was Izuku's turn, he approached the edge of the sandbox, his usual smirk firmly in place. As he crouched, readying himself, at the signal, Izuku got a little momentum and jumped, activating his quirk in midair. His body began to glitch and distort, and in an instant he warped forward. He flickered out of existence and reappeared on the other side, completely clearing it just as Katsuki had with his explosions. The tests continued for another half-hour before they were all called back to gather around Aizawa. Alright, time to give you your results. I've ranked you all from best to worst. You should probably have a good idea of your standing already. He held up a remote. I'll just pull up the list. No reason to go over it individually. With a press of a button, a holographic screen lit up with all 20 names. Izuku hummed when he saw his name in the first place. His eyes curiously jumped down to last place, where the name, Minoru Mineta, was ranked. He looked to the side when a small noise of protest came from a small boy who was shaking. And he was small. Izuku had never seen a teenager as short as he was. What? How could I be in last place? He suddenly pointed at Izuku, who tilted his head. What about him? He hasn't even been taking these tests seriously with that creepy smile. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at him, hands popping. Why you little? And I was lying no is going home. Aizawa interrupted, turning the hologram off. Everyone stared at their teacher. He smiled. That was just a logical deception to make sure that everyone gave it their all during the tests. The class, especially Mineta, let out a sigh of relief. Once he had excused the class for the day, Aizawa held Izuku back. Midoriya, I've been watching you the entire time and you never stopped smiling. Do you think this is a joke? Izuku's smile didn't waver, and that was when Aizawa started to think that there was more to it than a cocky attitude. I suppose I should clear it up if it will cause misunderstandings in the future. He rubbed his neck like he was anxious, but despite that action, his grin remained unfazed. I haven't stopped smiling like this in 10 years. He admitted, and Aizawa's eyes widened. Izuku nodded. Sometimes I despise it, especially when my mother gets worried about me. This face causes people to be uncomfortable around me. Kakin is the only friend I've ever had because he refused to be scared of me like the others have been. His hands laced behind his back. That's not all though. His eyes shuttered and glazed. It was when I was a child. Kakin was being teased by middle schoolers and they were willing to go as far as hurt him. I lost control. Something happened to me that day. I can't quite remember what it was, but I do remember the look Kakin gave me. Like he was scared. Terrified of me. Izuku sighed. Ever since then, when I started to smile, I felt something in me calm down. So I didn't stop. Soon enough, it just stuck to my face like it was stitched there. Matter if I try to relax my face, the best it'll do is drop a little, but not completely. If I don't keep smiling, I don't know if I can stop it. Stop what? Aizawa asked, his voice calm but concerned. The quirk, Izuku answered. The next day, the students of Class 1A sat in their seats, buzzing with quiet anticipation. Conversations flowed about the previous day's quirk assessment test, and though the excitement of their rankings had died down a bit, the energy in the room was palpable. Izuku sat near the middle of the classroom, his fingers lazily tapping on the desk, his ever-present grin still firmly in place as he glanced around, picking up bits of conversation from his classmates. Katsuki, as usual, leaned back in his seat, arms crossed with a smirk on his face, clearly looking forward to whatever challenge awaited them next. Ochako and Ida were chatting animatedly, with Ida's arms making exaggerated motions as he tried to explain something. Suddenly, the door slid open with a loud, definitive whoosh, and the room fell silent. A towering figure stepped in, and all eyes turned toward him. Standing at the front of the classroom, in all his heroic glory, was All Might. I am here. All Might boomed, his voice full of enthusiasm and strength. Coming through the door like a hero. The class erupted into excited murmurs, with students sitting up straighter, their eyes wide with anticipation. All Might grinned, flashing his signature smile. We'll be pairing off for combat exercises to practice your fighting skills using your quirks. It's important to know not just how powerful your abilities are, but how to use them effectively in battle. Your opponents won't wait for you to figure that out, so neither will I. All Might held up a remote, clicking it to reveal a large screen at the front of the class. You'll all be in hero versus villain scenarios. Heroes will have to stop the villains, and villains will have to defend a bomb. And for this, you'll need your hero costumes. The students gasped in excitement as the wall behind All Might opened, revealing storage compartments for each of them. Now, All Might continued, "Suit up, and let's see what you've got." Ground Beta was like the mock city in the entrance exam. A demolished city that resembled a villain attack. Fitting for their activity today, he supposed. They say that clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are the proof. Take this to heart. From now on you are all heroes in training. This is getting me all revved up. You look so cool. Shall we get started, you bunch of newbies? Izuku's costume was just how he imagined it to be. Maybe it was from how detailed he made his SBMSN form, or UA's support course had the minds to do their job well. His hero costume, made from a dark, shimmering material, hugged his body for flexibility, with reinforced sections for protection like his shoulders, knees, and elbows. Faintly glowing green lines resembling circuitry ran across the vest as he reached back, pulling up the thick hood that was attached to his vest. An extra piece of cloth around his neck to pull up and cover his smile so it would just be his green eyes that others saw and not his unsettling permanent grin. He squeezed his leather-gloved hands around his metal microphone staff and twirled it through his fingers as All Might explained the rules. "Sir," Ida said, voice muffled by his armor's helmet. "This is the fake city from our entrance exam. Does that mean that we'll be conducting urban battles again?" "Not quite. I'm going to move you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly evildoers take place indoors. Think about it. Backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. For this training exercise, you'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Isn't this a little advanced? The best training is what you get on the battlefield. But remember, you can't just punch a robot this time. You're dealing with actual people now." All Might said, and everyone exploded into questions. Izuku watched his classmates bombard All Might before he finally raised his voice above the others. "Listen up." He reaches behind him and pulls out a sheet of paper. "The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do that, the good guys either have to catch the evildoers or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys succeed if they protect their payload or capture the heroes. Time's limited, and we'll choose teams by drawing lots." He swung a black and white box in front of them. One labeled villain, and the other, hero. All Might reached through the holes on top and pulled out A and D. Izuku and Uraraka versus Katsuki and Ida. Team A will be the heroes, Team D will be the villains. Izuku and Katsuki looked at each other, grinning. "Bring it on." Uraraka's eyes were wide as she looked around the vast building. "You think they expect us to memorize this building's floor plan? It's so big." She shook her head in disbelief, hands on her hips. "You know, All Might's just as cool in person as he is on television. I'm glad he's not threatening us with some kind of punishment like Mr. Aizawa." She glanced at her partner, Izuku, suppressing a shiver when she saw his unnerving grin still plastered across his face. He hadn't pulled him his mask yet. It wasn't that she was scared of him, she knew Izuku was a good guy, but that smile had an eerie effect. It didn't help that he looked calm, almost too calm, while everyone else was buzzing with nervous energy. He nodded at her comment, eyes flicking over the building. "Yeah, All Might's different. He pushes us in his own way. Aizawa's more blunt, but both of them are making sure we'll be ready for whatever comes next." His grin didn't falter, but the seriousness in his voice made it clear that he was focused. "Uraraka, Kaken will most likely come after me. So when that happens, I need you to run and find the bomb. I can handle him on my own. But in order to win, we need to separate." The girl frowned. "Are you sure?" "Kogo's ruthless. And with the control he has on his quirk," Izuku's hand on her shoulder stopped her from rambling. "I grew up with him. We've trained and sparred together. No one knows him better than I do. So don't worry. Izuku flooded his hands behind his back. I'm going to be just fine. Uraraka hesitated but nodded. I trust you. All right. All Might boomed through the speakers. Let's begin indoor combat training. Team A and Team D, your time starts now. With that confirmation, Izuku pinched the cloth at his neck and pulled it over his face, finally hiding the smile as they made their way into the building through a second-floor window. They began navigating the building's maze-like interior, careful not to make too much noise. It wouldn't be long before Katsuki would find them. Izuku could already feel the tension building, like the crackling before an explosion. He knew Kaken's strategies inside and out. Now, it was a matter of waiting for the inevitable. We need to be quick, Izuku whispered, his voice calm but steady. His eyes scanned their surroundings, already formulating a plan. The bomb's probably hidden deeper in the building, maybe on one of the lower floors. If we can find it before Kaken shows up, we'll have the advantage. Uraraka nodded, biting her lip. But what if Bakugo shows up first? Izuku's eyes narrowed with a knowing edge. He will. Kaken always comes after me. It's like clockwork. But remember, when that happens, don't hesitate. You have to go straight for the bomb. I'll handle him. They moved silently deeper into the building, their footsteps muffled against the cold floor. The air was thick with tension, and every shadow seemed to hold the promise of an ambush. Izuku led the way, his senses heightened, ready for any sign of Katsuki. Suddenly, a sharp ringing pierced through the silence, cutting through Izuku's ears like a blade. He froze mid-step, his breath catching in his throat as the sound echoed through the empty hall. His head snapped to the side, eyes narrowing as he focused on the dark hallway to their left. What is it? Uraraka whispered, following his gaze. She could see his entire body tense as if anticipating something dangerous. Izuku didn't answer immediately. He could feel a strange pressure building around him, something heavy and electric. It wasn't a physical presence, but it was unmistakable. Katsuki was near. His explosions often created a hum in the air before the blast, and Izuku recognized that sensation all too well. He's coming, Izuku said quietly, his voice barely audible. He stepped back, positioning himself between Uraraka and the dark hallway. His smile, as unsettling as ever, remained firmly in place, though his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Bakugo! Uraraka breathed, her heart racing. Izuku nodded. It's his style. He's not going to hold back, not after everything. He spun his staff through his fingers before the bottom of his clicked gently on the metal floor. Izuku rested his hands over the microphone on top and waited. Now's your chance. Go before he gets here. Uraraka could feel the tension radiating from him, not of fear, but of barely contained excitement. His smile remained steady, but his eyes were sharp, hungry for the challenge ahead. She didn't question him. So, giving him a sharp nod, Uraraka ran down the hallway beside him. Not long after, heavy footsteps came from ahead of him and his smile widened when Katsuki stormed around the corner, his face a mix of determination and frustration. He skidded to a halt when he saw Izuku standing in front of him. The space between them crackled with tension, the air almost sizzling with the energy of their impending clash. Izuku's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint. He tilted his head slightly, a look of exaggerated surprise crossing his features. Oh, Kaken. Fancy meeting you here. I was starting to think you might actually be too scared to show up. Katsuki's eyes narrowed into slits, but he couldn't stop the small smile creeping onto his face. You think you're funny, Deku? I'm gonna enjoy wiping that smug smile off your face. Izuku's smile didn't falter. Let's see if you can. After all, it's not like you've ever been able to do it before. His hands crackling was Izuku's only warning before Katsuki blasted towards him, a torrent of fiery explosions lighting up the corridor. The force of the explosion sent debris skittering across the floor, but Izuku was ready. With a quick, fluid motion, he activated his quirk, glitching momentarily to evade the initial blast. Katsuki's eyes burned with determination as he closed the distance, his explosions creating a near-constant barrage of fire and shrapnel. He didn't hesitate, launching more attacks with ruthless precision, each explosion adding to the intensity of the fight. Izuku twisted through the onslaught, his body flickering and distorting as he used his quirk to warp and dodge. His staff moved with him, deflecting and blocking the errant blasts that came too close for comfort. The corridor became a chaotic dance of light and shadow, with Katsuki's explosions punctuating the air and Izuku's glitches weaving through them like a living ghost. With a burst of energy, Izuku warped farther down the hallway, his laughter echoing off the metal walls. "You're getting predictable, Kaken," he called out, his voice carrying a teasing edge. "I was expecting more from you. Did you forget who you're dealing with?" Katsuki's frustrated growl was lost in the roar of another explosion, his anger palpable as he chased after Izuku with relentless determination. "Shut up, Dad. I'm just getting started." Izuku darted around corners, his form flickering in and out of existence with each warp. He dodged Katsuki's explosive blasts with an agility that made it seem like he was dancing through the chaos. Every time Katsuki closed in, Izuku would vanish and reappear just out of reach, landing a few well-placed strikes that made Katsuki snarl in frustration. With a fierce glare, Katsuki unleashed a powerful explosion, the force of it slamming into Izuku and sending him crashing into the wall. Izuku grunted but quickly pushed himself back up, his eyes glinting with determination as he straightened, brushing debris from his shoulders. His body shimmered slightly as he adjusted to the impact, his smile never faltering despite the toll of the fight. Katsuki's explosion had clearly rattled him, but he was far from finished. "You're really pushing me today, Kaken," Izuku shouted, his voice echoing through the hallway. He took a deep breath, his body glitching and vanishing from sight for a split second before reappearing right in front of Katsuki. His sudden reappearance was met with Katsuki's surprise, and he was barely able to react in time. Izuku's fist connected with Katsuki's midsection, sending him staggering back. Katsuki gritted his teeth, struggling to regain his balance as he shot a defiant glare at Izuku. Without missing a beat, he retaliated with a sharp burst of explosions, each blast aimed with precision to force Izuku into a defensive position. Izuku nimbly dodged the attacks, his body glitching around the explosions with a fluidity that was almost mesmerizing. He ducked under a particularly fierce blast, his hand shooting out to grab Katsuki's arm and yank him off balance. Katsuki growled, pulling free with a burst of energy that sent Izuku skidding backward. The hallway was now filled with the acrid scent of smoke and the sound of their continued battle. Katsuki charged forward, his fists crackling with explosive energy. He aimed a powerful punch at Izuku, who countered with a swift sidestep and an elbow jab to Katsuki's ribs. The impact echoed through the corridor, and Katsuki grunted, momentarily winded. Izuku reappeared behind Katsuki, taking advantage of the momentary distraction. He landed a series of quick, precise blows, each hit landing with a satisfying thud. Katsuki gritted his teeth, forced to use his arms to shield himself from Izuku's relentless assault. The clash between them was intense, each strike and explosion a testament to their fierce rivalry. As the fight raged on, both were visibly worn out, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. Katsuki's explosions grew more erratic, his control slipping slightly as his exhaustion began to take its toll. Izuku, though equally tired, maintained his composure, his eyes never leaving Katsuki's. Finally, Katsuki made one last, desperate attempt to overwhelm Izuku with a massive explosion. The blast surged through the hallway, filling it with blinding light and deafening sound. Izuku, anticipating the move, warped out of the immediate blast radius and reappeared just behind Katsuki. With a final, decisive move, Izuku aimed a powerful kick at Katsuki's back, sending him crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. The impact left Katsuki slumped against the metal surface, his breathing heavy and labored. "The hero team wins," All Might announced through the speakers. Izuku, though equally exhausted, stood tall, his grin a mix of triumph and exhaustion. "You're still the best opponent I could ask for, Kaken," he said, his voice carrying a note of genuine respect. Izuku held out his hand. Katsuki looked up, his eyes burning with a mix of frustration and grudging admiration. "Yeah, "You're not too bad yourself, Deku," he huffed, his voice strained but respectful as he took the offering and let Izuku help him up. Izuku hummed a cheerful tune as he walked to school, his hands stuffed comfortably in his pockets. The crisp morning air was refreshing, and the quiet streets offered a peaceful start to his day. The early sunlight bathed everything in a soft, golden glow, casting long shadows that danced along the pavement with each step he took. As he turned onto the street leading to UA, he came to an abrupt halt. A sea of reporters had completely blocked the school's gates, their cameras and microphones at the ready. Izuku's eye twitched in irritation. So much for a quiet morning, he thought with a sigh. Determined not to let them ruin his mood, Izuku started humming again, hoping to slip through unnoticed. Unfortunately, the reporters weren't easily deterred. One of them spotted him immediately and shouted, "Hey, you're a student here, right? What do you think of All Might?" The sudden attention was enough to make Izuku's unsettling smile come in handy. The crowd momentarily recoiled, giving him a brief respite. Izuku's green eyes narrowed with mild annoyance. He murmured, turning his gaze toward the gates, only to be met with a reporter shoving a microphone into his face. "Hold on. We just want to know about all," the reporter began, but before they could finish, Izuku's body flickered and glitched through the crowd, reappearing inside the school grounds with a burst of static. "Apologies, but I must get to class," he called out as he reappeared, making his way swiftly towards the entrance. He navigated the maze of hallways with ease until he arrived at his classroom. He shoved the huge door open, nodding to his classmates who had already arrived, and took his seat, hanging his yellow backpack on the desk hook. Izuku stared out the window, watching Aizawa walk down the steps to save any other students who were being harassed by the reporters. Izuku chuckled a bit when he saw them back up at Aizawa's emotionless and tired face. His mouth moved, saying what Izuku could imagine was a nice way of telling them to PSS off. Aizawa turned his back on them and walked back to the doors. Izuku's eyes widened with satisfaction when one reporter stepped up to the gates, only for the school's defense barrier shoot up from the ground, stopping any of them from entering. He cackled under his breath, turning to face the front seconds before Aizawa entered the room. Everyone stopped talking immediately as the hero walked up to the podium in front of the class. He scanned over a few papers that sat on top of it before addressing the class. "Good work on yesterday's combat training, you guys. I went over the video feeds and each of your team's results." He turned to the class's hot head. "Bakugo," he began, his voice calm but stern, "you showed impressive power and control with your quirk, but your emotions got the better of you. That tunnel vision and rage left you wide open to counterattacks." Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly. "You have the skill, but strategy matters just as much. Keep that in mind next time." Katsuki ched, looking out the window. Aizawa turned his gaze to Izuku next. "Midoriya," he said, his tone measured, "your performance in yesterday's combat training was efficient. You used your quirk strategically, and your ability to anticipate Bakugo's moves gave you an edge." He paused, his expression unreadable. "But you need to remember that combat isn't just about dodging and outmaneuvering. There were moments when you could have secured a faster victory by engaging more directly with your objective. You were too focused on Bakugo." Aizawa folded his arms. "Overall, you showed good tactical thinking, but don't get too comfortable relying on your quirk to evade everything. There will be opponents who will force you to take risks and confront them head-on. Keep working on that balance between offense and defense." Izuku closed his eyes with a wide smile. "Of course, sir." He bowed his head. Aizawa nodded in satisfaction when he saw that his feedback had been taken seriously. "Now, let's get down to business," he said, his voice laced with suspense. "Our first task will decide your future." The class froze, tension building in the air. Then, as his words sank in, panic swept through the students, a chorus of gasps and nervous muttering filling the room. Aizawa let the suspense linger for a moment before finishing, "You all need to pick a class representative." The room fell silent as the students processed the unexpected announcement. Then, almost simultaneously, they sagged in relief, the weight of anxiety slipping off their shoulders. The quiet only lasted a second before chaos erupted. Everyone started talking over each other, voices rising as they made their cases for why they should be chosen. Shouts of, "I should be class rep," and "pick me," filled the air, each student vying for the position. Aizawa sighed, pulling his yellow sleeping bag from the floor and zipping himself inside. "This is going to take a while." "Aha!" Izuku laughed, his radio voice echoing through the room. "How did I get?" "3 votes. His face lit up with confusion and excitement as he glanced around the room, genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected anyone to vote for him, let alone 3 people. Students started to murmur and some even agreed about Izuku being representative, giving him encouraging smiles and nods. Aizawa stirred from his sleeping bag at the front of the class, his tired eyes slowly opening. He stood up lazily, rubbing the back of his neck. "All right, settle down." With that single, calm command, the noise in the room died down, though everyone was still buzzing with excitement and curiosity. Aizawa looked over the tally displayed on the board, then shifted his gaze to Izuku. "Midoriya," he called, his voice monotone as always, "and Yaoyorozu, come to the front." Izuku blinked in surprise, his wide grin still glued to his face as he hesitated for a moment before walking up. Momo, who had also received several votes, followed beside him, her expression calm and composed as always. "Midoriya is your class representative," Aizawa announced bluntly, giving Izuku a brief look that might have been something close to approval or maybe just mild interest. "Yaoyorozu will be the deputy representative." Izuku, Ida, and Uraraka settled at their usual spot in the bustling cafeteria, trays of food in front of them. The atmosphere was lively, filled with the chatter and clinking of utensils from students catching up on the day's events. Izuku was quiet as they ate. While he was confident about his ability and his strategic mind, he did not want to be class representative. He poked at his food absent-mindedly, his gaze focused on the plate in front of him rather than joining in the conversation around him. Uraraka glanced at him, noting his distraction. "Izuku, you've been quiet. Everything okay?" He sighed, laying his fork on his lunch tray. "Of course. I usually take this time to relax and gather my thoughts for the rest of the day." His friends seemed unsure, but his grin had made it hard for them to read him. Izuku was glad that Katsuki wasn't with them, because he could read him like an open book after knowing each other for so long. He wasn't worried he never got worried, but that didn't mean that he couldn't get uncomfortable. Izuku shook his head, standing. "If you'll excuse me, I need to use the restroom." He made his way out of the cafeteria. The usual hustle and bustle of lunch hour had faded, leaving the school corridors quieter and more serene. The polished floors gleamed under the bright fluorescent lights, and the walls were adorned with posters of past hero achievements and motivational quotes. He wandered aimlessly, taking deep breaths and letting the rhythmic sound of his footsteps serve as a calming backdrop. His mind raced with thoughts about the class representative position. He had always been more comfortable working behind the scenes or supporting others rather than stepping into a leadership role. The weight of responsibility seemed daunting, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. He found himself in front of a small window overlooking the school grounds. The sunlight streaming through the glass created a warm glow, and Izuku paused to take in the view. The sprawling campus below, with its mix of green spaces and well-maintained buildings, offered a momentary distraction from his swirling thoughts. Izuku leaned against the window frame, letting his gaze wander over the scene outside. Students were scattered across the grounds, engaged in various activities, and their laughter and conversations were a faint echo. It was a peaceful sight, and he took a moment to appreciate the calm before the inevitable storm of responsibilities that lay ahead. He closed his eyes briefly, trying to push away the unease and focus on the present. The tranquility of the moment was abruptly shattered as the shrill sound of alarms pierced the silence. The sudden blare made him startle, his heart racing as the familiar calm of the school turned into chaos. Izuku's eyes snapped open, and he quickly pushed away from the window, the serenity of his earlier thoughts replaced by a surge of urgency. "Warning! Level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate in an orderly fashion." Security breach? Someone got past the school gates? Izuku followed the automated instructions, his hands behind his back as he made his way toward the school's exit. The alarms continued to blare, creating a cacophony of urgency that filled the hallways. His footsteps echoed as he walked, his mind alert to the chaos unfolding around him. Izuku hummed again. I have a feeling things are about to get a lot more exciting around here. Man, Izuku. You should have been there. Uraraka jumped next to him as she explained what happened in the cafeteria. Ida was amazing. He managed to get everyone's attention and calm them down after he realized it was just the reporters outside. He was so cool. Izuku raised an brow. He could imagine Ida taking charge and calm everyone down. He had the kind of voice that everyone respected and listened to. The kind of voice that belonged to a class representative. With his mind made up, they entered the classroom and Uraraka left his side to go to her seat. Izuku took his place in front and was the class rep he had been chosen for. As soon as everyone came in and took their seats, Izuku began the class with Yaoyorozu by his side. Good morning, everyone, Izuku began, his voice clear despite the echo in his voice. First off, I want to thank you for trusting me with the position of class representative. I know it's an important role, and I appreciate the confidence you've shown in me. His green eyes scanned the room, meeting the gazes of his classmates, some of whom smiled back at him. But there was something else on his mind, something he had to say. However, he continued, his tone becoming more serious. After thinking it over, I believe that there's someone here who's more suited for this role, someone who's already demonstrated the qualities of a leader. The class began to murmur in confusion. Momo raised an eyebrow in curiosity, waiting to see where this was going. Izuku turned toward Ida, who looked up, surprised. During the panic in the cafeteria, Ida took charge and managed to calm everyone down. He acted quickly, decisively, and with a level head. That's exactly the kind of leadership this class needs. The room fell silent, and all eyes were now on Ida, who blinked in disbelief. Ida has always been someone we can rely on. Izuku added. He's got the focus, the discipline, and the voice that commands attention and respect. I truly believe he'd make a better class representative than me. A few shocked whispers from the other students lasted for a few seconds before Kirishima sat up. Yeah, you know what? If Midoriya vouches for him, I'm good. Plus he was a big help. He totally manned up and took charge, right? Kirishima said. Kaminari nodded. Did you notice he looked like the dude on the emergency exit signs when he was on the wall earlier? Ida took a deep breath and stood. If Midoriya is nominating me for this job, then I humbly accept. I pledge to carry out the duties of class rep to the best of my abilities. Sounds good, emergency exit. Emergency exit Ida. Don't let us down, man. Izuku nodded, satisfied now that he didn't have the responsibility of the class representative on his shoulders. He went to his seat as Ida replaced his spot in the front, immediately taking on the role of a leader, just like he knew he would. Today's training is going to be a little different, Aizawa said, his tired eyes scanning the room. You'll have 3 instructors, me, All Might, and another faculty member. We'll be keeping tabs on you. Today's session will be focused on rescue training at a different location, Aizawa explained. It's one thing to fight villains, but saving civilians is another crucial part of being a hero. You'll need to work in teams, adapt to chaotic situations, and prioritize those who need help. At the mention of rescue training, the room erupted in excited shrieks and chatter. Everyone was buzzing with anticipation. However, Aizawa wasn't amused. His scowl deepened. Guys, I'm not finished yet, Aizawa said sharply, instantly silencing the students. They quieted down, shifting awkwardly in their seats. What you wear for this exercise is up to you. Aizawa pressed a button on the remote in his hand, and the wall slid open, revealing the rows of suitcases that held their costumes. I know you're excited about your hero outfits, but keep in mind you haven't fully adjusted to them yet. They might limit your abilities, so consider that before deciding what to wear. The class exchanged glances, a bit more serious now. This training is at an off-campus facility, Aizawa continued, so we'll be taking a bus to get there. That's all. Start getting ready. With that, Aizawa turned and walked off, leaving the students to their eager preparations. Everyone jumped up, rushing to grab their suitcases, the excitement of the unknown still buzzing in the air. Izuku grabbed his own case, his mind already running through the challenges of rescue training ahead. They moved toward the changing rooms, where everyone was suiting up. Ida was already discussing the importance of teamwork with his usual enthusiasm, and Bakugo, unsurprisingly, looked like he was preparing for battle rather than a rescue. Once in his costume, Izuku flexed his fingers, adjusting the gloves slightly as he tried to get a feel for his gear. Though he'd only worn the suit a handful of times, it still felt like a second skin. As everyone finished dressing, Aizawa gathered the class in front of the school buses waiting for them. The cool morning air brought a slight chill, but the students' excitement kept the mood warm. "All right, load up," Aizawa said as he stood by the bus doors. "It's a bit of a drive to the facility." Once everyone took their seats on the bus, they were rolling out of school grounds and through the city. Izuku sat down next to Katsuki in the corner of the bus. The lively chatter from the other students was a distant hum compared to the quiet tension that always seemed to hang between them. He stared out the window, trying to focus on the upcoming training, but he could feel Katsuki's presence beside him, the heat of his usual intensity simmering just below the surface. Minutes passed in silence before Katsuki finally broke it, his voice low but sharp. "Oi, Deku." Izuku blinked, turning to look at him. Katsuki was staring straight ahead, his arms crossed, but there was no mistaking the edge in his voice. "I know you were holding back during combat training yesterday." Izuku's eyes widened slightly, but he quickly tried to play it off. "What do you mean?" "I gave it my all, Kaken." Katsuki's sharp eyes cut to him, clearly not buying it. "Don't lie to me. Do you think I can't tell when you're pulling punches? I know you too well for that." This was one of the times that if he could, Izuku's smile would drop, but it didn't. So he sighed, glancing at Katsuki before looking down at his hands. He opened his mouth to speak, hesitated, then finally said quietly, "You know why, Kaken." Katsuki's eyes narrowed in confusion, clearly not understanding what Izuku meant. "What the hell are you talking about?" Izuku bit his lip, his heart beating faster as memories from years ago resurfaced. It wasn't something he liked to think about often, and he definitely didn't talk about it. But Katsuki had always been there, always pushing, always daring him to go further. It was hard to forget moments like that, especially the bad ones. "You remember," Izuku said, his voice a little firmer now, "back when we were kids. Those older kids were picking on you. They were going to hurt you. And he stopped, his breath catching as the memory played in his. It had been one of the first times Izuku ever felt his quirk surge uncontrollably. He had been so angry, so desperate to protect Katsuki, that something inside him snapped. His quirk, something he hadn't fully understood at the time, exploded out of him with raw, terrifying force. The ground had cracked, the air had practically vibrated with the energy he released, and the kids who had been after Katsuki had run away in fear. But the worst part was the look on Katsuki's face afterward. "It scared you," Izuku finished, his radio voice barely above a whisper. "I scared you." Katsuki was staring at him now, eyes wide with realization. He hadn't brought it up since, but Izuku could tell that moment had stuck with him too. Katsuki wasn't someone who easily admitted fear, especially not to someone like Izuku, but in that instant, all those years ago, the look on his face had been unmistakable. "I lost control back then, Kaken," Izuku continued, his hands clenching in his lap. "And I never want that to happen again. Not with you or anyone else. That's why I hold back. Because I don't want to hurt you." Katsuki was silent for a long moment, processing what Izuku had just said. His usual fierce expression softened slightly, though his eyes still held that burning intensity. "That was a long time ago," Katsuki finally said, his voice rough but quieter than usual. "We were kids. You've got a handle on your quirk now, don't you?" Izuku nodded slowly. "Yeah, I do. But back then, it showed me what could happen if I didn't. I don't ever want to risk it." Katsuki clicked his tongue in irritation, but there was something different in his gaze now. "Deku, you don't get it, do you? That's the difference between me and you. I don't care if you lose control. I don't care if you go all out and break the DMN Earth in half. I can take it. He leaned in slightly, his voice dropping lower. I want that fight. The real fight. Not the one where you're holding back because you think I can't handle it. So yeah, I was scared back then. But I'm not scared now. You got that? I don't hold back just because I don't think you can handle it, Kakin. I hold back because I'm scared of it. I'm scared of that kind of rush, and when that sludge villain was killing you, I felt that power rise again. Katsuki's mind flashed back to that day, the chilling memory of Izuku's Scara turning completely black for just a moment. It had been a terrifying sight, a reminder of how easily things could spiral out of control. I don't take kindly to villains who think they can get away with hurting someone I care about. He had said, his voice low and firm. That was the core of it, wasn't it? Izuku's strength was tied to his emotions, and when someone he loved was threatened, that power could surge uncontrollably. Katsuki sighed, knowing he had to get through to him. You know, as a hero, I'm going to get hurt. That's inevitable, he stated, meeting Izuku's gaze. We won't be able to protect each other all the time. He could see the tension in Izuku's shoulders, but he pressed on. With your kind of power, you have to know how to use it to its fullest potential because there might be a situation one day where you have to unleash it. Katsuki placed a firm hand on Izuku's shoulder, grounding him. When that happens, you can't afford to lose control. Your movements could become predictable, and that can be used against you. Talk to Aizawa about this. I bet he'll help you learn how to control it. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment, absorbing the weight of Katsuki's words. Just then, Kirishima broke the serious mood with his typical exuberance. Well, if any of our classmates have pro-quirks, it's Todoroki, Bakugo, and Midoriya, he said, grinning widely at the three boys. Azui, ever the realist, chimed in bluntly, sure, but Bakugo's always angry, so he'll never be that popular. Izuku's eyes sparkled with amusement, anticipating the chaos that was about to unfold. Katsuki snarled, his temper flaring. What did you say? I'll kick your butt? He yelled, his voice echoing in the bus. You see? You know, we basically just met you. So it's kinda telling that we all know your personality is flaming crap mixed with garbage, Kaminari added with a smirk, leaning back in his seat. Izuku laughed as Katsuki's head whipped in Kaminari's direction, his expression a mix of fury and disbelief. You're gonna regret the day you applied to this school, you loser. I'll kill you. Katsuki growled, his hands clenching into fists. You will not. Ida interrupted, his voice filled with authority. Classmates are supposed to encourage each other. I'm gonna encourage this dumbass to explode. Katsuki shot back, his tone as sharp as ever. Wait, what did you say? Anger issues. Kaminari taunted, leaning forward with a playful glint in his eyes. Shut it, Sparky. Katsuki snapped, but a hint of a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth despite his irritation. Alright. Now you two apologize. Ida said, crossing his arms sternly. Sure, if he goes first, Kaminari replied, still wearing that smug grin. Katsuki snarled, his patience wearing thin. Like hell I will. Hey, we're here. Stop messing around, Aizawa said, looking out the window as they approached the facility. Yes, sir. The class chorused, a sudden wave of seriousness washing over them. Whatever. When the bus rolled to a stop in front of a huge dome building, everyone exited the bus and met the third pro who was going to be helping teach them. 13, a favored rescue hero. Hello, everyone, I've been waiting for you, she said with a wave. All of the girls squealed when they recognized the woman in the puffy white astronaut suit. I can't wait to show you inside. 13 exclaimed, and everyone followed her into the building. The students all gasped at the interior of it. Different areas of the facility each had its own natural disaster. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. I created this training facility to prepare you to deal with different types of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. But you can call it USJ. Aizawa walks up to 13 with his hands in his pockets. Hey, shouldn't All Might be here already? Let me guess, he booked an interview instead. Izuku snickered at the obvious distaste of that man in Aizawa's voice. Actually, it's something else. 13 held up 3 gloved fingers. Apparently he did too much hero work on the way to school this morning and used up all his power. He's resting in the teacher's lounge. Aizawa sighed. That man is the height of irresponsibility. He moved to the side and let 13 explain what they were going to be doing today. Excellent. Before we begin, let me just say one thing. Well, maybe 2 things. Possibly 3, 4, or 5. We get it. The students yelled and 13 cleared her throat. Listen carefully. I'm sure you're aware that I have a powerful quirk. It's called Black Hole. I can use it to SCK up anything and turn it into dust. Yeah, you've used Black Hole to save people from all kinds of disasters before, haven't you? That's true, but my quirk could also very easily be used to kill. Some of you also have powers that can be dangerous. In our superhuman society, all quirks are certified and stringently regulated, so we often overlook how unsafe they can actually be. Please don't forget that if you lose focus or make the wrong move, your powers can be deadly. Even if you're trying to do something virtuous like rescue someone. Thanks to Aizawa's fitness tests, you have a solid idea of your quirk's potential. And because of All Might's combat training, you likely experienced how dangerous your powers can be when used against other people. Carry those lessons over to this class. Today, you're going to learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You won't be using your powers to attack enemies or each other, only to help. After all, that's what being a hero is all about. Ensuring the safety of others. She clapped her gloved hands together. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much for listening. Izuku suddenly twitched and his head snapped to the plaza in the middle of the building. Aizawa noticed the movement and narrowed his eyes. Then the lights above them flickered before going out. If it wasn't for the windows, they would have been engulfed in darkness. The constant hum that Izuku always heard suddenly went silent and his eyes widened, turning to his teacher, his smile widening with excitement? Stress? Aizawa could never tell with this kid. Something is coming. He warned, just as the fountain below stuttered and a familiar purple and black mass grew in its place. Aizawa spun around when a pale hand reached through the hole and pushed it back. A face, covered with a severed hand mask, stepped through what Izuku realized was a warp gate, with an army of others behind him. Stay together. And don't move. 13. Protect the students. Whoa, what is that thing? Wait, has the training started already? I thought we were rescuing people. Kirishima said and stepped forward to get a better look. Stay back. Aizawa yelled, pulling his yellow goggles over his eyes. This is real. Those are villains. Izuku pulled his mask up, reached behind his back and pulled his staff from its restraints to palm it between his hands. Despite whatever the teachers might think, Izuku knew that getting out wasn't going to be easy. He had to be ready for anything. 13 blocked the students' line of sight from the villains as Aizawa jumped down to stall them so they could escape. Come on. I need to get you all out of here. Everyone shook off whatever they were feeling about being in the middle of a villain attack and ran for the doors. Izuku looked back down at the plaza, where Aizawa, or rather Eraserhead, was taking down the villains one by one with such ease that Izuku couldn't help but admire. Then his eyes drifted to the man he met before. This is going to be fun. Midoriya, what are you doing? We need to get out of here. Ida called, but Izuku wanted to go down there so badly. He wanted to fight. Izuku took a step towards the chaos, but a hand grabbed his wrist. He looked behind him where Ida was holding him back. We have to go. You can't go down there. Didn't you hear 13 and Mr. Aizawa? Izuku's eye twitched, but he sighed. Fine. He reluctantly followed Ida back to the group. Just as they neared the entrance, a purple mass materialized in front of them, and glowing yellow eyes bore down on them. It's a pleasure to meet you, the villain said, his voice dripping with malice. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. Isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? I believe he was supposed to be here today, yet I see no sign of him. Perhaps there's been a change in plans we couldn't foresee. Well, In the end, I suppose it doesn't matter. He spread his quirk out ominously. I still have a role to play. Katsuki and Kirishima seemed to have other plans though. With a yell, they both jumped in front of them and attacked. Smoke filled the air from Katsuki's explosion. Did you think we'd just sit back and let you tear this place to shreds? Kirishima said to the warp villain. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he looked through the smoke, where the villain was still flickering like a candle. Unharmed. You should be more careful, children. Otherwise, someone might get hurt. He growled. You too, 13 said urgently, the canister on her index finger popping open. Get out of the way right now. I'll scatter you across this facility to meet my comrades. And your deaths. The villain's chilling words echoed as his quirk spread, engulfing them all. Izuku barely had time to react before the dark mass enveloped him. He raised his arms, instinctively shielding his face from the oppressive force, feeling the suffocating pressure all around him. His body began to glitch, his quirk attempting to free him, but before he could slip away, the ground disappeared beneath his feet. Suddenly, Izuku was falling. The sensation hit him all at once, weightlessness, followed by the sound of rushing wind in his ears. He tumbled through the air, his heart racing as his surroundings blurred past him. He had no idea where he was headed, but within moments, a cold, unforgiving splash engulfed him as he sank into the deep water in the flood zone. He immediately started to swim back to the surface. The water shifted behind him and he spun around. As the shark-like villain surged through the water, razor-sharp teeth bared and eyes narrowed in a predatory glare, Izuku felt a rush of adrenaline and channeled his quirk just as the villain lunged. In an instant, he glitched, allowing the menacing figure to phase right through him. The villain's momentum carried him forward, and Izuku took the opportunity to swim out of reach, feeling a surge of triumph. He was quickly losing air. Just as he thought of using his quirk to get to the surface, something slithered around his stomach. He barely had time to look down before he was yanked to the surface. He broke the water with a gasp and he was lifted up to the boat that sat in the middle of the water. As he scrambled to sit up, the appendage that had pulled him away from the depths slipped away, leaving him momentarily dazed. Just then, he caught sight of Mineta being slammed down onto the deck with a loud thud. Ugh, not cool. Mineta groaned, trying to shake off the daze. Izuku couldn't help but snicker at the sight as he pulled down his soaked mask. Moments later, Azui emerged from the water, climbing up the side of the boat with her usual grace. Are you okay, Midoriya? She asked, her eyes scanning him for any signs of injury. I think so. Thanks for getting me out of there. He twirled his staff before resting the end of it on the deck. This is turning out to be a terrible day of class. Azui croaked. Izuku couldn't help but laugh despite the dire situation. You can say that again. This wasn't exactly what I had in mind for rescue training. Mineta looked between them, his face pale. You guys are kidding, right? We're about to become fish food. Now, no need to panic. We'll figure something out. He reassured, but that hardly helped calm him down. Izuku turned to Azui. They knew our whole schedule and who would be here. They must have gotten into school files while everyone was all stuck in the cafeteria. The teachers were busy trying to get the media off school grounds. They must have been waiting for the perfect time to attack. Hey, hold on a second. Izuku and Azui looked at their smallest classmate. It's not like these guys can actually kill All Might. Once he shows up, he'll pound these guys until there's nothing left. Think about it though. If the villain spent so much time planning this attack, then they probably figured out a way to kill him. And didn't you hear what that smoke guy said? Maybe we should worry more about not getting tortured to death. Otherwise, we might not be alive to see All Might again. Mineta started to sweat. And if he does show up, who knows if he'll make it out in one piece. Mineta whimpered and turned to Izuku, who tilted his head with that same insane smile of his. But the pros are gonna save us, right? Tell Frog Melons to shut up. A rush of water made Izuku hum and turn back to the water, where numerous villains swam towards the boat, surrounding it. Mineta screamed bloody murder beside them, making Izuku roll his eyes out of annoyance. Maybe Aizawa should have expelled him that day. He obviously wasn't suited to be a hero. Well, as I see it, the only out of here is to fight. What do you mean fight? Are you crazy? Mineta yelled. They might have a way to beat All Might and you think we can take them? Tears and snot streamed down his face. The best plan is to just wait for the pros to just show up and save us, he declared, stomping in place like a child, while Izuku and Azui examined the villains in the water. Izuku ignored him. Those villains down there clearly have an advantage in the water and assume that's where we'll fight. Are you even listening to me? If that's the case, then they must have known what was inside the USJ before they warped in. Azui said calmly. Yeah. Izuku's brows furrowed. But for all that time of careful planning, there's one thing that really sticks out to me. One thing that just doesn't add up. He turned his gaze to the frog girl. They sent you here. To a place full of water. Azui let out a rib bit when she realized where he was going. You've got a point there. If they knew I was a frog, then they would have sent me into that fire zone over there instead. Izuku nodded and pulled her with him to the side of the boat where the villains could see them. They knelt down to strategize. So let's talk about quirks, Azui said. I'll go first if that's okay. Obviously, I can jump high and cling to pretty much any wall. And of course, there's my tongue. I can stick it out about 20 meters. Oh yeah, and I can spit out my stomach so I can clean it. That's not really useful. Finally, I also secrete a toxic mucus. It just stings a bit. We can probably only use my jumping and my tongue here. Forget about the last things. Ah, you have quite the quirk. He lifted his hand in front of him, letting his quirk make his hand glitch. I call my quirk static distortion. I can create static energy, which causes my surroundings to glitch. That includes objects and people as well as myself. Azui tilted her head, her wide eyes fixed on Izuku. What about how you talk? You sound like you're speaking through a radio, she said, her curiosity evident. Izuku chuckled, his voice carrying the familiar static undertone. I can talk normally just like anyone else. But I like the sound of the radio. It's nostalgic. A proper form of entertainment, he added with a playful grin. Mineta, who had been nervously fidgeting, reached up and plucked one of the sticky ball off his head. It made a popping sound, and another quickly grew in its place. I've got these sticky ball, he said, pressing it against the boat's railing. It stuck instantly. Their strength depends on how I'm feeling. They could stick for a whole day sometimes. They grow back as fast as I pull them off, but if I use too many, I'll start bleeding. And they don't stick to me. I just bounce off them. He turned to the others, expecting some kind of admiration, but Azui and Izuku were simply staring at him, their expressions unreadable. Mineta's face crumpled, and he immediately started tearing up. Don't look at me like that, he wailed. This is why I said we should wait for the real heroes. My quirk is totally unfit for battle and we're gonna die. Izuku blinked, snapping back into the moment. Mineta, stop freaking out. Your quirk's actually perfect for this. You can keep the villains from climbing aboard by blocking them with your sticky ball. Mineta sniffled, wiping his eyes. Why you think so? He nodded with one of his hums, but was interrupted by a massive water claw slammed down on top of them, tearing through the boat with a deafening crash. The force split the vessel in two, sending chunks of debris flying. Izuku barely had time to brace himself before he was thrown off balance, tumbling across the splintering deck as the boat began to sink rapidly. Well, there goes that plan. Izuku muttered under his breath, eyes wide as the cold water rushed up around them, flooding the boat. Mineta let out a terrified wail, gripping onto one of the intact railings with everything he had. We're gonna die, we're gonna die. Azui raised a thin brow. So Mineta, are you really sure the hero thing is right for you? Shut up. It's weirder not to be scared right now. We just got out of junior high a little while ago. I didn't think I'd be facing death a few days after starting UA. I can't believe I'm gonna die without ever getting to touch Yayarose's melons. Izuku's eye twitched at that, suddenly wanting to just hurl the boy into the water with the rest of the villains. Mineta cried again and rushed to the railing, ripping the purple ball off of his head and throwing them into the water. Izuku's eyes widened and he dragged the boy away from the edge. You gotta calm down. They'll guess what your quirk is. He peeked over the railing to see what that panic attack could have caused, only to watch the villains push them away with water. They're afraid to touch them. He turned back to his classmates. All right, listen up. I'm going to go down there and distract them. Mineta, while they're focused on me, throw your ball in the water. Don't worry about hitting them, I'll make sure they get trapped in them. Azui, when I give the signal, you jump away from the boat. Mineta blinked through his tears. What? But no time to argue. Izuku cut him off. Just throw as many of your ball into the water as you can around the villains. I'll distract them. With a nod, Mineta began furiously pulling the sticky orbs from his head and tossing them toward the encroaching villains. As did Azui, the ever-calm and composed one, nodded. Izuku looked back over the railing, his smirk growing with excitement at the thought of causing chaos. All right then, let's do this. He jumped onto the railing. The water villains snarled and surged toward him, but Izuku phased through the first one's watery claw, slipping through it like a ghost. Another villain launched a stream of water at him, but he blinked out of existence and reappeared on the other side. Izuku fell through the air towards the water where villains were struggling with Mineta's sticky ball, a sly grin forming on his face. Wow, is that the best you guys can do? He called out. You're all stuck together like a bunch of kindergartners on their first day of arts and crafts. How embarrassing for a group of so-called villains. He glitched before hitting the water, higher into the air, and falling back first with his hands laced behind his head. The villains froze for a second, their eyes narrowing at him as the taunt sank in. Their frustration boiled over, and they roared in unison, thrashing against the sticky orbs even harder, trying to break free. Their wild movements sent waves crashing around them, and the boat remnants began to splinter further under the pressure. Why, you brat? One of the villains growled, the water around him bubbling with rage. I'll drown you myself. Oh no, they're angry, Izuku said, mockingly putting his hands up as if he were scared. Then he grinned again, glitching in and out of view. Come on, don't be mad just because you got outsmarted by a bunch of high school kids. Maybe next time, try using your brain before picking a fight. The villains, already infuriated, completely lost their composure. They lunged toward Izuku, their attacks now reckless and disorganized, their focus entirely on him. Is he trying to get us killed? Mineta whispered. Azui sighed. He's provoking them on purpose. They'll make more mistakes. The villains launched themselves at the boy, water claws and tendrils flailing toward Izuku. But he just smirked and phased through their attacks, letting the villains exhaust themselves with every reckless move. His plan was working. He always appeared in another spot where Mineta's ball were floating, making the villains follow and get more to stick to them. By the time they realized what was happening, all of them were stuck together. Izuku cackled. Azui! The frog girl jumped from the boat, her tongue wrapping around Izuku's waist and pulling them to shore while the villains struggled to get free behind them. Mineta chuckled as Azui dragged him through the water. I had a good poop this morning, which makes my ball stickier. They're not going anywhere. Azui and Izuku exchanged a look, clearly unimpressed with the information they didn't need. They chose to ignore it and focus on the task at hand. If we follow the shore to the exit, then we can avoid the central plaza entirely, Izuku said, pointing towards a distant set of stairs. Good idea. That way we don't run into the villains Mr. Aizawa's facing, Azui agreed, nodding towards the growing dust cloud that marked the location of the ongoing battle. Izuku remained where he was, staring intently at the dust cloud. Yeah, but can he handle them on his own? How long can he hold out against a big group like that? If he doesn't get some backup soon, he's just going to overexert himself. He could end up defeated by those villains because he's trying to keep us safe. Mineta's eyes widened in alarm. Wait, don't tell me you're suggesting. Are you trying to get us killed or something? Izuku laughed, shaking his head. I'm not saying we should jump into the middle of the fight. What I'm suggesting is that we find a way to help out without diving headfirst into danger. We can take out a few of the villains ourselves and lighten Mr. Aizawa's load. That way, he won't be overwhelmed, and we can help him from a safe distance. Azui glanced between Izuku and Mineta, her expression thoughtful. If we can manage to take out a few villains without attracting too much attention, it might make a difference. Mineta, still looking nervous, took a deep breath. Alright, I'll follow your lead. But let's be careful. I don't want to end up as villain bait. Izuku cracked his knuckles. Oh, we'll be fine. Who knows, maybe we won't have to do anything at all. He hoped they would though. At least him. Izuku, Azui, and Mineta crept along the shoreline, carefully avoiding any direct confrontation with the villains. The sound of the battle grew louder as they approached the edge of the central plaza, where Aizawa was engaged in a fierce fight against a group of villains. They positioned themselves behind a cluster of rocks, partially submerged in the water, allowing them to watch the scene unfold without being seen. From their vantage point, they could see Eraserhead using his quirk to neutralize several villains at once, but the sheer number of adversaries was clearly taking a toll on him. He was moving fluidly, using his scarf and quick reflexes to disarm and incapacitate the villains, but it was evident that he was struggling to keep up with the onslaught. "Look at him go," Izuku murmured, eyes fixed on the fight he so badly wanted to join. "He's incredible." Izuku could see the precision in Eraserhead's movements, the way his scarf was used to disarm and incapacitate, but also the signs of strain that were becoming more evident. He spotted Shigaraki and ran to meet him in the center of the plaza. Final boss. Shigaraki's taunts cut through the tension like a knife. First it was 23 seconds. Then it was 24 seconds. And then 17. His voice was mocking as he reached for Eraserhead, who moved his elbow forward with a grunt. The impact seemed to land, but Shigaraki had grabbed it with an unnerving grip. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw Eraserhead's skin begin to crack and decay, the black shirt disintegrating until it revealed his skin and soon the raw muscle beneath. Eraserhead's face contorted in pain, his breath coming in sharp gasps as he tried to pull back, but Shigaraki's hold was relentless. "It was hard to see when you were jumping around, but I've found your tell. It's your hair." The villain's voice was dripping with cruel satisfaction. "When it drops, it means you've stopped using your quirk. You're having to blink more often. Don't push yourself too hard now. You might just fall apart. Wouldn't that be a shame?" Izuku could see the pain etched on Eraserhead's face as he struggled against Shigaraki's grip. The pro hero managed to punch Shigaraki away, but not without a visible cost. As he dodged another incoming villain, Izuku saw him clutching his injured arm, his movements becoming more cautious. Shigaraki, seemingly undeterred by the blow, got up with an almost casual grace. "That annoying quirk of yours isn't suited for drawn-out fights against big groups, is it?" he taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. "Don't you think you're a little out of your element here, Eraserhead? You're much better at working stealthily. You're known for surprise attacks, not fighting head-to-head. But despite knowing that, you didn't hesitate to jump into the middle of this fight. To put your students at ease." Eraserhead, despite the pain, dodged and kicked another villain away with impressive skill. He activated his quirk again, grabbing his scarf and facing Shigaraki with renewed determination. The way Eraserhead handled the situation was a testament to his skill and resolve, even as he struggled with the effects of Shigaraki's power. Shigaraki's smirk widened as he glanced behind him, and Eraserhead's expression shifted to one of alarm as he followed his gaze. "Oh, by the way, hero," Shigaraki called out, his voice a chilling reminder of the dangers still looming. "I am not the final boss." Izuku's eyes widened as the monster that had stayed by Shigaraki's side appeared behind the hero. Izuku jumped from the water, ignoring the warnings from Azui and Mineta. His hands snapped up in front of him. Eraserhead's body flickered and glitched, causing the monster's hand to phase right through his body. Shigaraki stiffened when Eraserhead was untouched, despite the Nomu's arm right through his head and neck. Eraserhead lifted his head up, his gaze immediately latching onto his student. Eraserhead didn't know what was happening, and he was surprised when it didn't even hurt. It was a little uncomfortable, sure, but it didn't hurt. He understood that it didn't bother Izuku. It was his quirk and his body was made to handle it. But then he suddenly found himself by Izuku's side. He fell to the ground when the glitching stopped, not even realizing he was holding his breath until he started gasping for it. Izuku stepped forward, his grin stretching more than should be possible as he drew his staff from his back. He cleared his throat and tapped the mic on the end of the stick before bringing it to his lips. Testing, testing, oh it works. Good. Welcome everybody. Today we have a very special but annoying guest star. He tapped his chin in thought. Dust Bunny Supreme? No, wait, Krusty McCanface? You know what, I don't care. He laughed, his posture totally relaxed, as if he weren't talking to someone who had control over a beast that could kill you with one hand. The villain's red-rimmed eyes narrowed behind the hand on his face, his lips twitching into a snarl as his fingers flexed, itching to decay something, preferably the kid in front of him. Izuku paced back and forth, speaking to an imaginary audience like he was hosting a live broadcast. Now, viewers, don't touch that dial, because the stakes are high, the tension's thick, and this guy's skin routine is non-existent. Can someone get him a moisturizer sponsorship? Thought so. Izuku cackled at his own rhymes. Nomu. Shigaraki growled, his voice low and gravelly. The beast moved, so fast that no one could see him coming, but Izuku glitched before disappearing just as the Nomu punched the spot where he was standing. Hey, it's rude to interrupt people, Izuku said from a piece of debris, unharmed and grinning like he was having the time of his life, which to Aizawa's irritation and concern, he probably was. You know, I thought you'd be the final boss. The one who would stand tall, and who am I kidding? Look at you. You're just another villain who doesn't know how to follow the rules. Like a cheat code gone wrong, too many bugs to even be considered a threat. You're a walking disaster. A glitch in a glitchy system. Kinda sad, don't you think? Here you are, thinking you're the one pulling the strings. But guess what, pal? You're just another pawn in this game. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed, and for a moment, Izuku could see the veins on his neck bulge. His fingers twitched again, clearly fighting the urge to unleash everything he had at the boy who dared to mock him so openly. Well, look at that, Izuku cooed, his voice dripping with mock pity. I hit a nerve. Don't worry, you'll get over it. Probably. Maybe. Though it's hard to say when your whole plan is just falling apart. A shadow fell over him and a gust of air followed. Izuku rolled his eyes, flickering and disappearing right behind Shigaraki. He leaned in close, his grin still intact as he whispered, his voice a quiet, almost teasing hum against Shigaraki's ear. Is it frustrating? Knowing that no matter how hard you try, you'll never be the one in control. His words were soft but laced with venom, the rhythm almost like a pulse in the air around them. Izuku's smile widened, knowing just how much it would drive Shigaraki mad. Izuku was gone before he could spin around with his hand outstretched, ready to decay him. He snarled in anger. It was a kid. He was just a kid. The air next to Shigaraki warped and Kurogyri appeared materialized. Tamura Shigaraki. Shigaraki didn't stop looking around the plaza for Izuku as he addressed the purple mass next to him. Kurogyri, did you manage to kill 13? He asked, not really paying attention to him. Kurogyri hesitated before speaking. The rescue hero is out of commission. But there were students I was unable to disperse and one of them got outside of the facility. Now that got Shigaraki's attention. He stopped scratching his neck and turned his face to him. Huh. Shigaraki growled. Kurogyri, that you fooled, if you weren't our warp gate, I'd tear apart every last atom in your body. There's no way we can win if dozens of pros show up to stop us. It's game over. Back to the title screen. And I was looking forward to finishing this today. Damn it. Let's go home. He looked around again and there he was. Izuku stood across the plaza, posture straight, hands behind his back, and that dead grin on his face. Just watching. And if that didn't make his blood boil. You. Shigaraki snarled, his voice sharp and full of venom. His hands twitched as if itching to decay the ground between them just to wipe that smug look off Izuku's face. What the hell are you smiling at? You think this is a joke? Izuku didn't move. Didn't speak. He did nothing. You think you're so clever, Shigaraki growled. Standing there, acting untouchable. But I'll show you. I'll show you what happens to people who mock me. Still, Izuku didn't budge. His grin widened ever so slightly, just enough to spark a flash of static in the air around him. His silence spoke volumes, louder than words ever could. It said, "You can't touch me. You don't scare me. I'm in control." And then, finally, Izuku moved. It wasn't much, just a slow, deliberate tilt of his head to the other side, followed by the faintest hum of static. It wasn't an answer, not really, but it was enough to send a shiver down Shigaraki's spine. The grin never left Izuku's face. He didn't need to speak. His silence was the taunt, and it was driving Shigaraki to the edge. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as his fury boiled over. His teeth ground together, and his body trembled with barely contained rage. "No," he hissed, his voice sharp and venomous. "I'm not leaving. I don't care if the pros show up. I don't care if this whole stupid plan falls apart. I'm not going anywhere until I wipe that grin off your face." Kurogiri hesitated, his mist-like form shifting as if uncertain. "Tamura, this is unwise. If we stay, it's—" "Shut up." Shigaraki snapped, cutting him off. "We've already lost the element of surprise, and that thing," he jabbed a finger toward Izuku, "is mocking me. If I leave now, it's not just a retreat, it's a defeat. And I don't lose." Kurogiri's hesitation was brief. With a nod, his form solidified slightly, tendrils of his mist curling and swirling in preparation for an attack. "As you wish," he said, his tone neutral but resigned. A laugh. Izuku laughed. And there wasn't a word that described how ecstatic he was. He finally moved, twirling his staff in his hands and crouching. Shigaraki moved first, his hands outstretched while Kurogiri stayed behind and made his mist outstretch towards Izuku. Izuku slid his leg back, moving his staff into a batter's stance like he was going to swing the staff at Shigaraki's head. And he would have if something didn't wrap around his waist and pull him away. Izuku flew through the air for a moment before he fell onto his back with a quiet oof next to Aizawa and his classmates. Izuku lay sprawled on the ground, staring up at the sky for a moment as if processing what had just happened. He pushed himself up on his elbows, his grin still intact despite the abrupt interruption. His staff rested beside him. Aizawa loomed over him, his capture scarf retracting as he glared down with a mix of exasperation and irritation. "What the hell were you thinking, Midoriya?" he snapped, his tone sharp and uncompromising. "Charging at him like that? Were you trying to get yourself killed?" Izuku tilted his head, his grin softening into something more sheepish. Okay, maybe it wasn't the smartest move. But he was losing it. One good swing would have ended his tantrum and given us an edge. I was just seizing the opportunity. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose, clearly trying to keep his patience intact. "Midoriya, you don't get to seize the opportunity when it risks not only your life but the lives of your classmates. You're a student, not a solo hero. You act as a team or not at all. Got it?" Izuku hesitated, then gave a small nod. "Got it." But the glimmer in his eye said he wasn't entirely convinced. Aizawa sighed, muttering something under his breath about problem children, before turning his attention back to the villains. Meanwhile, Izuku gave a quiet chuckle, leaning over to whisper to Azui. "See? Totally had it under control." She tilted her head to the side and raised an eyebrow, her voice calm but laced with disbelief. "Midoriya, that was pretty reckless, even for you. My Netta, on the other hand, was just a pale mess of anxiety." "Yeah man, that was crazy. I thought you were going to get yourself killed." He wiped his brow dramatically as if he'd just survived some catastrophic event. "You're lucky Mr. Aizawa was there to catch you. We all thought you were going for a one-way ticket to the afterlife." Izuku rolled his eyes as he climbed to his feet, dusting the dirt from his pants as he straightened. "I would have been just fine." Aizawa's eyes were sharp when he demanded, "Get back to the entrance right now." Izuku's grip on his staff tightened, his mind conflicted. Despite his outward grin, his thoughts were swirling. He didn't like being told to step back, especially when things were heating up. There was something deeply satisfying about seeing villains squirm, about throwing everything he had into the fight, especially when the odds seemed stacked against him. It made him feel alive, like he was actually doing something to make a difference. But Aizawa's red-eyed glare had been enough to silence any protests. The man didn't need to say much. He didn't need to make a big speech. One look from Aizawa, and Izuku knew exactly what was expected of him. He wasn't ready for this kind of battle, not yet. It wasn't just about taking down Shigaraki or Kurojirai. It was about making sure his classmates made it out safe. A quiet growl left Izuku's lips and he spun around, away from the fight while his teacher lunged for the villains. Azui and Mineta caught up to him as they turned behind a long row of rocks, out of sight from the villains. "Maybe this was a good thing, Midoriya," Azui said, her voice laced with a quiet sense of reason. "Mr. Aizawa is a pro. We're just students. He'll be able to focus on the fight without worrying about us." Izuku blinked, taking in her words, but the gnawing itch of wanting to jump back into the action remained. Still, he couldn't deny the truth in what she said. Aizawa was a seasoned pro. He's been doing this for years. He didn't need backup from a bunch of students. Not now, anyway. "I know," Izuku muttered, almost to himself, tapping his staff on the ground harder than necessary, frustration coloring his tone. "But it doesn't make it easier." His eyes narrowed, his smile flickering with a hint of something darker. "I want to help. I want to be the one to take him down. To crush his spirit." The thrill of it, he cut himself off, stopping in his tracks. His eyes widened and his hand reached up to cover his mouth, the weight of his own words sinking in. The intensity of his desire to be the one to take down Shigaraki, to crush him both physically and emotionally, sent a shiver down his spine. It was more than just a need to fight, it was a deep-seated thirst for victory, a hunger for control that he couldn't quite explain. He shook his head, trying to push the thoughts away, but they lingered, refusing to be ignored. The thrill of seeing Shigaraki suffer, of watching him squirm in the face of his power, it felt almost too good. And that terrified Izuku. "What's happening to me?" His breath catching slightly. "Why am I thinking like this?" He couldn't shake the feeling that something was bubbling inside him, something darker than he'd ever imagined. He hadn't felt this way since those kids. Izuku shuddered. Mineta's voice broke him out of his thoughts, but the unease still lingered. "Midoriya? You all right?" Izuku blinked, his wide eyes focusing on his classmates. He forced a smile, but it felt strained, almost unnatural. Yeah, I'm fine." Thinking, "Let's keep moving." They both shrugged and continued to the large staircase. Izuku took a deep breath to steady himself and took one last look at the fight where Aizawa was being crushed by the Nomu. No. The edges of his vision darkened the longer he stared at him. Bleeding. Dying. The Nomu moved its huge wrist just the slightest and Izuku's blood ran cold at the sickening sound of Aizawa's arms snapping. His heart stuttered in his chest, and for a moment, everything seemed to freeze. His teacher's suppressed yell, the desperate noise of someone trying not to scream out in pain, rang in his ears, pulling at every instinct he had. He could feel his chest tightening, his breath becoming shallow and erratic. The sight of their teacher suffering triggered a complete breakdown of his composure. His hands clenched into fists, and a deep, guttural growl escaped his throat. The flickering and glitching intensified around him, the sheer force of his rage amplifying the effect of his quirk. Izuku's body glitched in place and suddenly he was in front of the Nomu and Aizawa. The air around him crackled with static, his form glitching and distorting as his rage exploded outward, feeding the raw energy of his quirk. It was as though the very fabric of reality itself bent to his fury, warping and pulsing with every emotion that stormed through him. "Get off of him!" Izuku snarled, the words torn from his throat like a guttural roar, the intensity of his anger boiling over. His entire body flickered in and out of existence, a blur of motion that was nearly impossible to track. Every bit of his focus, every ounce of his power, was directed at the Nomu and the monstrous weight it had on his teacher. They all blinked, and his fist was buried in the Nomu's stomach. The monster's body bowed inward, the sheer force of the impact sending shockwaves through its grotesque form. It reeled backward, tumbling through the air across the plaza like a rag doll, crashing into the ground with a heavy thud. The sound of Izuku's punch followed a split second later, a deafening crack that echoed across the plaza. "You?" Izuku's voice, distorted and crackling with static, was barely recognizable. His eyes burned with a fierce, dangerous light, every ounce of his being consumed by a protective rage. Youtjnk sen hurtchimandgwayWit. Azui and Mineta ran into the clearing after Izuku, only to cover their ears as a sharp white noise filled the area. Aizawa groaned, looking up at his student, and watched as an inky blackness bled over the white of his eyes. That smile had widened, impossibly further, as he stared at the Nomu and Shigaraki. "It's because if I don't keep smiling, I won't be able to stop it. I'm going to kill you," he whispered. Izuku Midoriya. His quirk, static distortion. He can generate static energy, causing visual, auditory, and physical disruptions in his surroundings. He can create glitch-like effects that make objects, people, or even his own body flicker, distort, and phase in and out, making it hard for opponents to maintain control or focus. This static energy can also interfere with electronic devices, scramble signals, and short-circuit technology. But, in a state of heightened emotion, especially anger or despair, Izuku risks losing control and unleashing the monster he constantly tries to suppress. They all went silent as Izuku hunched over, so still and quiet that Aizawa thought he wasn't even breathing. "Nomu! Kill him!" Aizawa's eyes widened as the monster recovered and rushed to his student with such speed that none of them could see it until it stopped in front of him, its huge fist aimed for Izuku's head. Just before it connected, everything seemed to slow down. Time itself felt like it was crawling to a stop. But then, Izuku glitched. His form flickered, disjointed, like a broken signal on a screen, and the Nomu's massive fist passed straight through his head as if it was nothing but air. And then, in the blink of an eye, Izuku was gone. No sound, no trace. Just gone. Then the laughing started. Soft at first, like a giggling child that echoed through the air. Then Izuku reappeared in front of the Nomu. He was still grinning, but something about it was different. It was more psychotic, out of control. The Nomu reeled his fist back for another punch, and Izuku didn't bother to dodge again. He just twisted to the side, wrapped his arms around its fat arm, and with one kick, the Nomu flew away from him with one less arm. It screeched when it landed, writhing like it was actually capable of feeling pain. Blood, black, thick, and foul-smelling, sprayed across his clothes, dripping down his face and staining his skin. He looked down at the severed limb in his hands, his expression unchanged, a detached calmness in his movements. It was like he was a spectator to the chaos he'd just unleashed. With a casual sigh, Izuku dropped the severed arm, letting it fall to the ground with a wet slap. He wiped the blood from his face with the back of his hand, which only smeared it further, his grin never once faltering. "Gsyourenostoujsyoulokeda." The distortion in Izuku's voice made the air itself feel heavy, as though reality was straining under the weight of his quirk. His words were warped, broken fragments of sound that barely formed into something comprehensible. It was like listening to a radio tuned to the wrong frequency, static and chaos weaving through every syllable. Azui and Mineta inched forward until they were next to Aizawa and gently helping him sit up. They could actually see the air around Izuku glitching and felt the hair on their arms and neck rise. Izuku's power was overwhelming. It was hard to believe that one person actually possessed such power. "We need to get you out of here, Mr. Aizawa," Azui whispered, her voice filled with concern, her hands working to support him. But Aizawa, despite the obvious strain and injury, shook his head slowly. "No, we can't leave yet." His eyes were sharp, his usual no-nonsense demeanor cutting through the exhaustion. "Midoriya. If I don't keep smiling, I won't be able to stop it." Aizawa's gaze softened as he looked at the boy standing in front of him, the admission heavy with more than just the burden of a quirk. It was fear of what he could become, of losing himself in the very thing that should have been his strength. Aizawa remained calm, but his voice held a thread of concern. "Stop what?" Aizawa asked, his tone even, trying to gently coax Izuku into revealing more. "The quirk," Izuku muttered, almost too quietly. His voice held a strange combination of resignation and fear. I can feel it taking over sometimes. When it glitches. When I get too angry, too frustrated, when I want to fight, that just happens. And when it happens, I can't control it. I can't control me. Aizawa watched him carefully, his eyes narrowing slightly in thought. It wasn't just the quirk that made Izuku dangerous, it was the fear of it. The uncertainty of what would happen if he let it go unchecked. That's why you're so obsessed with controlling it, Aizawa said quietly, his words cutting through the tension in the air. Izuku nodded, his eyes distant again. Yeah, I don't want to become like the villains. I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to prove to everybody who looked at me like I was a freak, right? He sighed again, the weight of the confession still sitting heavily on his chest. Izuku closed his eyes, a deep breath rattling through his chest as he tried to gather himself. I don't want to become a monster, he muttered, quieter now, almost as if he were speaking to himself more than Aizawa. Kaken said that even when I lost control, I was still smiling, Izuku murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. But it wasn't this kind of smile. It wasn't the kind I try to keep on my face now. It was darker. Like a demon's grin, sharp and twisted. It didn't feel like me, but it was still there. He said it would send shivers down his spine like he was staring at someone or something completely different. Izuku paused, his hands clenching into fists as he struggled to find the words. It wasn't just my quirk acting up. It was something deeper, something in me that I couldn't control. Like all the anger, all the frustration, all the fear I'd ever felt just poured out all at once, and that smile was how it showed itself. I wasn't me anymore. I was something I don't want to be. He looked down at his hands, his knuckles white from how tightly he was gripping them. That's what scares me the most. I didn't even realize it back then, but when Kaken told me how I looked, I hated it. I hated the thought that I could be something people were afraid of. That I could lose myself like that. Izuku let out a shaky sigh, his voice trembling. That's why I smile now. This smile, it's not perfect, it's not always real, but it keeps me grounded. It reminds me of who I want to be, of who I'm trying to become. And if I ever lose it, I'm afraid of what I'll turn into. I'm afraid I'll hurt people, even the ones I care about most. I don't want to be a monster. I just want to be a hero. He looked up at Aizawa, his emerald eyes with the weight of his emotions, despite that smile. But sometimes it feels like I'm fighting myself more than anything else. And I don't know if I'm strong enough to win. Izuku launched himself into the air, his body flickering with static as he flew toward the downed Nomu, his staff raised high above his head. He was about to strike, about to finish the job when the air around him warped, and a swirling black mist materialized in front of him. Kurogyari's warp gate had appeared, ready to engulf him in darkness. Izuku's body glitched, his movements jerking as he prepared to dodge. But before he could react, a hand shot out from behind him, grabbing Kurogyari by the neck brace and slamming him into the ground with an earth-shattering thud. Izuku skidded to a halt, eyes flicking over his shoulder as he saw Katsuki Bakugo straddling Kurogyari, pinning him down with an unrelenting grip. Explosions crackled in his hands, hovering dangerously close to the villain's face. Don't even think about it, Katsuki snarled, his voice dripping with menace. Try anything funny, and I'll blow your butt up so bad they'll be piecing you back together for weeks. The threat was as real as the explosions in his palms, and Kurogyari could only groan in frustration, unable to move under Katsuki's firm hold. Shigaraki stood at a distance, seething, his eyes narrowing into a deadly glare. Kurogyari, he growled, his voice filled with venom. How could you let this brat get the best of you? You've gotten us into a real jam here. The rage in his tone was palpable, but he didn't take his attention off Izuku for long. His focus remained locked on the boy who had been toying with his Nomu. Izuku, however, paid no attention to the bickering or the newly joined forces of his classmates. His focus was on the Nomu, still writhing on the ground, its body frozen in a thick layer of ice. The cold was radiating from it, trapping the beast in place as its body stiffened under the frost. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he took in the sight, before something or rather someone caught his attention. His head snapped to the side, his glitching form flickering as he processed the figure now standing across the battlefield. A boy, his costume white with ice covering the left side of his body. Shoto Todoroki. Izuku remembered him. The boy with the fire and ice quirk. He had heard the rumors but had never seen Todoroki use his fire. Kirishima came to a stop beside Azui, Mineta, and Aizawa, panting slightly from the skirmish. "Are you guys okay?" he asked, his voice filled with concern. But none of them answered. His brow furrowed, following their gazes until they all seemed to lock on one spot. His own eyes widened in shock. What's going on with Midoriya? Kirishima's voice was filled with awe and confusion as he stared at the scene unfolding in front of them. Izuku stood in the center, his body flickering with static, his grin sharper than ever. The Nomu, once again trying to recover, was pinned by the icy grip of Todoroki's attack, but Izuku was focused solely on the chaos he had stirred up. He was standing tall, almost basking in it, his body glitching with every flicker as his quirk surged under the strain of his emotions. It was as if he were feeding off the destruction, thriving on the chaos and violence around him. Katsuki, who had been focused on keeping Kurogiri pinned, looked up at the sound of Kirishima's voice. His eyes immediately widened, his face going pale as he saw Izuku standing there. For a moment, Katsuki froze, his mouth opening in disbelief. Holy shit, he muttered, his usual fire and cockiness faltering. This wasn't the Izuku he knew. The way he was moving, the intensity of his smile, his eyes. He was exactly the same as it was that day. He hadn't seen him like this in 10 years. All of it except the blood. Shigaraki's eyes glowed with seething hatred as he glared at Izuku through the gaps in the severed hand, the cold sweat on his brow betraying his usual bravado. His fingers twitched, but not from the usual maniacal rage he was known for. No, this was fear. Pure, unadulterated terror. Areyousred? Izuku taunted, his voice crackling with malicious delight. ICNHRYOURHNDSSHNGDA? Shigaraki ignored him and looked at his Nomu. Get him! He hissed and the monster stumbled to his feet, its giant form easily snapping the ice into pieces as the muscles on his severed arm rippled before expanding as his arm reappeared. Izuku gasped in delight. HHA, YOUGUSTMIGHTNOT. BASPDICASITHOUGHT. The Nomu lunged as soon as it gained its footing. Izuku crouched, palming his staff, but the Nomu wasn't going for Izuku. It was going after Kurogiri. After Katsuki. Izuku's heart stopped as the Nomu charged toward Katsuki, its massive form tearing through the air with frightening speed. A deep, animalistic growl rumbled from the creature's throat as it barreled past Izuku, aiming to crush the only person he couldn't afford to lose. The world seemed to slow around him, his pulse pounding in his ears as everything around him disappeared but the one person who mattered. His body twitched, glitching again as his rage intensified, warping reality around him. He didn't think. He couldn't. His instincts screamed, and his body obeyed. A huge cloud of dirt bloomed and everyone standing near them got thrown back. Everyone shielded their eyes as the shockwave tore through the battlefield, forcing them to brace themselves against the violent wind. The sound of cracking earth and shattering debris filled the air, and for a moment, nothing else existed but chaos. When the dust finally began to settle, silence blanketed the plaza, broken only by the faint sound of rubble shifting. Multiple pairs of eyes locked onto the thick cloud of smoke still lingering in the center of the destruction. Bakugo! Kirishima's voice cut through the tension, his panic evident as he scanned the area. His heart dropped when he saw Kurogiri materializing next to Shigaraki, but his gaze was quickly drawn to a pair of booted feet just within his line of sight. His eyes widened when he realized they belonged to Katsuki, who was sitting on the ground, pale-faced but unharmed. Bakugo! Kirishima rushed forward, kneeling next to him with wide eyes. Are you okay? Dude, did you dodge that? That was insane. Katsuki grunted, pushing himself to his feet with a scowl. He dusted off his uniform, his movements sharp and irritated. Shut up, he snapped, though his voice lacked its usual bite. I didn't dodge a DMN thing. Kirishima blinked, confused. Wait, what? His gaze darted back to the dissipating dust cloud. Then what the hell happened? Todoroki, standing a few feet away, scanned the area with a frown. His heterochromatic eyes swept over the plaza, taking in every detail. Something didn't feel right. His brow furrowed as realization struck him. Where's Midoriya? The question hung in the air like a heavyweight, and the group fell silent, each of them suddenly aware of the one person who wasn't accounted for. The dust cloud began to thin, revealing the crater left behind by the attack. For a long moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, a sound broke through, soft and eerie, like the giggle of a child echoing through the battlefield. Everyone froze. The giggle grew louder, distorted, and unnatural until it morphed into full-blown laughter. It wasn't the kind of laugh that brought relief or joy. It was sharp and unsettling, filled with a manic edge that sent shivers down their spines. A silhouette appeared within the smoke, slowly becoming clearer as the dust settled. The figure stepped forward, each movement deliberate, and the laughter continued, echoing unnaturally as if it came from everywhere and nowhere all at once. When the dust finally cleared, the group's collective breath hitched. It was Izuku. He stood on top of the down Nomu, his boots planted firmly on the creature's massive chest. His staff was embedded deep into the exposed brain protruding from its skull, blood and viscous fluid dripping down its length. His posture was casual, almost relaxed, but there was an unmistakable intensity radiating from him, a dangerous, feral energy that made it impossible to look away. Izuku tilted his head back slightly, his blackened eyes scanning the battlefield. His grin stretched impossibly wide, teeth bared in something that was more a snarl than a smile. Blood splattered his face, mixing with the faint glow of static still flickering around his form. The Nomu twitched beneath him, its body spasming as its regeneration tried desperately to fight back. Izuku let out a sharp laugh, leaning down and twisting the staff deeper into its brain. The sound of cracking bone echoed in the air, and the Nomu's movement stilled. Youbrijtngtokilmigt. Another condescending laugh as he pulled his staff out of its head, blood spattering out as he stepped off the dead body. It sang even layascratsandybyoutitcolDkildysymbolFPC. His eyes locked onto Shigaraki, resting the bottom of his blood-soaked staff on the ground. The look in Izuku's eyes wasn't just dangerous, it was predatory. Shigaraki backed up. Kurogiri, let's get out of here. Kurogiri didn't hesitate to open a warp gate and they both disappeared. Izuku's eyes remained fixed on the space where Shigaraki and Kurogiri had stood, the echo of their departure lingering in the air. His body still crackled with static, the remnants of his distorted power humming under his skin as he stared at the empty space. He tilted his head, almost disappointed. Katsuki's voice cut through the thick silence, raw and intense, pulling Izuku's attention like a slap to the face. Deku! Izuku's head snapped towards him, his eyes wide for a moment, the chaotic energy still swirling around him. He blinked rapidly as if snapping out of some trance, his grin still lingering, though now it felt almost. There was something unsettling about the way he was staring, as if the boy they knew was somewhere beneath the surface, but it was hard to tell whether he was in control. Katsuki's brow furrowed, his posture tense, but there was no anger in his voice, just a kind of rough urgency. Hey, he said more firmly, stepping a little closer. Listen to me. You're still you, right? Izuku blinked again, his head tilting slightly as if the words weren't quite processing. The twitching in his fingers slowed, but the buzzing feeling in his chest was still there, threatening to take over. Katsuki clenched his fists at his sides, trying to keep his voice level, though his frustration and worry were starting to show. I get it, all right? I get that you're sad, that you want to take down everyone who comes after us, but this, he motioned vaguely at the destruction around them, this isn't you. You're not some monster. Izuku dropped to his knees, his staff hitting the ground with a sharp clink. His hands shot up to clutch at his head, the uncontrollable glitching racking his body. Each sob, each cry, was distorted, stretched out and cut off like a broken recording. His vision blurred in and out, his mind battling to hold onto reality. "Stop!" Izuku's voice cracked, his breath hitching as his body fought the force inside him, fighting to regain control. It felt like something was clawing at him from the inside, trying to tear through the surface of his mind, and it hurt, physically hurt. His body jerked, glitching more violently like it might tear him apart. "Please," he whimpered, his voice warping as he fell forward onto his hands. His fingers twitched uncontrollably, but there was something different now, something fighting to push the chaos back. He gritted his teeth, trying to focus, trying to think, but the glitching only intensified, amplifying the sensation that he was losing everything. Then it all just stopped. Izuku gasped and the blackness in his eyes shrunk until they were back to normal. His huge grin softened into his normal mischievous smile, but the fear and exhaustion in his eyes told a different story. Aizawa's hair draped back over his shoulders as he blinked. Thank God for erasure. Izuku's body sagged as his eyes fluttered shut, his head tipping to the side as the last of his strength drained away. His arms went slack, and the fight completely left him. Katsuki, seeing the telltale signs of collapse, rushed forward, sliding across the ground with a speed that defied his usual brashness. With a quick motion, he caught Izuku's head just before it hit the ground. Izuku thought he heard someone say that he was okay before he finally just let go and succumbed to the inky blackness. Izuku stood under the steady stream of the shower, his eyes fixed on the water swirling at his feet. Red mixed with the water, a dark reminder of the chaos, of everything that had happened. It swirled endlessly, the crimson lines cutting through the clear water, like an unending stain that refused to wash away. His mind felt fragmented. The moment in the fight when he'd lost control had left a mark deep in his bones. He tried to focus on the feeling of the water, the cool pressure against his skin, hoping it would ground him. He wanted the red to fade. He wanted it to be gone. But it didn't. The red kept coming, swirling and winding around his feet like it had a life of its own, persistent, clinging to him. His hands twitched at his sides, and he exhaled shakily, trying to push the thought away. It's just water, he told himself. It's just water. But it didn't feel like just water. He snatched a loofah from the shelf behind him and scrubbed his skin raw. He scrubbed and scrubbed until his skin was so numb that he didn't even feel the rough texture against his now sensitive skin. He scrubbed harder. He didn't understand. The blood was gone, the water was clear, so why could he still feel it on his skin? Finally, with a deep, shuddering breath, Izuku turned the water off, the sudden silence heavy in the air. He stood there for a moment, still caught in his thoughts, feeling the remnants of everything he'd done pulse under his skin. And then, without a word, he walked toward the mirror above the sink, his fingers rubbing the steam away until he stood in front of his own reflection. It greeted him with that familiar, distorted grin. That grin, it had always been there, hadn't it? That twisted, unsettling smile that everyone had grown to know him by. It was a part of him, a defense mechanism, a mask that covered the fear, the doubts, the insecurities. But now, it didn't feel like his. It felt like a monster's. And he couldn't let it go. He sighed and raised the side of the towel around his neck into his sopping green curls, rubbing fiercely to dry it faster. He closed his eyes, trying to focus on the feeling of the towel on his hair. When he opened them again, his breath hitched, his eyes widened, and his reflection didn't copy it. The grin in the mirror twisted. Not his own. Not anymore. The reflection's mouth stretched unnaturally, curling into something grotesque and inhuman. Its green and black eyes stared at Izuku while its head slowly tilted to the side. Its mouth opened. Yourestartingtoundersnd, ARENTYOU. TTEPWR THOS TNHAL ITS NOTTM YOUREFIGNG YOURSLF.AN YOURELOSING LITTLE ICHARODA. You're starting to understand, aren't you? The power. The chaos. It's not them you're fighting, it's yourself. And you're losing, little hero. Izuku froze, towel clutched tightly in his hands. His chest rose and fell rapidly, his breathing shallow and ragged as the voice seeped into his mind like poison. The reflection tilted its head, grinning wider as its form flickered like static on a broken television. YOU SANDHIDFROM IMTT ONWHO FOUGHTFOR YOU T ONWHO SAVD WIHOUTME YOURE NOTNG WK USLESS.ASREDLITTLEBOYPRENDINGTOBHRO. You can't hide from me. I'm the one who fought for you. The one who saved you. Without me, you're nothing. Useless. A scared little boy pretending to be a hero. His hands trembled, the towel slipping from his grip and falling to the floor. The voice grew louder, echoing in his skull, drowning out every rational thought. It laughed a sound that was both his own and entirely alien. YOUFELTIT, DIDNTYOU, THERUSH.TGWAYYFREDYOU, TGWAYHEFREDYOU, ADMITIT, IZUKU, YOULOVDIT. You felt it, didn't you? The rush. The way they feared you. The way he feared you. Admit it, Izuku. You loved it. Shut up, he whispered, his voice shaking. His nails dug into his palms as he tried to steady himself, but the reflection only leaned closer, its grin splitting its face in two. YOUSNTGTRIDOFA, IAMYOU to AND. YOUAREME. You can't get rid of me. I am you. And you are me. Without thinking, Izuku's fist shot out, shattering the mirror with a deafening crash. Shards of glass rained down, cutting into his knuckles and staining his pale skin with fresh streaks of blood. He let out a choked laugh, then another. The sound built and built, spiraling into something hysterical and unhinged as he stared at the fractured remnants of his reflection. Blood dripped onto the countertop, mingling with the water droplets, but Izuku didn't care. He slowly sunk to his knees, not even feeling the pain of the glass in his hand as he bent over his legs until his forehead was almost touching the floor. Soon he was crying. Everything that happened in the last few hours finally coming out. A soft knock echoed through the door before it creaked open and his mother's head popped in, looking around the small bathroom before landing on him. She rushed in, her slippers protecting her feet from the shattered glass on the floor as she kneeled beside him. "Honey, what's wrong? Are you okay?" She lifts his bloodied hand, biting her lip at the glass sticking out of his knuckles. "Oh, Izuku, what happened?" Izuku shook his head, his tears mixing with the quiet laugh that kept leaving his throat. Inko wrapped a clean towel around his hand, hiding his hand, and pulling him into her arms. "It's okay. I've got you." She rocked him back and forth for a few minutes, letting him calm down before helping him up. She looked around, trying to figure out a way to get him out of the bathroom barefoot when there was glass all over the floor. "Okay, don't move. I'll be right back." She ran out of the bathroom, leaving her slippers in the bathroom so she didn't trail glass in the hallway, and walked into his room to get his own slippers. Izuku was still in the same spot she left him in, staring at the shattered remains of the mirror. Inko got her feet through her slippers and laid Izuku at his feet. "All right, honey, let's get you out of here." He unconsciously slipped into them and let his mother guide him out of the bathroom, got some clothes out for him. "Get changed, we need to take you to the hospital to get the glass out." Izuku nodded robotically and Inko closed the door to give him some privacy. Izuku didn't remember getting his clothes on before Mom came back in. They made their way out the door, but Izuku paused, grabbing a scarf on the coat rack and held it out to Inko, who took it questionably. "Can you wrap it over my face?" "Oh, Izuku, no. You have nothing to be ashamed of." Izuku placed his uninjured hand over hers. "Please." Inko bit her lip, her wide green eyes worried, but when he bent to her level, she gently slipped the soft material over his smile, and they left. Izuku sat still on the infirmary bed, his hand outstretched as Recovery Girl worked carefully with the tweezers, pulling out the tiny shards of glass embedded in his knuckles. He didn't flinch, didn't wince, didn't react at all. The scarf around his mouth concealed the ever-present grin, but his eyes, heavy-lidded and distant, were enough to unsettle anyone who looked too closely. Inko sat beside him, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, her knuckles white from how hard she was gripping them. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, trembling as she tried to hold herself together. She glanced between Recovery Girl and Izuku, her heart breaking with every piece of glass that was pulled from his flesh and dropped into the dish beside her. Aizawa stood behind her, healed completely other than a new scar underneath his right eye and an arm in a sling. If Izuku hadn't interfered when he did, his injuries could have been a lot worse. He tried not to think about that too much. Izuku was only here just a few hours ago and now he was back. He really was a problem child, but at least he was free of the dried blood that clung to his skin. What happened, Midoriya? Aizawa's voice was quiet, calm, but carried the weight of concern. Izuku glanced down at his bandaged hand. I punched the mirror, he admitted softly, his radio voice uncharacteristically subdued. Why? Aizawa pressed, his tone even though his eyes were sharp. Izuku's gaze flicked to his mom from the corner of his eye. She was watching him closely, her brows knit with worry, her hands clenched tightly in her lap. She couldn't know about the darker side of him. About the thing that lurked just beneath the surface, waiting for an opportunity to take control. If she knew, it would destroy her. So he did something he had never done to her before. He lied. I just tried to stop smiling and got frustrated, he said, his voice steady, though the words felt heavy on his tongue. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew. Of course he knew. A man who lied as often as Aizawa did could always spot another liar. But he didn't call Izuku out on it, at least not in front of his mother. Inko sighed softly, her expression softening as she reached out and squeezed Izuku's uninjured hand. I think your smile is beautiful, she said gently. You wouldn't look the same without it. The words made Izuku chuckle quietly, a sound that didn't quite reach his eyes. At least she bought the lie. He didn't care if Aizawa knew the truth, that was a problem for another time. But his mom? She didn't need to know. She didn't need to carry that burden. A few minutes later, Recovery Girl finished extracting the shards of glass from his knuckles. She leaned over and kissed his hand, healing the cuts instantly. There, she said, wiping away the dried blood that caked his skin. All good as new. Izuku flexed his hand experimentally, feeling the ache that had begun to creep in fade away entirely. The adrenaline had long since burned out, leaving him with nothing but the memory of punching his bathroom mirror. No pain had registered in those moments, only the overwhelming urge to destroy his reflection. Mrs. Midoriya, Aizawa said after a moment, his voice soft but firm. If it's okay with you, I'd like to have a word with your son. Privately. Inko frowned, clearly reluctant. Is he in trouble? She asked, her voice tinged with concern. No, Aizawa reassured her. I just want to clear something up. She opened her mouth to protest, but Izuku gently placed a hand on hers, stopping her. It's okay, Mom, he said softly. I'll be fine. Reluctantly, she nodded, though her worried expression didn't ease. Izuku slid off the bed and followed Aizawa out into the hallway. They walked in silence for a few moments before Aizawa stopped and turned to face him. You lied to your mother in there, Aizawa said bluntly, crossing his arms as he gave Izuku a pointed look. Izuku's mouth twitched. Of course, he'd bring that up. And? He asked quietly, though there was no defiance in his tone. Just exhaustion. And what's with the scarf? Aizawa added, his gaze dropping to the fabric draped around Izuku's shoulders. Izuku let out a heavy sigh, his fingers fiddling with the edge of the scarf. My mom doesn't know about the other half of my quirk, and I'd like to keep it that way, he admitted, his voice low. I punched the mirror because I saw it again. Taunting me. He paused, swallowing hard as his grip on the scarf tightened. The scarf was to cover my face, he continued after a moment. I didn't want her to see me smiling like that. And honestly, I was afraid. Afraid that if I saw my reflection somewhere, I'd see him again. Aizawa didn't say anything right away, his sharp eyes watching Izuku closely. You need to talk to someone about this, he said finally, his tone firm but not unkind. I'm not just talking about me. Keeping this bottled up, it's going to eat you alive. Izuku chuckled dryly, the sound hollow. It already is, he murmured, his grin flickering into something more somber for the briefest moment before snapping back into place. But what can I do? Tell people I'm fighting with myself? That the thing keeping me alive is the same thing that's slowly driving me insane. You don't have to go through this alone, Aizawa said, his voice softening. You have people who care about you, Midoriya. You don't have to carry this by yourself. Izuku looked away, his grin faltering. Maybe, he muttered, though he didn't sound convinced. But for now, I just need to keep her safe from all of this. She doesn't need to know. Aizawa sighed but didn't push further. Instead, he reached out and patted Izuku's shoulder. Just remember, he said quietly, you're not alone. No matter how much it might feel like it. Izuku nodded slightly, though his gaze remained fixed on the floor. Thanks, Mr. Aizawa, he said softly, though the words sounded distant. The two of them stood there in silence for a moment before Aizawa finally stepped aside, letting Izuku walk. Back to the infirmary. As the boy disappeared down the hallway, Aizawa let out a heavy sigh, his expression grim. Something had to give. And soon. Izuku walked into the classroom, the faint remnants of bruises hidden beneath his uniform. The halls buzzed with whispers about Class 1, as run-in with actual villains, but no one outside the class knew the full truth. Only his classmates, the ones who had been there, knew about the psychotic grin, the eerie voice, and the twisted delight Izuku had taken in fighting the Nomu. And that was because Kirishima couldn't keep a secret. Izuku didn't blame him. He figured the redhead had just been too shaken to process what he saw without sharing it. Still, it was strange walking into the classroom and feeling the weight of their stares, their nervous glances, like they were all trying to figure out if he was still the same guy they'd laughed with just days ago. Izuku could feel the stares burning into the back of his head as he sat in his seat, his hands folded neatly on his desk. He wore a neutral expression, but the faint upward curve of his lips betrayed the constant effort he put into controlling his quirk. He could feel his classmates' curiosity and unease, but he didn't say anything to acknowledge it. What was there to say? He had no intention of explaining himself. Aizawa walked into the room, his usual tired expression in place as he called for silence. All right, settle down. We have a lot to cover today, so let's get started. The class went through the motions, though there was a noticeable lack of energy in the room. The weight of the USJ attack still lingered, and despite their attempts to move on, the incident was impossible to ignore. Aizawa noticed it too. His sharp gaze scanned the room, lingering for a moment on Izuku before moving on. When the final bell rang, signaling the end of the school day, everyone began packing up their things. Aizawa's voice cut through the noise, stopping them in their tracks. Midoriya, stay behind, he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Izuku blinked, glancing at his teacher, then nodded. Yes, Mr. Aizawa. The rest of the class hesitated, their curiosity obvious. Aizawa shot them a sharp look. That means the rest of you need to leave. One by one, the students filed out, though not without sneaking a few glances at Izuku as they left. He stayed seated for a moment longer than necessary before standing up and heading to the front of the classroom. What's up, Mr. Aizawa? He asked, his tone more casual than he felt, though he couldn't keep the edge of wariness from creeping in. Aizawa didn't beat around the bush. I want you to see the school counselor, he said, his voice firm but not unkind. Hound dog. He's been asking to meet with you since the USJ incident. Izuku's mind immediately raced. A counselor? He hadn't seen a counselor since, well, never. He had always kept everything bottled up inside, never letting it spill over. But he could see it now. In Aizawa's eyes, the teacher was serious. He wasn't going to drop this. I don't need to see him, Izuku said, rolling his eyes and trying to play it off like it wasn't a big deal. I'm fine, really. You're not fine, Aizawa cut him off, his voice sharp, though there was a hint of worry buried beneath the surface. You're not fine, Midoriya. And if you think ignoring this is going to make it go away, then you're fooling yourself. Izuku clenched his fists at his sides, the corners of his smile tightening in agitation, resisting the urge to snap back. He didn't want to talk to anyone, didn't want to have to explain what had happened, what he had done. He wanted to pretend like nothing was wrong, like it hadn't changed him. I'm not some kid who needs to talk to someone, Mr. Aizawa, he muttered, though the words were more out of frustration than conviction. I don't need a shrink to tell me how to handle my own head. Aizawa didn't back down. You can call it whatever you want. But you need to face what happened, Midoriya. I'm not going to watch you fall apart because you're too proud to admit you need help. Izuku gritted his teeth, his mind swirling. He had never felt so exposed, so vulnerable. But as much as he wanted to argue, to push back, something about Aizawa's tone made him pause. It was like the teacher was telling him something he couldn't deny, not even to himself. With a deep sigh, Izuku finally let the tension drain from his body, slumping slightly. I'm not going to be a mess, okay? I can handle this. Aizawa watched him for a moment before leaning back with a sigh. Midoriya, you have no idea how relieving it is to talk with someone about something traumatic. Please just give it a chance. I promise that even if you're pretending that you're fine, you will feel a whole lot better. You think therapy is going to fix my problem? You think it'll get rid of this thing inside of me? No. That's where training comes in. You learn to control your emotions. You learn to utilize that power and protect people with it. Learning to control your emotions while you still have such a huge stockpile of them won't help your progress. Think of it as training. Therapy is just the first step to learning control. Izuku froze, Aizawa's words cutting through his defenses like a blade. The sharp, matter-of-fact tone wasn't sugar-coated, wasn't softened to spare his feelings. It was raw, blunt, and exactly what Izuku needed to hear. He gritted his teeth, his knuckles tightening into fists. You're saying, this is just another part of training? He asked, his voice low but carrying an edge of disbelief. Like learning to throw a punch or control my quirk? Aizawa nodded, his expression as unreadable as ever. Exactly. You can't rely on brute strength or your quirk alone, Midoriya. Heroes need to have control not just of their bodies, but of their minds. Therapy isn't a weakness, it's a tool. A tool that helps you gain that control. Without it, you're just a loaded gun with no safety. Izuku frowned, mulling over the words. He wanted to argue, to push back with some witty remark, but the logic was solid. He couldn't deny that his emotions had gotten the better of him at the USJ. The memory of the Nomu's severed arm, of the twisted pleasure he'd felt in those moments, made his stomach churn. He let out a long sigh, running a hand through his hair. He felt like he was standing on the edge of a cliff, staring into the unknown. But if this was part of his training, part of becoming the hero he wanted to be, then he couldn't back down. Not now. Not ever. All right, he said finally, his radio voice steadying. I'll do it. I'll talk to Hound Dog. But don't expect me to be all sunshine and rainbows about it. Aizawa smirked, his usual deadpan demeanor softening just a fraction. Wouldn't dream of it, problem child. Just show up and do the work. That's all I ask. The cafeteria buzzed with the usual lunchtime chatter and clatter of trays. Izuku sat at a table near the window with Ochako and Ida, the sunlight streaming in and warming the spot they'd claimed. For once, everything felt normal. No villains, no quirks spiraling out of control, no heavy conversations weighing him down. Okay, so hear me out, Ochako said, leaning forward with a mischievous grin. If you had to pick between fighting one all-might-sized duck or 100 duck-sized all-mights, which would you choose? Izuku blinked, caught completely off guard by the question. He tilted his head, his chopsticks pausing midair. But what? It's a valid question, she insisted, gesturing wildly with her hands. Think about it. 100 duck-sized all-mights would be terrifying. Imagine all the I am here, yelling but like, tiny. Ida adjusted his glasses, his expression as serious as ever. While I find the question to be unconventional, I must agree with Uraraka. 100 small but powerful entities would be far more difficult to combat than a single oversized adversary. Izuku stifled a laugh, setting his bowl down. You're both overthinking it. I take the big duck. It's just one opponent. Plus, ducks don't have quirks. I could handle it. Ochako burst out laughing. Oh my gosh, Izuku. You're taking this way too seriously. It's just a hypothetical. Ida nodded solemnly. Midoriya's analytical approach is commendable, though. He's already strategizing for a battle that will never happen. That's the mark of a true hero. Izuku shook his head, his grin widening this one genuine, without the eerie edge that usually haunted it. You two are ridiculous. But okay, fine. Let's flip it. What about you, Ochako? What would you choose? She tapped her chin, pretending to think deeply. I think I'd go for the tiny All Mights. I could just make them float away and boom! Problem solved. Izuku chuckled, picturing it. So you just leave a bunch of tiny, floating All Mights drifting through the sky. Forever. Exactly, she said, laughing so hard she had to wipe tears from her eyes. They'd be like little motivational balloons. Ida cleared his throat, trying to maintain his composure despite the absurdity of the conversation. While that's an innovative solution, I believe it's important to consider the ethical ramifications of such an action. Ochako groaned playfully. Ida, you can't bring ethics into this. Their laughter filled the table, light and unburdened. For the first time in what felt like ages, Izuku felt like a regular student, just hanging out with his friends. No one was looking at him like he was dangerous or broken. No one was tiptoeing around the events at the USJ or the ever-present smile on his face. It's just nice. The rest of lunch flew by in a blur of jokes, bickering, and Ida's increasingly elaborate attempts to rally support for his efficiency plan. By the time the bell rang, signaling the end of the break, they headed back to class together, Ochako and Ida chatting animatedly about the upcoming group project for heroics. Izuku stayed quiet, content to listen to their banter as he walked between them. His mind, however, was elsewhere. Therapy. Just the word made him feel uncomfortable. Vulnerable. He'd spent so long trying to control everything on his own, keeping his struggles locked away behind a carefully crafted wall of smiles. Letting someone else in, someone who'd pick apart the mess inside him, felt like baring himself to the world. But then there was Aizawa's voice in his head, calm but firm. Think of it as training. Therapy is just the first step to learning control. Midoriya? Ochako's voice broke through his spiraling thoughts. Izuku blinked and looked up, surprised to find her and Ida waiting for him near the door. They were giving him a confused look. Had he been zoning out? Are you okay? Ochako asked, her brows furrowed in concern. You've been really quiet. Izuku nodded quickly. Yeah, just thinking. About some stuff. Ida, ever the observant one, eyed him carefully. Is it something you want to talk about? He asked, his voice gentle but full of concern. Izuku shook his head, a little too quickly. Nah, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. He could see the hesitation in their eyes, but neither of them pushed further. Ochako smiled, though it was slightly tight. Well, if you ever want to talk, we're here for you, okay? Yeah, Ida added, with a nod of encouragement. We're your friends, Midoriya. You don't have to go through anything alone. Izuku's throat tightened as the thought lingered in his mind. It was strange, surreal almost, how much had changed in just a short amount of time. Katsuki had always been his only friend. His best friend, and despite all the ups and downs, the fights and the misunderstandings, he was the one person Izuku could always count on. But now there were others. Ochako and Ida. Izuku had never imagined he'd be able to make friends like them. He first came to UA, his heart was full of hesitation, ready for people to keep their distance just like they had all those years back. But Ochako's bubbly enthusiasm and Ida's earnest concern had pulled him in. They had accepted him without hesitation, without fear of what was inside him, and now, Izuku had people who genuinely cared. While his grin didn't move, his eyes softened. Thank you. Aizawa stood at the front of the classroom. He cleared his throat, signaling that class was officially in session. Slowly, the chatter died away, and all attention focused on their unkempt teacher. Your fight isn't over yet. His voice resonated through the quiet room, and a hush fell over the students. Despite the simple statement, there was a weight to his words. They all knew he wasn't just referring to their lessons. After everything that happened at the USJ, life at UA felt changed, more serious, more urgent. Aizawa let the moment hang in the air for dramatic effect, and everyone stiffened in anticipation of what might come next. Without another word, he began shuffling some papers on the podium. The rustling seemed deafening in the silence. The UA Sports Festival is about to start. Kirishima, ever the ball of enthusiasm, leapt to his feet, fist pumping as though his heart had just been set ablaze. "All right, let's go kick some dash," he began, but his excited exclamation was immediately interrupted. "Wait a second," Kaminari called out, half rising from his seat, eyes wide. "Is it really such a good idea to hold the sports festival so soon after the USJ attack?" His voice held a genuine note of concern, and a few classmates nodded, echoing his worry. They could attack once we're all in the same place. Aizawa let out a tired sigh, but there was a ring of resignation in it, like he had been expecting these questions. Apparently the administration thinks that this is a good way to show that the threat has been handled and the school is safer than ever. Plus, they're increasing security compared to the past few years. This event is a great opportunity for all UA students. It's not something we can cancel because of a few villains. The sports festival is one of the most watched events in the world. In the past, everyone obsessed over the Olympic Games, but then quirks started appearing. Now the Olympics have been reduced drastically in terms of scale and viewership. For anyone who cares about competition, there is only one tournament that matters: the UA Sports Festival. A ripple of excitement spread through the room. The mere mention of the sports festival seemed to electrify the students. Eyes lit up, thoughts of new techniques and intense training sessions raced through their minds. Even those still rattled by the USJ incident felt a stirring of purpose and opportunity to prove themselves, to show the world what Class 1A could really do. Aizawa watched them carefully, weighing their reactions. He took a moment to let their enthusiasm build before continuing in a measured tone. "It's true that joining a famous hero agency can get you experience and popularity. That's what matters. If you want to go pro one day, then this event can open a path for you. 1 chance a year, 3 chances in a lifetime. No aspiring hero can afford to miss this festival. That means you better not slack off on your training." At that, the classroom practically hummed with energy, quiet determination in some students, boisterous excitement in others. Everyone was already chatting about possible strategies, while Bakugo's eyes gleamed with fierce anticipation. Izuku hummed, his grin widening in excitement he hadn't felt since the attack. "Now this is going to be fun." Izuku sat in the small, sunlit office, his back uncomfortably straight against the padded chair. He was alone for the moment, staring at nothing in particular. He just refused to look at the large, canine silhouette standing behind the desk. "Why am I here again?" He shifting his gaze to the shelves lined with books and files. The faint hum of the ceiling fan did little to ease the nervous flutter in his chest. When he'd agreed to come here, he hadn't expected this awkward silence. He just wanted to get it over with, to say enough to satisfy his teacher that he was fine and then leave. Hound dog Ryo Inui, who reclined behind an unassuming wooden desk, quietly observing him. The counselor's canine features were somehow intimidating and gentle all at once, his pointed ears and muzzle making him appear perpetually ready to either bark or offer sympathy. And right now, those sharp eyes were trained on Izuku with unwavering focus. They locked gazes in an unspoken standoff. Neither said a word for a few beats, letting the silence and maybe a little tension stretch out. Izuku's usual grin twitched at the corners of his mouth, caught somewhere between defiance and discomfort. He had promised Aizawa he'd show up for therapy, sure, but that didn't mean he had to enjoy it. Not to mention he was half tempted to use his usual chipper, radio host voice to crack a joke and break the ice. Yet something about Hound Dog's presence made him pause, made him consider just shutting up. Finally, Hound Dog broke the silence, clearing his throat with a soft growl. He opened a manila folder with Izuku's name on it and nodded in greeting. "Midoriya," he said, his tone surprisingly warm despite the gruff timbre. "I'm Ryo Inui, but you can call me Hound Dog if you want." Hound Dog's muzzle dipped slightly in acknowledgement. "I understand you're not thrilled to be here," he said, flicking an ear. He set the folder aside for the moment, as if to signal that he wasn't going to dive right into an interrogation. "I want you to know that's okay. I'm not here to pry into every corner of your life on day one. I just want to get to know you a bit. Maybe understand what brought you here. We can go at your pace. You can talk or not talk, it's up to you." Izuku ran a hand through his hair. trying to ease the knot in his chest. As much as he wanted to push back and walk out the door, something about Hound Dog's calm, even approach chipped away at his defenses. This was a hero who'd likely seen it all, the struggles, the pain, the self-doubt. He looked like the kind of person who would listen without judging. Still, Izuku wasn't ready to spill his guts. Not yet. So he pressed his smiling lips into a thin line and shrugged as nonchalantly as he could. I guess I'm here because, I'm supposed to be. Aizawa thinks I could use some emotional fine-tuning. Hound Dog nodded thoughtfully. That's a fair start. We can talk about how you feel regarding that later, if you want. For now, maybe you can tell me a bit about yourself. Nothing heavy, just who you are outside of training to be a hero. Izuku took a moment to process what that meant. No one ever really asked him that. Usually, all the conversations were about his quirk, his combat style, or that unnerving grin of his. A quick pang of anxiety fluttered in his stomach. He swallowed hard, fiddling with a stray thread on his pant leg. Well, he said slowly, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I've got a static voice and a smile that apparently freaks out half my classmates. He gave a shaky laugh, trying to pass off the admission as a joke. Hound Dog's ears twitched. I see, he said, kindly but without pity. And how do you feel about that? About people's reactions? The question hung in the air. Izuku hadn't expected it, and for a heartbeat, he debated deflecting, maybe throw in a sarcastic quip. But something in Hound Dog's gaze invited honesty, or at least the closest Izuku could manage. You don't know, he said at last, his tone subdued. It's easier to just smile and act like everything's fine, you know? Especially around my mother. She doesn't need to worry about me if I'm always upbeat. A smile inspires, keeps the enemies guessing, and makes me feel in control. Especially during the fight with Shigaraki. He let out a small laugh when he recalled how he reacted before everything went to hell. Hound Dog nodded again, giving him space to continue if he wanted, or change the subject if he needed to. Izuku realized that was the point. He was in control here, not pinned down by prying questions he wasn't ready to answer. They fell into a comfortable lull, letting the moments stretch without a trace of awkwardness. Izuku shifted, crossing one leg over the other, but this time the tension wasn't quite as suffocating. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad. So, Hound Dog said gently, let's just take it slow, all right? Maybe next time you can tell me a little more about why you think you have to smile all the time. Izuku's lips twitched, and for a brief second, that forced grin softened into something more real. He breathed out, nodding. Sure, he said, trying for a non-committal shrug. Next time. And that was enough. For the first session, at least. The clock ticked to 3:21 when everyone realized that they couldn't leave the classroom. The entire UA student body stood in the hall, gawking at everybody. Ochako stuttered. Why are you all here? Some were even taking videos and picture like they were celebrities. Izuku slowly packed his notebooks, keeping his face down to hide his grin from the other classes. They were going to see it eventually, so he didn't exactly know why he felt so self-conscious. Why are you blocking our doorway? I won't let you hold us hostage. Mineta declared, and Izuku rolled his eyes. What was his small but going to do against a mob of students? His little declaration at the USJ had put him on Izuku's permanent sheet list. They're scouting out the competition idiots. Katsuki said, stalking to the door. We're the class that survived a real villain attack. They want to see us with their own eyes. He stops in front of them and glares. At least you know what a future pro looks like. He growls. Now move it, extras. He demands, and Class 1A gasps. Izuku snickered, shoving his face against his arm to muffle it. You can't walk around calling people extras, just because you don't know who they are. Ida said frantically. So this is Class 1A. A voice drawls from the crowd, and a boy with purple hair and tired eyes push in front of the other students. Izuku raised a brow. If it wasn't for the purple hair, Izuku would have thought that this was Aizawa's son. I heard you guys were impressive, but you just sound like an butt. The boy says and stands in front of Katsuki. Is everyone in the hero course delusional, or just you? He taunts, rubbing his head. Instead, I find a bunch of egomaniacs. I wanted to be in the hero course, but like many others here, I was forced to choose a different track. Such as life. Katsuki sked. I didn't cut it the first time, but I have another chance. He lowered his hand and stared straight into Katsuki's eyes. If we do well in the sports festival, the teachers can decide to transfer us into the hero course. And they'll have to transfer people out to make room. He turned his attention to the rest of them. Scouting out the competition? Maybe some of my peers are, but I'm here to let you know that if you don't do your very best, then I'm gonna steal your spot right out from under you. Consider this a declaration of war. His voice carried calmly through the classroom, but the words themselves were anything but mild. The eyes of Class 1A flicked between the boy and the rest of the room, reading the challenge loud and clear. A burst of laughter echoed from the back, slicing through the tense atmosphere like a playful whip. All heads swiveled to find Izuku, hand clamped over his mouth as he fought to stifle the laughter that still threatened to spill out. His eyes shone with unmistakable excitement, that telltale grin stretching under his fingers. Despite the looks, he couldn't contain his amusement. He loved an underdog with a bold streak, and his declaration was brimming with promise. Realizing he was front and center of everyone's attention, Izuku hastily cleared his throat and tried to rein in his reaction. He dropped his hands and slung his backpack over his shoulders, moving to join Katsuki at the door. He didn't bother hiding his grin as he made his way through the crowd of students, each step brimming with confidence. Whispers rippled among them, some casting wary looks in his direction, others exchanging anxious glances when they all saw his unnatural smile. The tension was palpable. Everyone knew what was at stake with the sports festival just around the corner. Still, Izuku wore his excitement openly, that familiar sharp grin stretching across his face. He could practically taste the electrifying anticipation in the air. It was the kind of thrill he lived for. Katsuki stood nearby, arms crossed and a scowl on his lips, but Izuku could sense a similar fire simmering in him too. A few students stepped aside, making room so Izuku and Katsuki could square off against the boy's bold declaration. At this point, Izuku's grin only grew wider. Despite the mutters and nervous tension, it was clear that the rest of Class 1A was backing them up, the same grin of determined excitement dancing on their faces. "We accept your challenge," Izuku announced, his voice carrying that unmistakable radio-like cadence. It was equal parts respect and playful intimidation, just enough to let the boy and the other onlookers know that he intended to give them all a fight worth remembering. 2 weeks. 2 weeks to train, to prepare, to strategize. Those 14 days felt both painfully short and impossibly long for Class 1A. As the sports festival loomed on the horizon, the atmosphere at UA grew charged with anticipation. Every morning brought fresh ideas, new routines, and the echo of determined footsteps racing through the halls as students hurried to training fields, gyms, or anywhere else they could refine their quirks. For Izuku, those 2 weeks felt like a precious and dangerous countdown. His mind buzzed with strategies and counter-strategies, pulling from the handful of rivalries and friendly challenges he'd collected since the USJ incident. That kid's words stuck in the back of his mind, fueling his late-night workout sessions and sparring drills. He could almost taste the excitement and the pressure of the upcoming tournament. Between classes, he'd steal moments to rework his notes, scribbling down possible tactics for the obstacle courses or imagining ways to apply his quirk more creatively. There was never a shortage of ideas, only the question of how much time he had to test them all. In the evenings, he practiced new moves until his muscles screamed for mercy. 2 weeks would pass in a blur, each day a building block in Izuku's growing arsenal. And as the countdown to the sports festival ticked steadily toward zero, one thing remained absolutely certain. If anyone, even a rival from another class, wanted to challenge him, they'd better be ready for the kind of fight only Izuku Midoriya could bring. "Hey! Make some noise, rabid sports fans." Present mic appeared on the screens above the stadium. This year we are bringing you some of the hottest performances in sports festival history, guaranteed. I've only got one question before we start this show. Are you ready? Let me hear you scream as our students make their way to the main stage. This first group are no strangers to the spotlight. You know them for withstanding a villain attack. The dazzling students that line up their classmates with solid gold skills. The hero course students of Class 1A. Class 1A steps out of the many tunnels, heads held high and shoulders back. I hope we are still able to give our best performance even with all of these eyes watching us. Ida said next to him. I suppose it's just another aspect of being a hero. We'll have to learn to get used to it. They haven't got a whole lot of screen time, but this group is still chock full of talent. Welcome Hero Course Class 1B. Next up, General Studies Classes C, D, and E. Support Classes F, G, and H. And finally, Business Classes I, G, and K. The crowd cheered as all the students walked onto the field. When they all gathered in front of a small stage, the pro-hero Midnight snapped her whip. Now for the introductory speech. The crowd whispered and blushed. Someone should talk to Ms. Midnight about what she's wearing. Kirishima said, embarrassed. The R-rated hero sure lived up to her nickname with her provocative costume and perverted mind. Her costume was a very thin, skin-tight white bodysuit that left very little to the imagination in places. Yeah, that costume should come with a warning. Is that really an appropriate appeal for a high school game? Silence, everyone. She snapped her whip again. Now for the student pledge, we have Izuku Midoriya. All eyes turned to Izuku as he stepped out of the crowd of students and onto the stage, hands clasped behind his back, his smirk tugging at his lips. He let the hush linger for a moment, savoring the palpable energy thrumming through the crowd. Hello, Yua. He began, voice steady, but carrying a playful undertone. He could visibly see the crowd. I was told to keep this short, so I'll try my best not to overstay my welcome. His eyes gleamed as a ripple of light laughter traveled through the crowd. But I've got to say, I've never been one to hold back. He took a moment to scan the sea of expectant faces, from pro-heroes and faculty down to the youngest students who'd come to watch. We've all worked ourselves to the bone to get here, countless hours training, pushing our quirks, pushing ourselves. This festival isn't just about winning. It's about stepping up and showcasing how far we've come. We've all spent weeks, months, maybe even years honing our quirks, grinding out late nights and early mornings, pushing ourselves to the limit. Why? He spread his hands in a playful gesture. Because we have to. Because we want to. Because we're aiming to be the best heroes we can possibly be. He tilted his head, looking almost conspiratorial as he lowered his voice. And I'm guessing you all want one heck of a show, right? At that, a chorus of cheers and whistles erupted, the crowd clearly loving the confidence. Izuku waited a beat for the noise to subside, then continued in a more resolute tone. Well, don't worry. We're going to give you one. Every student here has trained like their future depends on it, because, frankly, it does. But whether we rise or fall, I promise you this: you're going to see heart, guts, and a never-say-die spirit from each and every one of us. He looked over his shoulder at the rest of the students, casually bringing the mic with him. A wry grin flashed across his face, and his voice carried across the stadium, smooth and confident. You ready to go plus ultra? At first, a few scattered voices responded, but then the rest of the classes joined in, their own excitement catching them by surprise. It didn't matter if they were in general studies, support, or business, or if they'd been jealous of Class 1A for stealing the spotlight after the USJ attack. In that moment, all those feelings evaporated beneath the heat of shared adrenaline. Waves of cheers and applause broke out across the field, rippling into the stands until the entire stadium thundered with enthusiasm. Izuku allowed himself a brief chuckle, then slipped the microphone back into its stand. With a neat shift of his posture, he folded his hands behind his back and strode off stage, still wearing that confident smile. The cheering crowd continued to echo through the air, trailing behind him like a roaring tide. Well said. Present Mike screamed through the audio system, his voice practically shaking the stadium. Izuku Midoriya, of Class 1A. Aizawa's tired drawl cut through the speakers right after, betraying his usual annoyance. How did you talk me into this? He muttered, though the crowd around him was too hyped to pay it much mind. Present Mike cleared his throat loudly, drawing everyone's focus back to the monitors hovering above the arena. What we should be paying attention to are the early stages of the race. The doorway, Aizawa added in his usual monotone, as though he were reading off a grocery list instead of hyping a race. And now it's time for us to get started. Midnight announced with a sultry smile, snapping her whip for emphasis. This is where you begin to feel the pain. The first round of the sports festival. A hologram flickered to life at center field, the glowing wheel spinning with a flourish of lights until it finally settled on bold text. Obstacle race. All of the classes will participate in this treacherous contest, Midnight continued, her voice echoing through the colossal stadium. You will have to run 4 kilometers around the outside of the stadium. I don't want to restrain anyone, at least in this. As long as you don't leave the course, you're free to do whatever it is your heart desires. That last declaration lit the crowd ablaze with excitement, cheers and shouts rising like a wave around the stands. Now then, take your place, contestants, Midnight commanded, gesturing toward a massive tunnel on the far side of the field. Every student crowded into position, their hearts pounding in anticipation. A set of signal lights hung overhead, green, yellow, and red blinking in succession. The first green winked out, "Get ready." Then the second, "Set." And as the third light began to dim, a hush fell over the stadium. The horn went off and Izuku stayed still for a moment just to see what would happen. Everyone was so clustered together that no one could get out. People were pushed and shoved. Not even 20 seconds into the race, and people were already getting bruises. Izuku looked at the narrow doorway. I get it. They're testing us. Seeing how we will get through. Izuku's vision blurred for just a second, and when it sharpened again, he found himself on the other side of the doorway, already sprinting at full speed. The rush of cold air against his back snapped him into focus, and he glanced over his shoulder to see Todoroki hot on his heels, his icy demeanor as sharp as ever. Izuku's grin widened. Of course, he's already on the move. Behind them, the rest of Class 1A spilled out of the tunnel, their determination evident in every stride. Just as the race seemed to find its rhythm, the sound of heavy machinery roared to life ahead. Towering robots, just like the ones from the entrance exams, marched onto the course, their mechanical joints creaking and eyes glowing menacingly. The crowd erupted in cheers as the first wave of obstacles appeared. Todoroki didn't even break stride. His hand flicked out, and a wave of ice erupted from the ground, encasing the nearest robot in a glistening prison. The temperature plummeted as the ice crept up the towering machine's frame, freezing it solid in seconds. Without a second glance, Todoroki darted through the robot's legs, disappearing into the mist of frost he'd created and pulling ahead of Izuku. Izuku kept running, his heart pounding as his eyes darted between the robots and the path ahead. His grin didn't falter. If Todoroki wanted to clear the path for himself, that was fine by Izuku. He had his own strategy. As another robot lumbered toward him, its massive arms swinging, Izuku's body glitched for a moment, a faint crackle of static surrounding him. The robot froze for half a second, its movements lagging as though something had interrupted its system. In that instant, Izuku blurred past it, his body flickering briefly before reappearing on the other side. He didn't destroy it. There was no need. Leaving it intact meant it would stall the students behind him, forcing them to either fight it or find another way around. Work smarter, not harder, he thought, his grin sharpening as he kept his pace. The course was chaos behind him. Kaminari sent bolts of electricity flying at a smaller robot, short-circuiting its systems, while Kirishima charged headfirst into another, his hardened skin deflecting the machine's blows. Up ahead, Todoroki was a blur of ice and determination, freezing every obstacle in his path with ruthless efficiency. Izuku could see him clearly now, the frost from his quirk leaving a glittering trail behind him. But Izuku wasn't about to let Todoroki have the lead without a fight. Static crackled around him again as he pushed himself harder, his steps glitching slightly as he flickered in and out of sight. The gap between him and Todoroki began to close, the two of them weaving through the chaos of the obstacle course with practiced precision. Todoroki glanced over his shoulder, his cold eyes narrowing as he saw Izuku gaining on him. He didn't say a word, but the way his pace quickened was enough of a response. Izuku's grin widened. Good. Let's make this interesting. The sound of explosions echoed behind them, and Izuku didn't need to look back to know it was Katsuki. Deku, get back here, you demon nerd. Izuku couldn't help but laugh, the exhilaration of the race driving him forward. The crowd roared as the three frontrunners Todoroki, Izuku, and Katsuki continued to push ahead, leaving the rest of the students to deal with the wave of robots. But the course wasn't over yet, and Izuku knew better than to let his guard down. Izuku kept his pace steady, his eyes locked on Todoroki's back as the icy trail stretched ahead of them. The faint crackle of static danced around his body, teasing the edges of his control. He could feel it. He could flicker forward in an instant, easily overtaking Todoroki and maybe even making it halfway across the course in the blink of an eye. His quirk was perfect for this kind of challenge. But he didn't. Something about that felt wrong. It wasn't just about winning. Not really. Izuku couldn't shake the thought of the others, those who didn't have the convenience of a quirk like his or Todoroki's. Students who were working just as hard but had to push through obstacles the old-fashioned way. Jumping ahead now, exploiting an advantage so casually, would feel like he was undermining all of that effort. What's the point of competing if I don't challenge myself? His grin softened slightly as he flicked his eyes toward Todoroki's back. No shortcuts, he thought. If I'm going to win, it's going to be because I earned it. Up ahead, Izuku watched Todoroki slow to a stop. For those of you who thought the first obstacle was easy, let's see how you feel about the second one. If they take a spill, they're out. But if they want to pass this test, then they're gonna have to get creative. The fall. Todoroki stepped onto a rope that was connected pillars of rocks that were around a huge pit so deep that you couldn't even see the bottom of it. Izuku was confident, though, that the school put up some kind of safety net if students fell. Ice spread from Todoroki's feet and he slid across the rope. The balance and control he had over his quirk was quite impressive. Izuku looked over his shoulder and Katsuki blew past him, putting him in third place. Izuku supposed that if he wanted to win, he would probably have to start moving, especially since the other classes were catching up. He chuckled and jumped off the edge, only to glitch onto the nearest rock pillar safely, his movements smooth and calculated. The crowd erupted into cheers. The camera feed zeroed in on him, showing his sharp grin as he leaped from one precarious perch to the next, steadily closing the gap between himself and the two frontrunners. Whoa! Look at that! Present Mix's voice boomed through the stadium, brimming with excitement. Izuku Midoriya, the wild card of Class 1A, is making his move. Just look at that precision glitching from pillar to pillar like it's nothing. But here's the real question, his voice lowered dramatically, building suspense. Why doesn't he just teleport straight to the finish line with that crazy quirk of his? He could wrap this up in seconds. Aizawa sighed, his voice cutting through Present Mix theatrics with his usual monotone. Midoriya's not interested in an easy win. Present Mike blinked, clearly taken aback. Not interested in an easy win? What does that even mean, Eraser? Aizawa tilted his head slightly, watching the screen as Izuku leaped onto another pillar, his grin never faltering. He's giving everyone a fair chance to compete. If he used his quirk to teleport straight to the finish line, it'd take away the challenge not just for himself, but for everyone else. Midoriya's here to push himself, not cheat his way to victory. The crowd murmured at Aizawa's explanation, a new wave of admiration rippling through the stadium. Present Mike let out a low whistle. Well, you heard it, folks. Midoriya's not just fast, he's fair. A true hero in the making, showing respect for the spirit of the competition. On the screen, Izuku landed on the final pillar with a graceful glitch and took off in a sprint, his eyes locked on the two boys ahead of him. And there he goes. Present Mix's voice soared with excitement again. He's closing the gap, folks. Todoroki and Bakugo might have to start looking over their shoulders, because Izuku Midoriya is coming for that top spot. Especially for the last obstacle. Everyone had better tread carefully. You're stepping on a minefield. If you look carefully, you can see where those little bombs are buried, so keep your eyes on the ground, folks. By the way, those landmines were designed for the games. So they might be loud and flashy, but they're not all that powerful. He said with a hint of disappointment, but quickly recovered. Just enough to make you wet your pants. Izuku cackled and stopped just at the edge of the field. He watched Todoroki shuffle through the mines and Katsuki fly down to him, knocking him off balance and almost making him step on the buried mine. Katsuki landed on the ground and they both attacked each other to get into first place, even though Izuku knew that Katsuki didn't even have to the ground. Katsuki was like him too in a way. Even though others didn't see it, Katsuki was a fair player, even if he aimed to be the best. Even if he hated his rivals and anyone that threatened his ability to get to the top. Izuku didn't move even as other students ran by him and onto the mine field, tiptoeing over the grounds and setting off some mines that exploded with what looked like pink smoke, sending them flying into the air. Like Present Mike said, they weren't very dangerous. Even when students stepped on them, they didn't go as high as a normal mine would send them. It was kind of boring really. Izuku didn't waste another second. His sharp grin widened as he set his sights on the two students ahead of him. The mines scattered across the dirt field glimmered faintly, their timers waiting for the slightest pressure. But Izuku wasn't fazed. With a flicker of static, he stepped onto one of the mines and glitched away just as it began to set off. The explosion erupted behind him, kicking up a cloud of dirt and debris. He repeated the motion, glitching from mine to mine, each detonation perfectly timed as he moved in a direct line toward Todoroki and Katsuki. The sequence of explosions became rhythmic, like a drumbeat building in intensity, echoing across the stadium. Present Mike practically lost it in the announcer's booth. What is even happening? Izuku Midoriya is using the mines to gain ground. This kid's got guts, strategy, and a serious flair for the dramatic. Look at him go! Out on the course, the commotion drew the attention of the two leading students. Todoroki glanced over his shoulder, his expression cool but wary as he tried to make sense of the series of explosions creeping closer. Katsuki, on the other hand, was scowling, his eyes darting wildly. What the hell is going on back there? They didn't see anything other than fading pink smoke clouds and struggling students until the air in front of them distorted. A second later, he reappeared right between them. His grin was sharp and mischievous, his eyes sparkling with unrestrained glee. "Miss me?" he quipped, his voice low and playful. Izuku landed hard on the ground between Todoroki and Katsuki, his boots kicking up dust as he dropped in with perfect timing. His mischievous grin was sharp and unapologetic, a glint of excitement in his eyes that only fueled the chaos to come. The faint sound of 3 consecutive clicks echoed beneath them, barely noticeable in the tense moment. Before either of them could react, Izuku disappeared in a burst of static, his glitching form vanishing just as the mines beneath him detonated. The explosions roared to life, the force kicking up dirt and debris as the shockwaves rippled outward. Todoroki and Katsuki were thrown to the side, their instincts barely giving them enough time to raise their arms and shield their faces from the blast. The ground beneath them trembled, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and scorched earth. Todoroki rolled to his feet quickly, ice already forming at his fingertips as he searched for Izuku, his expression full of irritation as he made a small ice path to run on without activating the mines beneath him, and Katsuki let out a growl as he scrambled up, wiping dust off his face with a snarl. "Demon it, Deku. You're dead when I catch you." He jumped into the air again with his explosions. But Izuku's laughter cut through the chaos like a blade, his voice echoing over the speakers as he sprinted ahead, completely unfazed by the pandemonium he'd left in his wake. Look at that plot twist. Now they're chasing Midoriya. That's what having a common enemy will do in this competition. Eraserhead, your students are amazing. What the heck are you teaching them? This has nothing to do with me. Each of them is driven by their own will to succeed. Izuku pushed his legs to go faster. He refused to let the other two pass him. To even let them get close to him, even when they started using their quirks to speed up. Who would have imagined that the climax of winning this race would be a non-stop mega mix of surprises? 15 feet. 10 feet. Izuku Midoriya is our champion. The announcement boomed across the stadium, and the crowd erupted into an ear-shattering roar of applause and cheers. Confetti and streamers burst from cannons stationed around the arena, raining down in a dazzling display of color. The air was electric with excitement, the sound reverberating off every surface and making the ground beneath Izuku's feet seem to hum with energy. Izuku stood in the center of it all, chest heaving as he caught his breath, his grin still plastered across his face. He blinked through the rain of confetti, the sheer volume of the crowd drowning out everything else around him. The adrenaline from the race still coursed through his veins, making him feel almost weightless, as though he were still mid-sprint. He didn't even hear the pounding footsteps of Todoroki and Katsuki as they crossed the finish line behind him, taking second and third place. The thunderous cheers of the spectators eclipsed everything else, swallowing up any sound that wasn't pure celebration. Izuku glanced up at the crowd, his eyes wide with disbelief as he took it all in. The stands were alive with waving banners, clapping hands, and cheering voices, each person caught in the euphoria of the moment. He hadn't just won, he'd earned this, and the crowd knew it. Midoriya. Present Mick's voice cut through the noise, booming with unrestrained enthusiasm. What an incredible performance. That race had it all: strategy, skill, and pure heart. You've set the bar sky high for the rest of this festival. Izuku gave a short laugh, still catching his breath as he wiped a hand over his forehead, brushing away the bits of confetti that had landed there. His usual grin softened for just a moment, replaced by something quieter, something real. For once, he wasn't thinking about the grin itself or the weight behind it, he was just. The crowd's cheers continued to roll like waves, each one louder than the last, a seemingly endless tide of celebration. Izuku turned back to face them, his chest still heaving as he caught his breath, and let the moment wash over him. The bright colors of the confetti swirled around him, the sunlight catching on the metallic strands and making the entire arena shimmer. For the first time in what felt like forever, he didn't feel the crushing weight of expectations. He didn't feel the gnawing, ever-present darkness he usually kept buried deep inside. He wasn't thinking about his grin, his quirk, or the chaos of the past few weeks. All of it, the therapy, the training, the struggle to hold himself together, was gone, at least for now. Right here, right now, he was simply Izuku Midoriya. Not the kid with the eerie smile, not the boy fighting to keep his demons at bay. Just a teenager who had outrun, outmaneuvered, and outplayed his competition. A kid who, for once, didn't have to worry about anything other than winning this entire festival. His grin widened, this time genuine and unrestrained, as he lifted his hand in acknowledgement of the crowd's cheers. He couldn't hear any of the individual voices, couldn't make out any words, but he didn't need to. The energy in the stadium told him everything. They'd seen him. They'd seen what he was capable of, and they believed in him even if just for this moment. Izuku took one last look at the roaring crowd, at the confetti still raining down, and then turned to face the other students lining up behind him. His heart still raced, but now it wasn't from the competition, it was from the pure exhilaration of the victory. This wasn't just about winning a race. This was about proving to himself that he could rise to the challenge. And as the festival continued, he knew he wasn't just competing to win, he was competing to show the world exactly what he could do. Once everyone passed through the tunnel, everyone that didn't make the first 42 spots were disqualified and led off the field, and the rest of them gathered in front of the small stage where Midnight stood. The first game for the first years is finally over. Midnight announced. Now let's take a look at the standings, shall we? The big screens above them scrolled down the list of people. Only the top 42 were qualified to make it to the next round. But don't be too left out if you didn't make the cut. We've prepared other opportunities for you to shine. Midnight said, liking her lips. Now the real fun is about to begin. The chance to fully move yourselves into the limelight. Give it your best. She snapped her whip as the hologram screen behind her rolled. Let's see. What's in store for you next? Will it be that your wildest fantasies come to life? What could it be? The wait is torture. She slid her red glasses onto her nose. Prepare yourselves for this. Cavalry battle. Allow me to explain. The screen changed to C13 and present Mike supporting All Might. A weird combination considering that All Might probably weighed the same as a train car. The participants will form teams of 2 to 4 people as they see fit. In theory, it's basically the same as a regular playground game. But there is a difference. Each player has been assigned a point value from their ranking in the obstacle course. The screen changed again to the rankings. Next to him, Uraraka and Ishido mumbled to each other. So that means that each team will have a different point value based on what students they are paired with. Ishido, ever spirited, gave her a big grin and a thumbs up. On the stage, Midnight growled and snapped her whip. Maybe you should shut up and let me explain it to you. Izuku's hand slapped over his mouth to stop the snicker from coming out. Now then, the point assignments go up by increments of 5, starting from the bottom. For example, 42nd is worth 5 points and 41st is, and the point value assigned to the first place contestant is 10 million. Izuku's eyes widened, and everyone's eyes zeroed in on him. He just became target number 1, and you know what? He didn't care in the slightest. Izuku stretched his arms out in front of him, fingers weaved. Fine. Bring it on. Okay, maybe he cared a little bit. He had the highest point value by a mile, which should have been a badge of honor. Should have been. But it also painted a massive target on his back, and no one was eager to climb aboard the sinking ship. Combine that with the unnerving edge of his ever-present smile, and, well, it wasn't exactly the most welcoming vibe in the world. All around him, other students were scrambling to form teams, calling out to friends and classmates they trusted. The 15-minute countdown ticked away on the massive digital board overlooking the arena. And yet, whenever Izuku caught someone's eye, someone he thought might be a good teammate, they'd quickly avert their gaze and shuffle off. He tried not to take it personally, but it was hard not to notice the wary stares directed at him. A faint blush crept over his cheeks as he stepped forward to see if maybe someone would approach. But each time he moved, the small groups of students drifted subtly away, almost as if he were radiating some sort of invisible force field. He could practically feel their unease. "Guess not," he muttered under his breath, voice low enough that only he could hear it. His grin, ordinarily a show of bravado or ease, made everyone more uneasy. Some seemed outright intimidated by the lethal mix of his high points and that sharp, unyielding smile. He glanced at the clock again. 13 minutes left. He'd been so focused on the race and the big reveal of how many points he was worth that he hadn't considered this outcome. Of course no one wants to team up with me, he thought, feeling the weight of the situation settle over him. I'm practically guaranteed to be targeted. People in the crowd murmured, noticing how Izuku still stood there, arms shifting restlessly, scanning the field for any sign of interest. A few classmates cast him sympathetic looks, but their own teams were already formed, or they just couldn't bring themselves to face the bullseye painted on his back. Izuku sighed, forced an even bigger, albeit more strained, smile, and tried to project some sort of assurance. "Come on, guys. I'm not that scary, right?" He wanted to shout it, but the words lodged in his throat. The clock ticked down another minute, no rescue in sight. He rolled his shoulders and exhaled, letting the tension slide off him. He thought, if I have to go this alone, so be it. Not that he could actually enter the cavalry battle solo, but at least the grim resignation gave him some bizarre sense of calm. The seconds ticked by, and Izuku braced himself for the shame of finishing this time limit empty-handed. His fists clenched at his sides, he was ready to just accept the worst and figure out a plan. But then he felt a small tap on his shoulder. He glanced back, and there was Ochako, smiling wide, her eyes sparkling with certainty. "Deku!" She called over the noise, brushing aside a stray lock of hair. Me, let's do this together. I mean, if that's okay?" For a split second, Izuku felt a rush of relief so overwhelming he nearly forgot to breathe. "She wants to team up with me?" His grin stretched in genuine gratitude rather than just forced bravado. "Uraraka, seriously? Are you sure?" He had to ask. He knew how risky being on his team would be, with that massive point total painted like a bullseye. Ochako's laugh was bright and unreserved. She put a hand on her hip, jutting her chin in determination. "Of course I'm sure. I'm not letting you tackle this alone, you know. This festival's supposed to be fun, and what kind of friend would I be if I left you stranded?" Her eyes flicked over his unnerving score displayed on the board. "I'm not worried about the points. I want to work with you." Izuku's chest felt suddenly lighter. All around them, other teams were busy finalizing strategies and jockeying for position, but right now, all that mattered was that at least one person had believed in him enough to step forward. He rubbed the back of his neck, trying to hide the genuine relief beneath his usual grin. Thanks, Uraraka. Really. I appreciate it. She gave him a playful tap on the arm. Don't mention it. And hey, she lowered her voice conspiratorially, I'm ready to go plus ultra on these guys. You game? Izuku couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, he said, the tension in his shoulders finally easing. Yeah, I'm definitely game. So, who are we going to get next? A low, mechanical humming broke into their conversation, followed by a bright, almost smug laugh. A pink-haired girl with elaborate dreadlocks and goggles perched atop her head zipped across the field, coming to a smooth stop right in front of Izuku and Ochako. Oh, perfect, you're still alone. And you're the star, she said with no small amount of glee. Izuku blinked, briefly startled as the girl leaned in closer, giving him a once-over. It was as if she was sizing up her next big project, though he was the project in this case. Team up with me, first place, she declared, a huge grin splitting her face as she pointed at him. Izuku exchanged a surprised glance with Ochako, who looked equally taken aback. This newcomer was more direct than most students they'd encountered. The girl laughed again, adjusting her goggles so they rested on her forehead. I'm a student from the support course Mei Hatsum. She tapped her goggles, which looked decked out in all sorts of modifications. We haven't met, but I'd like you to use your current fame to my advantage. Her blunt words hung in the air, and Ochako's eyebrows shot up. Wow, you don't hold back, do you? She mumbled, half amused, half bewildered. Hatsum waved off the comment. Of course not. The name of the game is exposure. I've been waiting for a chance to show off my babies on a big stage, and teaming with the top scorer is the best way to do it. Everybody's eyes will be on you and by extension on me. Izuku scratched the back of his neck, his usual grin edging toward uncertainty. Hatsum, right? He paused to gather his thoughts. I appreciate the offer. But he glanced at Ochako, who nodded encouragingly. We were just putting a team together. And I don't mind helping you show off your gadgets, but are you sure you want to be stuck on the biggest target out here? Hatsum's grin only widened. Absolutely. I thrive under pressure. She tossed a casual thumbs up in his direction. And I've got plenty of support gear to keep us ahead of the competition, just picture it. My inventions, your insane quirk, plus whatever your friend can do will be unstoppable. More publicity for me, and more strategic options for you. Everybody wins. Ochako gave Izuku a nudge. It might work in our favor. Having someone with support gadgets could really help. She turned to Hatsum, raising her voice just enough to be heard over the stadium. What kind of gear are we talking exactly? Hatsum's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, I've got hover saws, grappling hooks, sensor-laden goggles, you name it. Stick with me, and we can outmaneuver half the field before they even realize what's happening. The support course specializes in creating equipment that helps heroes personalize their quirks and enhance their skills. She laughed. I packed a ton of powerful babies to bring with me, so I'm sure you'll find something you like around my arsenal. A second ticked by as Izuku considered the offer clearly. Hatsum wasn't shy about her motivations, but neither was she shy about helping him. In a situation this chaotic, an inventive mind, and an armory of high-tech gadgets might be exactly what they needed. Finally, Izuku let out a breath and nodded, that playful grin widening with excitement. All right, Hatsum. Let's give your babies some time in the spotlight. Fantastic. She clapped her hands together. You won't regret this. 2 down, 1 more to go. Izuku spared a glance at Ochako and Hatsum, his newly formed crew. Between Ochako's zero-gravity quirk, Hatsum's arsenal of gadgets, and his own distortion ability, they had a pretty well-rounded setup. Still, something tugged at him. There was a gap they needed to fill. He'd mulled it over for a split second, then realized exactly who they needed. He slipped his hands into his pockets, scanning the students scattered across the stadium. Some were huddling in groups, discussing last-minute strategies. Others looked just as lost as he had been moments ago. His sharp eyes flicked from face to face until they landed on a familiar figure standing at the edge of the field. Izuku's grin slowly curved wider. That's the one. With a quick nod to Ochako and Hatsum, he broke away, weaving through the clusters of students, until he stood before Tokoyami. His classmate turned to regard Izuku with calm curiosity, dark shadow hovering at his side like a protective wraith. Without missing a beat, Izuku greeted him with that upbeat, radio-polished tone that always caught people off guard. Tokoyami, I've got an offer you might not want to refuse. Tokoyami regarded him coolly, arms folded. Is that so? Izuku shifted his stance, nodding toward the two teammates waiting for him in the distance. I'm short one member, and we've only got a few minutes left. I can see the power in your quirk, and combined with what we've got, I think we can pull off something big. Dark Shadow eyed him, too, a faint growl echoing under its breath. A shadow stands stronger with those who would wield it carefully, it said. Izuku dipped his head, keeping his grin respectful. Exactly. Between your offense, Ochako's support, Hatsum's gadgets, and whatever I manage to bring to the table, we could dominate this cavalry battle. Plus, we can keep each other safe when the competition starts gunning for our points. Tokoyami's eyes flicked to where Ochako was waving them over, and then to Hatsum tinkering with some kind of contraption. He seemed to mull it over for a moment, considering the tactical advantage. Finally, he inclined his head. Very well. I'll lend my strength to your team. Izuku's grin widened, genuine relief glinting in his eyes. Awesome. He turned on his heel, motioning for Tokoyami to follow. Let's go. We've got precious little time, and if we're going to show them who's on top, we need to plan fast. Izuku gathered his new team in a small huddle just outside of everyone else's earshot. They had only a few minutes to strategize before the cavalry battle officially started, and he could practically feel the tension in the air. Ochako stood beside him, a determined light in her eyes as she reviewed her own role. Hatsum, gadgets at the ready, kept glancing from Izuku to her various support gear with barely contained excitement. Tokoyami lingered on the outskirts of their circle, dark shadow hovering close in the bright sunlight. Izuku tapped a small, crudely drawn map of the arena he'd sketched moments ago. We've got the highest point total, meaning we're the biggest target out here. He began in a low, urgent voice. So, our plan shouldn't be to pick fights. Let everyone else tear each other apart. We just need to keep our points safe until the timer runs out. Hatsum grinned, one hand resting proudly on a jetpack prototype. Perfect, because I want my babies, she patted the device, front and center, for maximum exposure. Izuku offered her a half smile. I'm counting on that gear, Hatsum. Because when things get messy, we'll need to move fast. Really fast. He shifted his attention to Ochako. You can use zero gravity on the gear and us so that the extra weight won't slow us down. Will you be able to handle that? Ochako nodded, balling her hands into fists. You bet. It'll be good training anyway for heavier and multiple objects. Izuku gave a tight, satisfied nod, then turned to Tokoyami. He was quiet, observing the group through narrowed eyes. Tokoyami, Izuku said, I'm thinking you'll play defense. Keep Dark Shadow on guard duty, especially when other teams rush us. At that, Tokoyami's interest seemed to sharpen. He folded his arms across his chest and waited, prompting Izuku to elaborate. Izuku grin sharpened. So, what I want you to do is devote yourself to defense. I'm hoping you won't have to attack at all. Sound good? As he spoke, Hatsum slipped behind him, tightening a HRS around his torso, the jetpack straps snugging against his shoulders with a series of soft clicks. Tokoyami glanced at Dark Shadow, and a small smile quirked at the edges of his beak. Interesting. My quirk's offensive ability gets stronger when I'm in darkness. But that makes Dark Shadow aggressive and hard to control. On the other hand, the beast is easy to handle in the sunlight. That's at the cost of its attack power, though. He paused, leveling his gaze at Izuku. You couldn't have known this, and yet you've chosen the correct role for me. Your proposal seems like a good one, under the circumstances. He bowed his head slightly, and a rare note of camaraderie threaded through his voice. Very well. I'll follow your lead. We're counting on you, Midoriya. Izuku sighed in relief, exhaling as Hatsum finished adjusting the last buckle of the jetpack. So far, so good. They were an unusual team. It wasn't your typical cavalry lineup, but that was half the fun. He glanced again at the scoreboard, where their combined points still gleamed like a neon sign. Target here. The overhead. Speakers blared a countdown, warning them the battle would begin any second. All around them, other teams finalized their own last-minute huddles, predatory eyes flicking toward Izuku's band. There was no doubt half of those teams would come charging for their headbands the instant the buzzer sounded. Izuku took a steadying breath. Remember, if we hold on to our points, there's no need to grab any more. Let the others duke it out. We stay out of their line of fire and keep our headbands safe. That means we dodge. And if we can't dodge, we defend. Understood? Ochako nodded, her face set. Hatsum gave a quick thumbs up, excitement written all over her features. Tokoyami merely inclined his head, dark shadow huffing in acknowledgement. Ochako tapped Izuku's shoulder, making him float off the ground, but before his could get too high, the three of them grabbed a limb and boosted him on their shoulders. Izuku wrapped the 10 million point headband around his forehead. The timer hit 0 and the crowd cheered, already so excited for the fight that's coming. Present Mike screamed through the speakers. After 15 minutes to pick teammates and talk strategy, all cavalry teams are prepared to go head-to-head. Come on. Everyone get your hands in the air. It's time for an arena-bumping UA battle royal. Let me hear you scream. Let's get this party started. One final countdown before the game starts. Every head on the field turned to Izuku's team. 3. Izuku's eyes flicked through the multiple groups of students. 2. Here we go. 1. Begin. None of them wasted a single second before running towards them from all sides. They're not even giving us a chance, huh? Such as the fate of the pursued. Make your choice, Midoriya. Tokoyami shouted. Izuku laughed. That's easy. We're running away. I don't think so. A boy from Class 1B screamed and the ground beneath them suddenly turned into mud. Izuku looked at the team's front. It must be that guy's Quirk. His thumb found the button in his hand. Uraraka, Hatsum. Watch your faces. They closed their eyes and Izuku pressed the button, activating the jetpack on his back. They inched out of the mud pit and into the air, away from the rest of the competition. Izuku let the tension in his shoulders drop for the short time they were in the air. Dark shadows suddenly surged outward, cloaking Izuku and his teammates like a living shield of darkness. It knocked aside Jiro's earphone jacks just as they were about to snatch Izuku's headband. There was a muffled thud as her cables slipped harmlessly off his forehead, earning a frustrated frown from the girl, who immediately pulled back to regroup with her own team. Good work, Tokoyami commended his Quirk with a terse nod. Dark Shadow rumbled in acknowledgement, its eyes gleaming as it resumed its watchful stance. Please continue to watch over our blind spots, Dark Shadow. Izuku's eyes shone with genuine admiration. Your shadow is exactly what we needed, he said, turning a grin on Tokoyami. It'll take care of our omnidirectional defenses. Seriously, Tokoyami, you're amazing. Tokoyami inclined his head calmly. You are the one who chose me, he replied with quiet pride. A blaring horn and a sudden shift of movement caught their attention. Numerous teams were colliding, jostling for headbands in a frantic tug-of-war of quirks and strategy. A swirl of dust and shouts filled the air as students fought to maintain balance. We're landing, Ochako announced, loud enough for the team to hear over the din. She activated the hover boots Hatsum had handed her, slowing their descent with a controlled hiss of air pressure. Their makeshift cavalry touched down on firmer ground, giving them a moment to regroup. Nice job, Izuku said, glancing at the boots with appreciation for the support course's handiwork. Any heavier landing, and we'd have knocked ourselves off balance. Hatsum gave a thumbs up from behind the jetpack's controls. Don't forget who's responsible for those boots and that hover function. My babies are working exactly as intended. Izuku let out a quick, relieved breath. So far, so good. They hadn't lost any points, and in fact, they hadn't needed to steal any either. Their plan was working. Wow. Barely 2 minutes since we started and it's already a total free for all. Yeah. Watch those headbands. You can even ignore the 10 million points and go after the other chart toppers. A cackling laugh echoed across the field, drawing Izuku's attention. He glanced over his shoulder to spot Shoji sprinting toward them, his duplicated arms spread out above his head like a tent. Shoji? Tokoyami narrowed his eyes. Is he by himself? Where's his team? Just as he said this, another group charged in from the side, blocking a potential escape. Tokoyami's expression hardened. What we need is breathing room, he muttered to Izuku. We can't get trapped between multiple opponents. Ochako gasped and tried to run, but her foot wouldn't budge. What? Something's wrong with my boot, she exclaimed, pulling desperately at her leg. Izuku quickly looked down to see a small, sticky purple sphere clinging to the sole of Ochako's hover boot. Mineta's ball? He said, eyes widening. But where did it come from? Right over here, came a taunting voice. Izuku turned just in time to see Mineta peek out from the narrow gap formed by Shoji's arms. The tiny student gave a wild little wave. Hi, Midoriya, he cackled, before ducking back under Shoji's protective canopy. A long pink tongue darted out next, missing Izuku's head by inches. You've got Azui in there too? Izuku asked, dodging aside. I told you to call me Tsu, Azui said, though her usual calm tone was laced with determination. Her tongue and Mineta's purple spheres launched in rapid succession, forcing Ochako to swerve desperately out of range. Quickly! Tokoyami urged, spotting more students converging from the other side. Move! Without hesitation, Izuku pressed the button on Hatsume's jetpack. A sudden burst of power lifted them into the air, but Mineta's sticky ball had done more damage than they'd realized. Ochako's hover boot tore partially free from its bottom casing, causing sparks to erupt as wires were yanked loose. My baby! Hatsume cried out, eyes wide with horror as she watched the broken piece trail smoke. My baby is ruined. Izuku grimaced apologetically. Sorry, Hatsume, but at least we got away from everyone. He wasn't proud of breaking the gear, but it had bought them a momentary advantage, one they desperately needed. An explosion thundered somewhere below them, drawing Izuku's attention. Leaning over, he spotted a familiar figure rocketing toward them, propelled by bursts of fire and smoke. Katsuki's face was contorted in raw determination. Don't think for a second you're safe, he snarled, palms glowing ominously. Izuku's eyes narrowed as his smile grew. Katsuki's attempt was cute, but no one was getting close to this headband. Tokoyami! Responding in a flash, dark shadow swooped forward, positioning itself squarely between Izuku's team and Katsuki's incoming blast. Katsuki's explosion slammed into the inky mass, sending a crackling flare of light and heat across the arena. The crowd roared at the spectacle, and Present Mic's voice echoed loud and clear through the speakers. Dark Shadow, singed by the blow, shrank back immediately, returning to Tokoyami's side with a wavering hiss. Izuku let out a breath, chest still tight from the sudden burst of danger. What? Bakugo has been separated from his horses. Present Mic boomed with unrestrained excitement. Is that even allowed? Katsuki started to fall back and Siro's tape shot out, securing him in midair and reeling him back to his own group. All eyes turned to Midnight, who casually gave a thumbs up. He never touched the ground, so technically he's okay. Meanwhile, Izuku's team was forced into a rough landing, skidding across the dirt in an unsteady arc. Ochako tensed, bracing for impact as the damaged hover boot sparked once again. Hatsume clutched at Izuku's jetpack, teeth gritted in dismay at the sight of her baby in less than optimal condition. Tokoyami steadied Dark Shadow, who still bristled from deflecting Katsuki's blasts. Despite the jarring touchdown, Izuku gave a quick, encouraging nod toward his friend. Nice work, Uraraka, he said. Yeah, she let out a small huff, her brow furrowed with lingering worry, but it's still hard to control where we're going with just one foot functioning. She gestured at the battered hover boot. The bottom portion clung on by a few wires. Hatsume, biting her lip, crouched to give it a quick assessment. I can fix it, just gimme a second. However, another swirl of movement near the edges of the ring made them all tense. The cavalry battle was still in full swing, and the clock was relentlessly ticking down. Izuku glanced up, scanning the frenzy of students diving in for each other's headbands. He hummed in interest when he saw Katsuki's headband get snatched. He never thought he'd see the day where his friend was frozen in shock. Izuku hummed. "Everyone, don't worry. I think we're okay," Izuku said, though the moment the words left his mouth, their team jerked to a sudden halt. The dust around them billowed as they skidded across the arena floor, bringing them face to face with a new threat. Izuku's eyes narrowed, the grin on his face turning razor-sharp. It was Todoroki's team, ice and determination radiating off them like a cold front. For a second, no one moved, as though the sheer tension in the air demanded a standoff. "And now, we've reached the halfway point of the game." Present Mick's voice boomed across the stadium, fueling the rising excitement. Izuku took a slow, deliberate breath, trying to steady the burst of adrenaline coursing through his veins. "I thought we had it made," he said, the static crackle of his radio voice bleeding into each word. His mocking smirk only grew as he met Todoroki's frosty glare. "Guess I was wrong." Todoroki's eyes flicked to the headband around Izuku's neck, ice already crackling at the edges of his uniform. "I'll be taking that now," he declared calmly, though his stance betrayed just how serious he was. An excited laugh tore from Izuku's throat, unrestrained and echoing in the confined space between them. "I'd like to see you try." The crowd roared in response, the tension thick enough to slice with a knife. For a moment, both sides stood poised on the razor's edge, hearts pounding to the same frenetic beat. Ochako's hands hovered near her damaged hover boot, and Tokoyami's dark shadow bristled in anticipation, ready to strike or defend at a moment's notice. "I didn't think this confrontation would happen until later in the contest." "He seems to have it out for you, Midoriya," Tokoyami observed, his voice cool under the din of the roaring crowd. Dark shadow shifted protectively by his side, tensing in anticipation of whatever was coming next. Izuku's gaze swept the arena, noting multiple teams edging closer. The tension in his stance made it clear, he wasn't backing down. "The game's almost over, we can't stop now," he said firmly. A moment later, he spotted Todoroki's team preparing something. "Watch your surroundings," Izuku warned, his smile growing taut with adrenaline. "It's not just Todoroki that's after us. Everyone is." Sure enough, 5 more groups converged from various angles, each one with eyes set on Izuku's high-value headband. Before anyone could mount a proper defense, Todoroki's team suddenly pulled a thick blanket over themselves, everyone except Kaminari, who stood exposed, sparks dancing along his hands. Indiscriminate shock, 1.3 million volts. Kaminari bellowed. Blue-white electricity crackled across the stadium, a massive surge blazing outward in every direction. He gritted his teeth, ready to unleash all of that power in one spectacular burst. Izuku's heart pounded. "That's going to take out half the field if we don't do something." Without hesitation, he focused his quirk, causing his entire team to flicker with static for a split second. "I'm sorry guys. This might feel weird," he shouted over the chaotic hum of electricity. In an instant, a hazy distortion engulfed them, making their outlines flicker like a glitchy TV signal. The bolts slammed forward and then slipped right through, sizzling harmlessly in the space they just vacated. The force and light left the surrounding ground scorched, but Izuku's group remained unscathed within that moment of static-laced displacement. When the lightning finally dissipated, Izuku relinquished his quirk, letting them reappear solidly on the dirt. Hatsum stumbled, muttering in dizzy disorientation. Ochako blinked rapidly, looking like she'd just gotten off a spinning carnival ride. Tokoyami swayed for a fraction of a second, dark shadow huffing in confusion at being momentarily phased out of reality. "That was definitely weird," Ochako admitted, pressing a hand to her temple. Hatsum shot Izuku a look both fascinated and mildly alarmed. "Next time, a little more warning might be nice," she teased, though her eyes gleamed with excitement. It wasn't every day she got to experience a literal glitch in reality firsthand. Izuku gave her a light chuckle, his smirk softening into a sheepish grin. Sorry. Thought a moment of weirdness was better than being fried. They started running, but Todoroki's ice struck first. The massive wall snapped into place with a thunderous crack, forming a frigid barrier in front of them. Before Izuku and the others could react, another sheet of ice erupted behind them, sealing them in like fish in a tank. This makeshift enclosure brushed right up against the stadium's boundary lines, effectively cutting off any chance of escape. "Demon it," Izuku hissed, skidding to a stop. Ochako's eyes darted across the frozen walls, looking for any gap or weakness. Her breath caught in her throat when she realized just how completely they were trapped. Todoroki's group sprinted forward through the thinning dust, closing in fast. Ochako took a trembling breath, her fingers curling around her battered hover boot. "Izuku, can't you, I don't know, use your quirk to teleport us out of here or something?" Izuku shot her a grim look, one hand clenching around the strap of the headband. "No. I've never tried transporting a whole group before," he growled, frustration leaking into his voice. He wasn't about to mention the dangerous, monstrous presence that lurked within his quirk, the one he could barely keep in check even by himself. "I might be able to phase myself out," he admitted, eyeing the ice warily. "But all of us together? I have no idea what that would do, or if I'd just leave you behind. I can't risk finding out the hard way." Ochako's shoulders slumped at the admission, but she steeled herself against the rising panic. From the corner of her eye, she could see Todoroki's team storming in, their expressions set like stone. Tokoyami drew Dark Shadow closer, the inky creature snarling softly as if tasting the tension in the air. "We need a new plan," he said, voice grim. "Because ready or not, they're nearly upon us." Izuku glanced between the ice walls hemming them in and the oncoming threat. His heart hammered, but a determined grin slowly curled at the corners of his mouth. "Then we'll just have to make our stand right here, won't we?" he murmured, bracing for the clash. Team Midoriya has nowhere left to run. Only 1 minute left. Todoroki has cornered the 10 million point team and is poised to seize the ultimate prize. At least that's what I would have predicted 5 minutes ago. Unbelievably, Team Midoriya's been able to keep away from the Ice Master for the last half of the game. Todoroki's only move to get the points was to freeze them, but he couldn't do that with Ida in the way. So they stayed on his left side. When Todoroki's team moved, they moved. Though he wasn't particularly thrilled to be trapped, Izuku recognized the pattern. The second Todoroki got a clear shot, he turned the whole arena into a winter wonderland, points or no points. They just had to keep throwing him off. The hair on the back of Izuku's neck prickled when he caught sight of Ida crouching, the boy's lips forming silent words. A flash of realization struck, and Izuku's heart kicked into a frenzy. He's about to charge. His fingers twitched, glitching faintly, a prelude to what he was about to do. "Be ready to catch me," he breathed to his team. "Wait, what?" Ochako began, confusion creasing her brow. But before any of them could fully register his words, Izuku disappeared in a burst of static. Everything happened in an instant. Ida's recipro burst rocketed right by them, and in that same split second, Izuku reappeared above everyone's heads as gravity claimed him. Ochako and the others had only a split second to realize what was happening. With a collective gasp, they scrambled to cushion his fall, arms outstretched. Izuku's momentum drove him straight into their waiting grasp, where they caught him with a heavy thud, stumbling but staying upright. Panting slightly, Izuku let out a shaky laugh, feeling the rush of what he'd just pulled off. If Kaken could do it, why couldn't I, right? What just happened? Present Mick's excitable voice boomed through the stadium speakers, nearly drowning out the crowd's clamor. That was one massive blur. Ida just showed off some impressive speed that makes me question why he didn't use that move in the preliminaries. And as for Midoriya, he completely vanished, dodging Ida's attempted snatch for the 10 million points like it was nothing. Seems like a high-risk, high-reward move on both sides. One miscalculation, and we'd have a totally different outcome. He let out a loud cackle that reverberated across the stands. But with Midoriya slipping out of Ida's clutches, We've still got ourselves a very interesting showdown in this final stretch of the cavalry battle, folks. Izuku straightened up, an exhilarating laugh spilling from his lips despite the pressure of the moment. His heart thundered in his chest as he surveyed the chaotic battlefield around him. Debris from Todoroki's earlier ice walls still littered the ground, and sporadic bursts of Quirk-fueled battles raged across the stadium. The roar of the crowd thundered in his ears like an unrelenting storm. Todoroki and his teammates eyed them warily. The tension in the air felt palpable like a bowstring drawn taut, ready to snap. Suddenly, Yaoyorozu's arm shimmered with the familiar glow of her quirk. She created a sleek, metallic staff from her forearm, which she smoothly passed to Todoroki. "Ah, still got some fire in you, huh?" Izuku called out, his signature grin edging toward the wild side. The adrenaline from the near-miss with Ida still buzzed in his veins. Dark shadows swirled protectively around Izuku's team. Tokoyami's inky guardian pulsed like a coiled storm cloud, prepared to repel any threat that dared approach. A faint rumble snaked through the shards of ice near them, and Izuku's eyes flicked toward it. The eerie crackle made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Tension is high between Team Midoriya and Todoroki with only 11 seconds left in the game. Present Mix's voice blared through the stadium, ratcheting up the excitement. Todoroki's team lunged forward and Izuku swore that he saw a faint flicker of red fire on his left side, just before Todoroki paled and it extinguished. Before Izuku could fully register the odd expression that crossed Todoroki's usual monotone face, the towering wall of ice erupted. Chunks of frozen debris flew in every direction as Todoroki lunged from behind the explosion. At the exact same moment, a thunderous boom tore through the air. Katsuki, eyes blazing with determination, blasted his way through the ice's opening, twin explosions propelling him toward Izuku's team like a living cannonball. Izuku's pulse spiked. He could see Todoroki's team gunning for them on him to his left, while Katsuki careened in from the right, his growl audible even above the roar of the audience. Panic warred in Izuku's chest. Dark shadow hissed around them, and Ochako and Hatsum braced for impact. Tokoyami stood poised, ready to unleash a defensive barrier if needed. This is it, just seconds left. Time's up. Everything froze, as though the entire arena were holding its breath. In that single moment, Katsuki caught mid-lunge lost his momentum. Without the impetus of the battle, he fell short, landing face-first on the ground with a thud, a mere 5 feet away from Izuku's team. The tension snapped like a broken string, and the crowd roared in an explosion of noise. Izuku exhaled a shaky breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. His grin wavered with relief as the final wave of adrenaline pulsed through him. He and his teammates sagged from the release, knees weak from the rush. Ochako managed a relieved laugh, while Hatsum clutched her gadgets protectively. Tokoyami whispered a quiet command for Dark Shadow to relax, the inky creature withdrawing into the boy's body. "Man," Izuku muttered, voice trembling with a mix of excitement and weariness. "That was way too close." Tokoyami, standing at his side, gave a short nod of agreement, his sharp eyes flicking over the scattered chunks of ice and the current crisis Katsuki was having. "Indeed," he said gravely. "We nearly lost everything in those last few seconds." Ochako fell back until she was sitting on the ground. "But we made it," she breathed, relief washing over her. The scoreboard illuminated above them, signaling the end of the cavalry battle and the final tallies. As the roar of the crowd reached a near-deafening volume, Izuku mustered one final grin at his teammates. His heart still hammered, and he could practically taste the adrenaline in the back of his throat. Now let's take a look at who the top 4 teams are. In first place, Team Midoriya. In second place, Team Bakugo. In third place, Team Todoroki. And in fourth place is Tetsu. Wait, what? It's Team Shinso. When did they come back from the dead? These 4 valiant teams will advance on to the final round. Now, let's take an hour lunch break before the afternoon festivities. We'll see you soon. Oh, you brought me here. Now what? Todoroki stared at Izuku's smirking face from where he leaned against the wall of the tunnel. His own expression opposite to the boy in front of him. "Have you ever heard of Quirk marriages?" "Quirk marriages?" I can't say that I have. Todoroki nodded and looked at his feet. They became a problem in the first few generations after superpowers became widespread. There were those who sought out potential mates with the intention of creating powerful children. Many people were forced into marriages. They were simply viewed as old-fashioned arranged marriages. But clearly, it was unethical. My father has not only a rich history of accomplishments, but plenty of money to throw at his problems. He bought my mother's relatives to get his hands on her quirk. And now he's raising me to usurp all might. Todoroki scoffed. It's so annoying. I refuse to be a tool for that scumbag. He paused. In every memory of my mother, I only see her crying. He raised his arm again and covered his scar. I remember that she used to call my left side unbearable before she poured boiling water on my face. His voice broke and Izuku's breath hitched in barely suppressed horror. Todoroki looked up at him, his expression dark and unreadable. The frost in his eyes mirrored the ice he wielded so effortlessly, but beneath that cold exterior, something simmered, a storm of defiance, anger, and something deeper. Something personal. The reason I picked a fight with you, Todoroki began, his voice quiet but sharp, was to show my old man what I was capable of, without having to rely on his demed fire quirk. Izuku stiffened slightly. He had suspected something like this Todoroki's fighting style, the way he only ever used ice, the way his right side always seemed dormant. But hearing it from the source made it real. Todoroki continued, his jaw tight with determination. I'm going to show him that I reject using his power, and that I can take first place without it. Silence stretched between them. Izuku stared, searching Todoroki's face for something understanding, maybe. He thought about what it meant to fight with only half of your power, to reject a part of yourself out of sheer defiance. He thought about what Todoroki was trying to prove, about the weight of expectations, the burden of family, and the way scars, physical or not, could shape a person's entire world. But before Izuku could say anything, Todoroki turned on his heel and walked away, his shoulders squared, his posture rigid. He left Izuku standing there, watching his retreating figure, the words lingering in the air between them like frost in the wind. Izuku's grin slackened slightly, replaced by something more thoughtful, more serious. So that's what this is about, he mused, running a hand through his hair. All right, Todoroki. If that's what you're after, then I guess it's my job to show you exactly why you're wrong. All right. For those who didn't qualify for the finals, don't sweat it. We've got a ton of fun, completely optional games planned for you guys. Dodgeball, scavenger hunts, quirk relay races, you name it. Just 'cause you didn't make the top 16 doesn't mean the fun stops here. Excited murmurs rippled through the crowd. Meanwhile, the 16 finalists were directed toward the stage, where Midnight stood with a small yellow box in hand, her signature smile in place. Come closer and draw lots to see who you'll be playing against, she instructed, lifting the box slightly. Then, feel free to enjoy the recreational events before we begin. The 16 finalists have the option to participate or sit out to conserve stamina. I'm sure some of you want to play it smart before your battles. Some of the finalists exchanged glances. The idea of burning unnecessary energy wasn't exactly appealing, but at the same time, the excitement of the festival was infectious. Midnight stepped down from the stage, preparing to have the first-place team begin drawing lots, when suddenly, a single hand shot into the air. Excuse me. Ojiro's voice was firm, though the hesitance in his stance was evident. Sorry, but I'm withdrawing. A hush fell over the students, followed immediately by a wave of gasps. Ojiro! No way! But this is a rare chance for you to get scouted, Ida said, walking up to him. Izuku blinked, taken aback. Ojiro wasn't someone who made decisions lightly, and for him to willingly step down from the finals was unexpected. Ojiro kept his gaze steady, his tail flicking slightly behind him. I can't, in good conscience, fight in the one-on-one matches, he admitted. During the cavalry battle, I don't remember anything. It's like I blacked out. I know it was because of that guy's quirk. Izuku followed Ojiro's gaze and saw the same boy who had declared war on their class. He stood a few feet away with his hands in his pockets, face unreadable. His gaze flickered toward Ojiro but didn't betray any emotion. Whispers broke out in the crowd. Ojiro clenched his fists. I don't think it's right for me to move forward in the competition when I didn't get here by my own merit. I refuse to accept a spot that I didn't earn fairly. Midnight tilted her head, intrigued. Are you certain? It's a rare opportunity for exposure. Ojiro nodded firmly. I've made up my mind. Another student stepped forward, and like Ojiro, he was withdrawing from the finals because he believed that a chance to be scouted should only be reserved for those who truly earned it. He spoke of self-respect, of not wanting to take advantage of a system he felt had been built on hard work and integrity rather than shortcuts or luck. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he listened. Here, in the middle of one of the most important events of their future, a student was willing to give up an opportunity that could have changed his life for the better just because he valued honor above personal gain. Izuku didn't think he'd ever heard anything more honorable than a competitor choosing to sacrifice fame for the sake of integrity. It was a statement that resonated deep within him, stirring feelings of admiration and a renewed sense of purpose. Midnight's eyes blazed as she surveyed the cluster of finalists before her, her presence dominating the makeshift stage in the arena. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation, and every student, whether brimming with ambition or quietly anxious, waited for her verdict. After a long, piercing stare that seemed to strip away any pretense, she snapped her whip with a crisp, commanding crack that reverberated throughout the stadium. This sort of talk is incredibly naive, my boys, she declared, her tone both amused and scornful. Before anyone could react, a wicked smile spread across her face. That turns me on. Shota, Ojiro, you're withdrawn. Her words rang out boldly, leaving the arena momentarily stunned into silence. Izuku's head tilted. Did she actually just say that to a bunch of teenagers? Now let's see. We'll have to move up students from the 5th-place cavalry team so we have enough contestants. A ripple of murmurs passed through the crowd and a girl from Class 1B stepped forward. She glanced around at her teammates. We were frozen most of the time. Honestly, we barely did anything in the cavalry battle. Isn't that right? She looked at her teammates, nodded in agreement, their faces etched with resignation. With a determined look, she added, you should choose from the group that kept fighting the whole time. Team Tetsu. A protest broke out from one of the boys on the 5th-place team, a hesitant, indignant tone rising from his lips, but before he could say much more, her lips curled into a confident smile. I'm not doing this as a favor, it's just fair. Midnight smiled and nodded. And so Tetsu and Shiozaki advanced to the finals. Take a look at the brackets, my dears. These are your opponents. A cheer burst forth from the crowd as the new matchups flashed across the screen. Izuku found his name in the first round against a boy named Shinso. He hummed. A match against someone he didn't know. Against a quirk he's never seen. This'll be fun. And if he won either round, there was a possibility that he would be facing Todoroki next. His grin widened. Perfect. His head twitched when he felt someone silently walk up behind him and turned before he could speak. It was the same boy that Ojiro had talked about. That is you, right? Izuku Midoriya? Izuku's eyes narrowed as he nodded. A pleasure. So, are you excited? He asked. Izuku hummed. Something wrapped over his mouth, stopping him from saying anything more. Not so fast. Ojiro said behind him. The boy smirked and walked away. Izuku turned to him as Ojiro pulled his tail back. Ojiro, what's the deal? You can't say a word to him. He warned. Izuku stood at the edge of the tunnel as he waited to be called out. He stared at the new arena where all of the brawls were going to happen in the center of the stadium. His heart was racing, but not from the anticipation of the fight, or the thousands of people watching above them, and the thousands of more that are watching from home, but of what Ojiro had told him while the students who didn't make it to the finals were playing in the side games. So his quirk can let him take over people's minds? Izuku leaned back in the metal chair as Ojiro nodded. Yes. By not giving him a chance to use it. He didn't get into my head until I answered a question before the second round. I think that's the secret behind his power. Izuku hummed. So I have to be careful not to say anything or I'll lose for sure. Not exactly. Even if he gets you, there's still a chance. For round 2, I don't remember anything at all except the very end of the battle. I think we were running away after we took Tetsu's headband. I bumped into another person and it was like I woke up. I was me again, and suddenly I was able to think clearly. It's only a guess. Still, I don't know how much of a shock it would take to break his spell. And in a one-on-one match, you can't count on an outside force intervening to help you. He rubbed the back of his head. Although I don't think you'll have anything to worry about, I've seen you fight. He stood. Anyway, I hope that's helpful. Izuku joined him, pushing up from the chair. Thank you so much. You're a good guy, Ojiro. Ojiro held out his fist. But, know this sounds selfish, but I'll say it anyway. Beat this guy for you and me, all right? His eyes glittered with excitement. I'll do my best. He bumps his fist with Ojiro's. Izuku shook the memory away as Present Mix's voice screamed through the speakers. All right, audience. Let's cut to the good stuff and not delay any of these finals any longer. Welcome our first fighters. The screen lights up to show their faces and Izuku took a calming breath before walking out of the tunnel. It's Izuku Midoriya from the Hero Course versus Hitoshi Shinso from General Studies, who really hasn't done anything to stand out yet. The rules are simple. Immobilize your opponent or force them out of the ring. You can also win by getting your opponent to cry uncle. Bring on the injuries, 'cause we've got our very own recovery girl waiting on standby. So put your morals aside and don't be afraid to play dirty. But of course, no life-threatening crap, folks. It's not allowed. Real heroes use their power to throw villains in jail, not kill them. Cementos formed a chair of concrete to sit in on the side of the arena while the matches go on, away from any long-distance quirks, but close enough to intervene if things got too rough. So you can just give up, huh? Shinso said, making Izuku's eyes narrow slightly. In a way, this is a test of how strong your spirit is. If you know what you want your future to hold for you, you can't worry about what other people think. Ready? Shinso's eyes narrowed as he fixed his steely gaze on Izuku. That monkey was going on about his pride earlier, he sneered, his tone heavy with contempt. At the insult, Izuku's fingers began to flicker erratically small bursts of glitching static that betrayed the simmering fury beneath his composed exterior. His trademark smile tightened into a hard, grim line, and his eyes darkened as he listened to Shinso's nonsense. Begin. Shinso wasn't finished. With a dismissive wave, he taunted further, but I just think he's an idiot for throwing away his chance like that. His words were laced with mockery and scorn, clearly meant to provoke. Izuku clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles whitened, and he stepped forward, each stride fueled by a mounting resolve. How dare you say, Izuku began, his voice rising in indignation. But before he could continue, something shifted within him like a light switch being abruptly flicked off. In an instant he froze mid-stride. The world around him seemed to dim, and his mind fell into an eerie, quiet darkness. The anger, the defiance, all of it was swallowed by a sudden, overwhelming void. In that suspended moment, Shinso's voice broke through the silence. That's it. I win, he declared, his tone smug and triumphant. Yet there was something off in the sound of his words. They came out muffled, as if filtered through water, as if Izuku himself were unable to register or respond. So here we are, Shinso said, breaking the deafening silence. You were lucky to be blessed with such a powerful quirk, Midoriya. Now turn around and walk out of bounds like a good little hero. Against his will, Izuku turned around and walked stiffly to the edge of the arena. A what? Midoriya's obeying him. Izuku couldn't control his body as he was forced to walk to the edge of the arena. Couldn't make a sound. He could barely think. The boundary line was getting closer and closer and there was nothing he could do to stop. Just a few steps away. If he was going to lose, he'll be dead if it was going to be like this. Just then, something cold washed through him, canceling out the tight warm embrace of his subconscious, and through his fogged vision, he could see a shadowed version of himself. It was smiling. Big enough that it could have been splitting his face. No, go away. I don't want you here. The dark apparition pet its head to the side, as if savoring his internal anguish, its voice emerging in a garbled, otherworldly whisper that slithered into his mind. HOWPTI seed, ISTHISRLY HOWWREGOINGTOLOSE How pathetic. Is this really how we're going to lose this match? Shut up. Get out of my head. I don't need you. His shadow disappeared and he thought that was the end of it, but then something was whispering in his ear. ADMITIT, YOUE, JUSTLETMINAND ISAN HLPYOU, WSIN WINTHIS.HEWON, TSANDA SINVITS. Admit it. You need me. Just let me in and I can help you. We can win this. He won't stand a chance. No. I won't let you hurt him. I won't let you out again. He hissed to himself and his vision shook. The shadow faded into smoke and suddenly, the chatter of the crowd came back and he stopped just at the edge of the white line that would have cost him the entire event and grabbed his head. Present Mick's scream blocked out the slight hysterical laugh that escaped Izuku's throat. It was back. It was talking to him. It almost took control again. Oh God. What was happening to him? How'd you do that? Izuku's head snapped over his shoulder to the distraught purple-haired boy. He just stared at Shinso, his eyes wild from just a mere shadow. Shinso suddenly smiled, but Izuku could see the sweat drip down his neck. Come on, say something. I didn't know you had so much resolve that you could break out of my quirk. I'm kind of jealous of you. Izuku stared. He must look like a lunatic. Tousled hair, wild eyes, and a psychotic grin. Shinso was saying something, but a ringing slowly filled Izuku's ears. It wasn't gone. Even now, under the pressure of every heartbeat, Izuku could still feel that incessant, burning presence beneath his skin. It made him feel as if his very flesh were closing in on him, hot, claustrophobic, and utterly oppressive. Every nerve in his body screamed with the desire to claw his skin off, if only it would grant him some relief. If it would finally kill the thing that lives inside him. You're lucky enough to have a heroic quirk. It'll be so easy for you to reach your goal. Heroic? My quirk isn't heroic. It's anything but heroic. It was a curse. Izuku clenched and unclenched his shaking fists to release some of the tension. He had other things to worry about. This was a matter for later, after he won this round. He didn't respond to anything Shinso said, not only because he knew that it would activate his quirk, but because he didn't know if he could even listen to the sound of his own voice. If Shinso couldn't use his quirk, then Izuku wouldn't either. He charged, watching panic race through his eyes. Thanks to the way my quirk works, I've always been at a disadvantage. People would stay away from me and rule out my quirk as villainous. But someone as blessed as you wouldn't understand that. He yelled, getting desperate now. Izuku almost laughed. Blessed was the last word he would use to describe what he was. Izuku's fist collided with Shinso's face in a brutal, precise arc. The impact sent Shinso stumbling to the side, and a fresh trickle of blood ran down from his split nose. His eyes, alight with fury, narrowed as he snarled at Izuku. For a heartbeat, the arena fell silent, every eye fixed on the sudden burst of raw violence. Shinso wasn't one to back down easily. Regaining his balance, he lunged forward. Izuku didn't use his quirk to dodge. He ducked away from the punch and slammed his hands on Shinso's shoulder and chest, throwing all of his body weight into Shinso. The boy tripped over his feet to regain his footing as he was being pushed closer and closer to the white line. Shinso's fist dug into Izuku's torso and he lost his breath for a moment, but continued on. Then, when Shinso started swinging, Izuku grabbed his arm and collar, twisting, and then was throwing Shinso over his shoulder and watching as his legs crossed the white line. Izuku breathed hard, ignoring Midnight announcing him the winner, and the crowd's roaring applause. Shinso was wrong. Izuku wasn't blessed. Izuku wasn't lucky. He was a monster. Still shaken from their previous clash, Izuku stepped forward, his expression a mixture of defiance and anguish. He extended a hand toward Shinso, his gesture offering both an olive branch and an unspoken challenge. After a long, waited moment, Shinso groaned as he met Izuku's outstretched palm. His eyes, still blazing with the remnants of fury, locked onto Izuku's. With a reluctant sigh, he allowed himself to be pulled to his feet. But Izuku wasn't done. Instead of simply helping him up and moving on, he drew Shinso in close, so that his voice dropped to a harsh, low tone against his ear so Shinso could hear him over the roar of present mixed commentary and the crowd. His words were laced with bitter honesty. "I'm not blessed, Shinso. My quirk is nothing to be praised about," he hissed, each syllable trembling with raw emotion. "I'm actually jealous that your quirk is so normal. You don't know me. You don't know what I have gone through." His grip tightened as he leaned in further, his tone turning anguished. "Everything you said during that fight, none of it was true." For a long heartbeat, he let the silence stretch between them, his eyes searching the others for any sign of understanding. Then his voice broke once more, heavy with despair. "My quirk is tearing me apart, and there is nothing I can do to stop it." He stepped away, walking back through the tunnel and into the waiting room, a quiet, dim space set apart from the chaos of the arena. The narrow corridor echoed with each measured footstep, and the soft hum of emergency lights barely lit the path as he tried to collect himself. His heart pounded relentlessly, a staccato reminder of the fierce battle and the weight of his own inner turmoil. With a deep, shuddering breath, he speared his fingers into his unruly hair, tugging at the strands as if trying to pull out the tension itself. He closed his eyes, willing himself to steady his breathing and quell the trembling that had overtaken his body. Yet even in this moment of reprieve, he could still feel it, the burning, oppressive presence of his quirk crawling beneath his skin, a constant reminder of the darkness he carried. So he sat there with his eyes closed, trying to recapture some semblance of calm. He vowed quietly to himself that he would not allow that cursed power to define him. He would fight to master it even if every step forward felt like wading through fire. For now, in the quiet of the waiting room, he took a steadying breath and tried to reclaim control of his mind and body, preparing himself to step back into the fray as the hero he knew he had to be, even if he felt nothing like one. Izuku's heart was just starting to slow when the door swung open. He didn't even need to look up. He recognized Katsuki's hard, deliberate footsteps before the door fully opened. For a long, heavy moment, neither spoke. Finally, Katsuki sighed, and Izuku heard the scrape of a metal chair as Katsuki sat down directly across from him. They sat there in silence, the tension lingering like an unspoken challenge. Finally, Katsuki broke the quiet, his voice low and edged with concern. "You all right, Deku?" Izuku swallowed hard, still feeling the residual tremor of adrenaline. "Yeah. I'm fine," he replied. His grin that was usually so full of mischief didn't reach his eyes. Katsuki's gaze was intense as he studied him for a moment. "You looked like you were about to break," he said bluntly, the silence heavy between them. Izuku finally releases his hair from the death grip of his fingers and laid them flat on the metal table, refusing to look at his friend's eyes. "I can't shake it off that easily. That thing in my head, it nearly got me this time," he admitted, voice barely above a whisper. For a long, waited moment, neither spoke. Then, Katsuki slowly leaned forward until Izuku was forced to look away from his shaking hands and into his eyes, which was uncharacteristically soft for someone like Katsuki Bakugo. "I know you're fighting something you can't see," Katsuki murmured, his tone a blend of irritation and genuine concern. "Maybe you don't like it, but you have to remember you're not alone in this. I'm here whether you like it or not." Izuku's forced grin wavered and then slowly faded into a pained, conflicted expression. "I know," he said quietly. His voice trembled as he added, "Sometimes, it feels like my quirk is a curse. It's tearing me apart from the inside. I'm scared, Kaken, scared that I'm not as strong as I need to be. I'm scared that whatever this demon is, it's going to come out, and I won't be able to stop it." The words hung between them, heavy and raw. Katsuki's jaw tightened, and his expression softened. "Deku, you're stronger than you know. You're not a monster, you're the guy who pushes through even when everything's against him." For a moment, silence reclaimed the space, filled only by the steady hum of the waiting room's fluorescent lights and the distant murmur of the arena beyond. Izuku's gaze dropped to his shaking hands, his mind swirling with doubts and memories of that dark presence that had nearly overwhelmed him. Slowly, he released the tension in his shoulders and leaned back, exhaling deeply as if trying to push the chaos from his thoughts. After a long pause, he shifted the conversation, attempting to ground himself in something more familiar. "So, who is your opponent?" he asked, his voice quieter than before. Katsuki's eyes narrowed at the abrupt change of subject, his jaw set in a way that suggested he was calculating his next move even in this quiet moment. Finally, he indulged him with a curt answer, "Some girl called Uraraka." Izuku blinked in surprise. "Some girl?" and huffed a laugh that was equal parts incredulity and amusement. "You mean our classmate Ochako Uraraka? She was my partner during our first hero training class with All Might." He paused, considering how much to reveal. Perhaps he should hold off from detailing her quirk, especially if Katsuki was so self-absorbed he didn't even remember what she was capable of. After all, Katsuki's focus in combat had always been ruthless and unyielding, and he wasn't known for indulging sentiments beyond his immediate objectives. Katsuki's expression remained unreadable for a moment as he processed Izuku's words, his eyes flickering briefly with something that might have been recognition or maybe just a calculation of his own advantages. "You mean the extra that screws with gravity?" "Pink cheeks." Katsuki's voice rang out, laced with his signature snark. The remark, as usual, was aimed with precise cruelty and insult meant to rile up the ones he'd consider weak or overly sentimental. Izuku's eye twitched imperceptibly at the barb. Uraraka was his friend, someone he respected and trusted, and while he hated hearing such jeers directed at her, he wasn't entirely surprised. Katsuki had always been a hotshot, unafraid to let his tongue lash out. Over time, Izuku had learned to deal with his rival's harsh words, knowing they were part of Katsuki's way of showing concern, however clumsy it might be. Shaking his head with the familiar grin he wore for 10 years, Izuku stood up. "I suppose I better let you get ready," he murmured, his tone light despite the sting of the insult. He turned toward the door, his hand reaching for the knob as if to make his exit and retreat to a quieter space. Before he could step away, Katsuki's hand shot out and landed firmly on Izuku's shoulder. The unexpected contact made him pause, and Katsuki's eyes, intense and sincere beneath his rough exterior, met his. "Don't shut me out, Deku. Let me help you when you need it, all right?" Katsuki said, his voice low and edged with a rare note of genuine concern. Izuku's smile softened. "Thank you, Kaken." With that, he pushed open the door and, leaning back just long enough to glance over his shoulder, quipped in his smooth, radio-like tone, "Oh, by the way, good luck in your fight with Uraraka, Kaken. I hear she's got a knack for lifting opponents off their feet. Just try not to lose your temper and float away, all right?" Katsuki's red eyes narrowed into slits, the muscles in his jaw tightening. "You little..." he growled and his hands popped. Izuku's grin widened, and with a carefree laugh, he dashed out of the room before Katsuki could reach him. Izuku would never stop being grateful for the enigma that was his best friend. Katsuki, for all his fury, all his sharp edges and explosive personality, had a strange way of grounding him. He was loud, he was reckless, but in the moments that mattered, he had a way of settling the noise in Izuku's head. A reminder that, no matter how much they clashed, no matter how many times they stood on opposite sides of a fight, Katsuki was still there. Still him. And sometimes, that alone was enough to pull Izuku back from the brink. He climbed the stairs leading to the spectator booth where the rest of his classmates were seated, the hum of the crowd a steady roar in the background. The stadium was alive with energy, the buzz of excitement crackling in the air like static electricity. Izuku found himself rolling his shoulders, easing the last remnants of tension from his muscles as he approached the seating area. His mind drifted to the next match, the one everyone was waiting for. The one between Katsuki and Uraraka. Katsuki would win. That much was obvious. Izuku knew it, Katsuki knew it, and even Uraraka probably knew it. There was no denying the sheer gap in experience between them. Izuku had been sparring with Katsuki for years, long before UA had ever come into the picture. He knew, better than anyone, how terrifyingly skilled his best friend was. Katsuki wasn't just stronger, he was brilliant in battle. His instincts, his reflexes, the way he could analyze a fight and adapt in the blink of an eye, it was all second nature to him. A lifetime of victories had sharpened him into a near unstoppable force. But even knowing all that, Izuku still hoped, just hoped, that Katsuki wouldn't go all out on Uraraka. She isn't me, Izuku thought as he reached the booth, his fingers tightening around the railing as he scanned the field below. I can fight Katsuki at his strongest. I can push him to his limit. I can take everything he throws at me and still keep going. But Uraraka? She wasn't a brawler. She didn't have years of battle-hardened training or the ability to take hit after hit and keep moving forward. And yet, Izuku smiled to himself, she was still going to fight. That was what made her incredible. The odds were stacked against her, and she knew it. But Uraraka was smart. She was determined. And Izuku had no doubt that she had spent the last couple hours meticulously crafting a strategy to give her the best possible chance. She wasn't the type to back down. She wasn't the type to give up before the fight even started. She was going to stand in that ring, face Katsuki head-on, and she was going to make him work for that win. His grin widened slightly at the thought. Honestly, watching Kaken struggle with someone other than me? Now that was going to be a sight worth seeing. He took a seat in the front row and leaned forward slightly, his elbows resting against his knees as Present Mike's voice boomed across the stadium, signaling the next match was about to begin. He could already see Katsuki stepping onto the field, his posture relaxed but eyes gleaming with the promise of a fight. Across from him, Uraraka stood tall, her expression set with unwavering determination. Izuku's heart pounded, excitement thrumming through his veins as he watched them face each other down. All right, Uraraka, he thought, his grin stretching just a little wider. Let's see what you've got. Izuku blinked, pulled from his thoughts by the familiar, sharp voice beside him. He turned to his right, where Ida sat, posture straight as always. His friend gave a signature karate chop to the air, his mechanical precision unwavering. Midoriya, Ida began, his tone firm yet congratulatory. Congratulations on winning your match with Shinso. When we saw you starting to leave the field, we feared you might lose, but once again, you have impressed me with your fortitude and strength. You should be proud. Izuku hummed in response, turning his face away slightly, the usual warmth of praise settling uncomfortably in his chest. Proud? He nearly lost control. That thing inside of him had almost won. What was there to be proud of? Still, he forced his usual grin back into place and shifted the topic. Thank you, Ida. I heard you won your match as well. You were paired with Hatsum, right? His smirk turned knowing. That must have been a disaster. He had been on a team with Hatsum during the cavalry battle, and even in that short time, he had learned just how eccentric she could be when it came to her beloved inventions. It was a shame he hadn't been there to witness what had undoubtedly been a very interesting match. Ida's face immediately turned a shade pinker. Yes, well, he coughed into his fist, clearly embarrassed, and Izuku's smirk only grew wider. That bad, huh? Izuku teased. Ida sighed dramatically and covered his face with his hands. She tricked me into being a test subject for her inventions in front of the entire support course. I made a fool of myself, Midoriya. Then, just as I believed the match had truly begun, she stepped out of bounds without so much as attempting to fight. He groaned, clearly mortified by the memory. Izuku's eyes widened before his lips twitched and his shoulders began to shake. He tried to hold in his laughter out of respect for Ida's suffering, but it was a losing battle. The mental image of Ida, ever serious and battle-ready, unknowingly strutting around as Hatsum's unwilling model while she enthusiastically advertised her latest creations to the support course was just too good. It took all of his willpower not to burst out cackling. Ida was his friend. He needed encouragement, not more embarrassment. After a few moments of careful composure, Izuku finally managed, I was only teamed up with her for 30 minutes, and even I can say that sounds exactly like her. Ida groaned, dragging his hands down his face. It was humiliating, Midoriya. I came here to showcase my abilities as a hero, not as a walking commercial. At that, Izuku let out a small chuckle despite himself. Well, look at it this way, you got some free publicity. Maybe you'll be famous in the support course now. Ida shot him a look of pure exasperation, to which Izuku responded with an easy grin. Come on, Ida, at least you won the match. That's gotta count for something, right? His friend crossed his arms and huffed. Victory at the cost of dignity is a bittersweet thing, Midoriya. I would have preferred a proper match. Izuku patted him on the shoulder, still grinning. Well, you'll get another chance in the next round. Let the 8th match begin. The instant the signal rang out, Uraraka was off. Like a shot, her body bent low to the ground as she sprinted straight toward her opponent. Determination burned in her eyes, her breath steady despite the weight of the challenge before her. Giving up isn't an option for me, she shouted, her voice loud enough that they could even hear it. Izuku grinned from the stands, his hands gripping the railing as he leaned forward, watching intently. Wow, look at her go. She only needs one touch. If she can get close to him, she's got a real shot at this. Ida, sitting rigidly beside him, adjusted his glasses with a sharp movement. But you know Bakugo isn't going to just let her get too close to him, he said. Izuku nodded, his expression shifting to something more calculating. Exactly. Which is why he won't waste energy dodging, he'll focus everything on counterattacking. He fights like a wrecking ball, always pressing forward, always overpowering his opponent before they have a chance to think. Down in the ring, Katsuki let out a slow breath, his eyes locked on Uraraka with razor-sharp focus. The moment she stepped into his range, he slipped his hands from his pockets, shoulders relaxing into something terrifyingly casual. Uraraka barely had time to react before Katsuki moved. The moment his right hand drew back, an explosion erupted from his palm. The sheer force sent a shock wave rippling through the air, and before she could react, the blast slammed into her, hurling her across the battlefield and tearing up the ground, sending smoke and debris into the air. Izuku's grip on the railing tightened as he watched the fight unfold before him. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat matching the intensity of the battle raging below. Uraraka was fast, so fast, but Katsuki was faster. When the smoke began to clear, Izuku immediately spotted Katsuki standing in the midst of the destruction, his posture shifting into a better stance. He looked ready to end this. Izuku could see it in the way his shoulders tensed, in the way his fingers flexed as if already primed to detonate another explosion. You should have dropped out of the match when you had the chance. Katsuki's voice rang through the arena, cocky and merciless as always. The moment his gaze flickered to Uraraka's jacket lying limply on the battlefield, his hand snapped up, ready to blast her into the ground. There's no way you can beat me. Izuku felt the tension coil in his chest. No, Kakendo. The explosion went off, a fiery blast sending dust and smoke billowing into the air. For a split second, Izuku's breath hitched. Did she? Then, Katsuki's sharp intake of breath was loud enough to be heard even from the stands. Izuku's eyes widened. When the smoke thinned, all that remained was Uraraka's jacket. Her body was nowhere to be seen. Whoa! She flew her jacket over as a decoy. What incredibly quick thinking! Present Mike bellowed, his excitement reverberating through the stadium. Izuku's grin stretched wide. Smart. That was really smart. His eyes snapped to the battlefield, and sure enough, just as he had hoped, Uraraka emerged from the smoke behind Katsuki, her hand outstretched, mere inches from making contact. She's going to make him float. He leaned forward so far he nearly fell over the railing. This was it. Katsuki spun on instinct, sending another explosion roaring through the ground. The force of it sent Uraraka flying back, the ground cracking under the pressure. Izuku flinched, his heart lurching. He swallowed hard as Uraraka yelped in pain, rolling as she hit the dirt before scrambling back to her feet. The crowd was tense, murmuring amongst themselves at the sheer aggression Katsuki was throwing at her. Izuku barely registered Ida's sharp intake of breath beside him. She's not giving up, Izuku muttered under his breath. She can't give up. She still has a chance. Uraraka charged forward again, her movements quicker now, dodging through the smoke that Katsuki's explosions kept creating. But Katsuki was ready. Too slow. Katsuki barked, his hand popping as he dragged it across the ground. Another devastating explosion erupted, the shock wave tearing through the arena, sending rocks and dust flying in all directions. Izuku gulped. Katsuki wasn't playing around. He was treating Uraraka just like any other opponent. Uraraka disappeared into the smoke again, her form barely visible as she circled behind him. Izuku gripped the railing so tight his fingers ached. "Come on, Uraraka," he whispered. Then she lunged, but Katsuki turned again. Another explosion erupted from his palm, and once more, Uraraka was blasted backward, crashing into the ground. A chorus of gasps echoed in the stands. "Is she okay?" Azui asked urgently, her eyes wide with concern. Jiro covered her face. "I can't watch this." Izuku clenched his jaw. His heart hammered in his chest, a war raging inside of him. He wanted to believe she could still turn this around. He wanted to believe she had one last trick up her sleeve. But as he watched Uraraka struggle back to her feet again, breathing heavily, dirt smeared across her face, he realized something. Katsuki wasn't holding back. Mineta glared at the arena, arms crossed as another explosion rocked the battlefield. Katsuki was relentless, the force of his attacks leaving craters in the ground. Uraraka kept pushing forward, but every time she got close, Katsuki sent her flying back. With an unimpressed scoff, Mineta muttered, "Like I always suspected, Bakugo's a total E." The words barely had time to settle before Izuku spun around so fast that Mineta actually flinched. His usual easygoing expression was gone, replaced by something sharper, something dangerous. His eyes gleamed under the bright stadium lights as his smile tightened. "What did you just say?" Izuku's radio voice was low, even, but there was a dangerous, static-laced edge to it. Mineta shrank back slightly, suddenly very aware of the weight of Izuku's stare. Look at him." Mineta stammered, gesturing wildly toward the arena. "He's enjoying this. He's just blowing her up over and over like some kind of lunatic. You don't get it." None of them could see what he was actually doing. Sure, his method was a little violent, but anyone with common sense could see what he was doing. He huffed and spun back to the fight, but his eyes flicked up and his brows slowly rose at what he saw and his grin stretched. "Well, would you look at that?" "Hey, shouldn't one of the teachers step in?" someone said from the stands. "Yeah, this is too rough." Izuku's fingers tightened around the railing, his knuckles turning white. He knew this was hard to watch. He knew Uraraka was taking a beating. But they didn't understand. They weren't seeing what he was seeing. Down below, Uraraka panted, her body shaking as she forced herself up once more. Her eyes locked onto Katsuki's silhouette through the haze of dust and smoke. She grunted and pushed forward. Izuku flinched, but Uraraka didn't stop. "This is shameful." A hero from the stands suddenly stood, his glare fixed on Katsuki like he had just committed some kind of crime. "Listen, you really want to be a hero? Then stop acting like a bully. If you're so good, then send her out of bounds." Another blast. Another impact. "Stop toying with the girl and end this match already." "Yeah, you heard the guy." The crowd's boos started low but grew louder, rippling through the stands in disapproval. Izuku's body tensed. They didn't get it. None of them got it. Katsuki wasn't toying with her. He wasn't mocking her. He wasn't being a bully. This was how he fought. This was how he fought anyone. He wasn't looking down on Uraraka, he was treating her like an equal. He was fighting her just like he would fight Izuku, or Todoroki, or anyone else. And that was exactly what Uraraka wanted. "The crowd is now booing Bakugo," Present Mike shouted over the growing noise. "And honestly, I kinda agree with what they're saying." Present Mike yelped and the microphone shrieked loudly like someone was wrestling with it. "Hey, whoa!" Present Mike yelped. "What the crap? Where is the man that started this uproar?" Izawa said, his voice angry. Izuku sighed. Finally, Izawa would understand. "Are you a pro? Because if you're being serious, you can go home and hang up your cape. I'd suggest looking into another career." Bakugo's fierceness is an acknowledgement of his opponent's strength. He knows she deserves to have made it this far, so he's making sure he does whatever it takes to keep her bay and come out on top. Izuku nodded to himself, relishing in the silence that had settled over the crowd. They didn't know Katsuki, not really. They saw an explosive, aggressive, arrogant fighter, but they didn't understand him the way Izuku did. Everyone had their own way of fighting, their own way of proving themselves. This was Katsuki's. And even if he hadn't been treating Uraraka like a real opponent, it wouldn't have mattered because at the end of the day, he was still just a kid. They all were. This was what school was for. To fight. To struggle. To learn and grow. But as Izuku lifted his gaze to the sky, to the massive chunks of the ruined arena suspended high above them, his grin widened. It was almost embarrassing how so many people, including pro-heroes, had booed Katsuki, had assumed he was bullying Uraraka, when they hadn't even realized what was actually happening. She had never been helpless. She had never been blindly charging in without a plan. Uraraka's quirk zero gravity needed objects. She didn't have any. So she made them. She had been playing the long game, forcing Katsuki to rip apart the arena with every explosion, keeping herself low and close to the ground, letting him do all the work for her. Izuku's heart pounded with excitement. This was it. Then, down in the ring, Uraraka straightened her back, her expression unreadable. "I think it's about time," she announced, voice steady despite the strain in her body. Katsuki tensed instantly, his stance shifting ever so slightly. He hadn't expected that. Then she smiled. "Thank you, Bakugo," she said simply, lifting her hands. "For keeping your eyes focused on me." Katsuki's eyes widened just a fraction. "What?" Izuku gripped the railing as his pulse quickened. He could see what was about to happen just as Uraraka slammed her fingertips together, and 1 second later, the chunks of debris plummeted toward Katsuki all at once. The crowd erupted in gasps and shouts. Izuku jumped from his seat, his smile splitting wide. "Ha! Great plan, Uraraka." He laughed, his radio-toned voice bursting with pride. This was it. Her moment. And Katsuki had seconds to react. Uraraka took those seconds to sprint through the falling concrete towards Katsuki. All she had to do was touch him and she would win. Izuku watched, his breath caught in his throat, as Katsuki exhaled deeply and raised his arm above his head. "No way." Uraraka moved too, touching her fingers together, that soft pink light flashing between them. Izuku knew what she was trying to do, one last desperate push, one last effort to make contact. "Come on, Uraraka." Her hands shot forward toward Katsuki's chest. Katsuki didn't flinch. He braced his other hand over his wrist, steadying himself, explosion crackling up his arm like white-hot embers. The air detonated. The shock wave of the explosion slammed into the battlefield like a cannon blast, sending a ripple through the entire stadium. Izuku instinctively threw an arm up as the force blasted through the stands, sending everyone's hair and clothes whipping back against their skin. He could feel the raw heat of it even from where he stood. He had seen Katsuki's explosions 1,000 times. He had felt them firsthand. But this was something else. This was the most powerful explosion Izuku had ever seen Katsuki produce without the help of his gauntlets. And in one shot, one single blast, it obliterated Uraraka's entire finishing move. The massive chunks of debris that had loomed so ominously in the sky shattered like brittle glass, breaking into thousands of pieces. The sheer force of the blast sent Uraraka flying back once again, rolling toward the edge of the arena. Izuku's heart pounded as bits of debris rained down on the roof above the stands, the distant clatter barely registering over the ringing in his ears. He quickly looked back at the battlefield. "Is she okay?" Uraraka slowly pushed herself onto her knees, her body visibly trembling. Izuku's eyes snapped back to Katsuki. And there he stood untouched. A chill ran down Izuku's spine. He had known Katsuki was strong. Had known that Uraraka was at a severe disadvantage from the start. But to see that level of destruction, that raw force, it sent a deep, unnerving realization through him. Even Uraraka, with her intelligence, her careful planning, her determination, she never stood a chance. Bakugo banks out a huge demonstration of power. Present Mick's voice exploded over the speakers, his energy almost lost in the lingering shock of the crowd. He blasted off Uraraka's finishing move and remained untouched. Izuku's head ducked slightly, his hands gripping the railing tighter as his stomach twisted. She was so close. Her strategy had been brilliant. The amount of time and effort it must have taken to build up all that debris, to hold it suspended while still dodging Katsuki's relentless attacks. She had played the long game perfectly. She had taken everything he threw at her, turned his own strength against him, and nearly turned the match in her favor. But it wasn't enough. The sheer force of Katsuki's counterattack had wiped it all away in an instant. Izuku's jaw clenched as he looked at Uraraka, still kneeling on the ground, her arms trembling as she tried to push herself up. She was breathing heavily, her entire body swaying slightly, as if it would give out beneath her at any second. The amount of energy it must have taken to hold all that weight, to maintain her quirk on so many objects for so long. She had been fighting not just against Katsuki, but against herself. Her limit had been reached. He was shocked that she even had the strength to stand back up, to twist towards Katsuki when he charged for her and even step forward, but he saw it in her eyes before she collapsed. She was done. Izuku stared at his friend as she struggled to move. Katsuki stopped and waited. Uraraka is down. Izuku's fingers curled around the railing as he watched Midnight step forward, placing a hand on Uraraka's back to steady her fragile form. He didn't move, barely breathed, as the pro-hero raised her other hand toward Katsuki. Katsuki's shoulders, which had been locked and tense, finally relaxed. Midnight let out a slow breath, closing her eyes as she solemnly declared, "Uraraka is KO'd." Bakugo advances to the second round. The stadium erupted with cheers, but Izuku barely heard them over the pounding in his ears. His gaze remained locked on the ring, on the way Katsuki stood still, his eyes still glued to Uraraka's barely conscious form as the medical team hurried onto the field. Izuku swallowed hard. Katsuki wasn't gloating. He wasn't smirking or throwing his fists in the air in celebration. He just stood there, watching. The gurney arrived, and as the medics gently lifted Uraraka onto it, Katsuki's expression remained unreadable. His hands, which had been clenched into fists the entire match, finally loosened at his sides. His gaze lingered as they wheeled her into the tunnel, disappearing from sight. Then, without a word, he turned and walked away. Izuku let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That was it. The fight was over. And that's it for the first round. Present Mike sighed into the microphone. Man, I was really pulling for her. But yeah, I guess Bakugo's moving on. His voice carried a distinct note of sarcasm, his usual high-energy tone dampened with disappointment. Izuku imagined his teacher scoffing at the voice hero. You're supposed to be unbiased, you know. Present Mike, predictably, ignored him. Let's try to forget that depressing outcome. With that, the first round is complete. We're taking a quick break and then we'll be back for more matches. Izuku exhaled slowly, forcing himself to loosen his grip on the railing. His fingers ached from how tightly he had been holding on. Uraraka had given it everything. She had fought like hell. But at the end of the day, Katsuki had been too much. He let his head dip for a moment, allowing himself a brief second to mourn the outcome, to feel the sting of frustration for his friend. Izuku ignored his classmates as they whispered amongst themselves about Katsuki, some murmuring in awe, others debating whether his aggression had been too much. He wasn't interested in their takes on the match. They hadn't seen what he had seen. They hadn't felt the sheer weight of the fight. His focus had already shifted. He was next. Todoroki was his next opponent, and if Izuku had learned anything today, it was that holding back wasn't an option. He turned on his heel and made his way out of the stands, heading toward the waiting rooms. The low hum of the stadium buzzed around him as the murmurs of the crowd continued, but he barely registered any of it. His mind was already pulling apart every piece of information he had on Todoroki: his ice, his reluctance to use his fire, his precision, his efficiency. Izuku had been watching him this whole tournament, analyzing his movements, dissecting his fighting style. But none of that changed the fact that Todoroki was strong. So much stronger than most of the class even realized. Izuku clenched his fists as he walked down the hall. This match wasn't just about winning. It was about proving something. To himself. To Todoroki. To everyone. And maybe, just maybe, he'd run into Uraraka on the way. He wasn't sure what he would say to her, but he had to check on her. Because even though she lost, she had fought like hell. And that was something worth acknowledging. He made it to his designated waiting room and heard someone inside. He hesitated. Was it Uraraka? What would she be like? He wouldn't blame her if she was crying. She had the right to be devastated after fighting hard like that. It had to hurt knowing you were so close to victory against an opponent so much stronger than you. He steeled his nerves and eased the door open. He was going to be the friend she needed. He stopped in the doorway. He was expecting her head in her hands or hunched over, shaking, not her greeting him with a bashful smile and rubbing the back of her head. Man, I lost. Too bad. Izuku closed the door behind him and stumbled toward Uraraka, relief settling in his chest the moment he saw her sitting up, alert and energetic as ever. Guess I got a little carried away at the end, thinking I had it in the bag. Dang it. She whined, slumping slightly. He tilted his head, scanning her quickly. You seem fine, but weren't you injured? His voice was softer than usual, concern lacing every syllable. Uraraka lifted a hand and pointed to the small bandage on her cheek. Yeah, recovery girl took care of it. She was careful not to drain too much of my stamina though, so I've still got a few scrapes and scratches. She scrunched up her nose, pouting. Geez, I never realized how powerful Bakugo was. He wiped the ring with me. Now I realize how much more training I have to do. Izuku stared at her, watching the way she laughed, the way her eyes still sparkled with excitement rather than disappointment. You sure you're okay? Oh yeah, totally. Uraraka grinned, rolling her shoulders to shake off any lingering soreness. I'm actually better than I expected. Even if you lose, you always keep looking ahead to what's next, Deku. This just means I have to work harder now. Izuku's lips twitched, but his brows furrowed slightly. That's true, but before he could finish his thought, Present Mick's voice erupted through the stadium speakers, cutting through the waiting room like a siren. What? We're about to find out who the winner is from the 7th match. Kirishima or Tetsutetsu. Whoever prevails in this arm wrestle will advance to the finals. Let's go. Uraraka's eyes widened with excitement. Oh man, they're really going at it, huh? Izuku chuckled, shaking his head at the pure enthusiasm in her voice. She really was something else. Even after everything, after fighting with everything she had, she was still looking forward, still excited for what was next. But he knew it was all a mask. The way Uraraka smiled, the way she rambled on like everything was fine, as if she hadn't just poured her heart into that fight, as if she hadn't just endured a brutal battle where she gave everything she had and still came up short. She wasn't fine. She was strong. She was determined. But she wasn't fine. So he stayed quiet, listening as she filled the space with her usual energy, her voice light and full of forced cheer. She talked about training harder, about getting stronger, about how Katsuki had completely overwhelmed her. Izuku just watched her, his chest tight. Then, without a word, he stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her. Uraraka stiffened in surprise, her breath hitching as Izuku pulled her close. He held her tightly, tucking his chin over her shoulder, his voice barely above a whisper as he murmured into her hair. It's okay to cry. For a moment, she didn't move, didn't speak. Then, slowly, he felt her hands clutch the back of his jacket. Her shoulders started to shake. She let out a choked breath, and just like that, the dam broke. Silent, shuddering sobs racked through her, her body trembling as she buried her face into his shoulder. Izuku just held her, rubbing slow circles on her back, saying nothing more. She had fought so hard. She deserved to let herself feel this. So he stayed right there, holding her as she let it all out, as she allowed herself this moment of vulnerability. Because he knew when she was ready, she'd wipe her tears, straighten her back, and keep moving forward. That was just who Uraraka was. And Izuku would be right there, cheering her on. Was punching a hero in the face considered a punishable offense? Was it against a rule that was in this school? Izuku didn't have too much time to think about it before his knuckles sunk into the Endeavor's face so hard it knocked him back a few steps. Let's take a step back. Izuku held Uraraka tightly as she trembled against him, silent sobs shaking her small frame. He didn't say anything more, there was nothing to say. She just needed to let it out, to feel what she had been trying so hard to suppress. Her fingers gripped the fabric of his jacket, her tears dampening his shoulder, and Izuku simply stood there, grounding her. This wasn't weakness. This wasn't failure. This was what it meant to fight with everything you had. After a few moments, her breathing started to slow, the shuddering in her body easing just a little. Izuku stayed still, letting her take her time. Finally, Uraraka pulled back slightly, sniffing and rubbing at her eyes with her sleeve. "Sorry," she mumbled, her voice thick. "I didn't mean to get all, you know." Izuku shook his head, his expression soft. "You don't have to apologize, Uraraka. You did amazing out there." She let out a shaky breath, her lips pulling into a small, watery smile. "Still lost, though." Izuku grinned, tilting his head. "Doesn't change the fact that you fought like hell." She let out a quiet laugh, shaking her head as she wiped the last of her tears away. "Thank you. I feel a lot better now. You have this way of, I don't know." She trailed off, her expression thoughtful as she tried to put it into words. Izuku tilted his head slightly, curious. "What do you mean?" Uraraka shrugged, looking a little embarrassed as she played with the edge of her sleeve. "It's just, when you talk, when you're around, it's like there's this hum? This feeling? I can't explain it, but it's comforting, like I can breathe again, even when I'm upset." She furrowed her brows. "It's kinda like a sound you can't hear but can feel. Like white noise, but not annoying. Just steady." Izuku blinked, startled. He had heard comments like that before, though no one had ever really put it into words quite like that. He knew his quirk had an effect on the environment around him, how it glitched and distorted reality in subtle ways. But this wasn't something he had thought about much. A hum that eases people's nerves? It wasn't just his voice, though his radio-like tone was something that tended to draw people in. No, this was something else. Like an invisible presence, an unconscious effect his quirk had on the people around him. He scratched the back of his neck, a little sheepish. Well, I don't try to do that or anything." Uraraka gave him a small, knowing smile. "I know, but it's there. And I think it's part of what makes people feel safe around you." Izuku's eyes widened slightly. Safe? That was something he never thought he could be. Not with what lived inside him. But out of everybody he could emit this feeling to, he was glad it was her. Before he could respond, the stadium speakers crackled to life, and Present Mic's voice boomed through the waiting room. "Kirishima earns his place in the second round. Now we've got a full roster for the next round of the tournament. Let's get the party started now, ya dig?" Izuku huffed, releasing a short laugh as he straightened up. "Already?" He glanced at Uraraka, his sharp smile slipping back into place. "Later." "Oh, I'm sorry, Deku. You weren't able to prepare since I was here." Izuku reached for the handle and twisted it before looking back at her, his expression warm. "Nah, this was perfect," he reassured. Uraraka beamed at him, her usual bright energy returning to her eyes. "I'll be watching. Good luck out there." Izuku nodded. "Thanks." With that, he turned and walked out, the door clicking shut behind him. Izuku was making his way toward the arena, his head buzzing with thoughts of Todoroki and their upcoming match. His focus was razor-sharp, his nerves steady, his mind already analyzing the possible moves he would need to counter Todoroki's ice when his steps suddenly faltered. A presence loomed ahead of him, heavy and oppressive, stopping him dead in his tracks. Endeavor. The number 2 pro hero stood directly in Izuku's path, his massive frame blocking the hallway. Flames crackled faintly off his shoulders, giving him an aura that made the air feel hotter. His gaze was intense, sharp, and unreadable, but Izuku had no interest in trying to decipher it. Because as soon as he laid eyes on him, Todoroki's words from their conversation echoed in his mind. "The reason I picked a fight with you was to show my old man what I was capable of, without having to rely on his Dmed fire quirk. I'm going to show him that I reject using his power, and that I can take first place without it." Izuku's fingers twitched at his sides, his teeth clenching slightly as he held Endeavor's stare. Of all the people he could have run into before his match, it had to be this man. Endeavor's eyes flickered over him, his expression unreadable. Then, after a beat, he spoke, his voice low and gruff. "So, you're Midoriya?" Izuku didn't respond immediately. He just narrowed his eyes, his body instinctively tensing. What does he want? Endeavor continued. "You're fighting my son next." He said it not with curiosity or even interest, just expectation. Izuku's jaw tightened. "Your son? Not Shoto. Not Todoroki. Just his son. Like he was nothing more than an extension of himself. Like Todoroki had said." Endeavor exhaled, the heat in the air flickering just slightly. "Make him use his fire." Izuku's eyes widened slightly before his expression darkened. "Excuse me?" Endeavor crossed his arms, his gaze heavy. "It's my Shoto's duty to surpass all might and become the #1 hero. And this match against you will be a good test to show how much more training he needs. So hit him hard. Don't disgrace him or yourself by holding back." Izuku's fists clenched so tightly his nails bit into his palms. He couldn't believe this. Couldn't believe the sheer audacity of this man. Todoroki had spent his entire life trying to escape from his father's control, trying to reject the flames that had been forced upon him. And here Endeavor was, not even talking to his son, just trying to manipulate someone else into doing his dirty work. Izuku felt his heartbeat hammering in his ears. This wasn't about power. It wasn't about pushing Todoroki to be stronger. It was about control. It was about winning. And it made Izuku sick. His body moved before he even fully registered the thought. He stepped forward, his shoulders squared, his gaze steady as he met the #2 hero's stare head-on. And then, without hesitation, he swung. His knuckles sank into Endeavor's face so hard that the man actually stumbled back a few steps, his head jerking to the side from the sheer force of the hit. Silence. The hallway felt different now, the air heavier, charged with something volatile. Izuku's breath was steady, his fists still clenched from the punch as he slowly lowered it, his eyes darkening as he glared at him, his grin sharp. Todoroki is not a piece of property. He is not a person you can manipulate into doing a job that you can't do yourself. He may be your son, but he isn't you. I don't care how strong you are. You don't get to decide for him. With that, he walked away, leaving the man standing in shock as he made his way to the tunnel that would lead him to his next fight. The stadium roared with excitement, the sheer anticipation thick in the air as the two fighters stepped onto the battlefield. "I can feel the anticipation in the stadium." Present Mick's voice boomed through the speakers, his energy electrifying the crowd. "And that's because the first round of the second finals is gonna be epic. It's the guy that won his last match by a landslide and literally left half the audience frozen. From the hero course, Shoto Todoroki. What did he miss when he was wallowing in his own self-pity?" Todoroki walked up the stairs on his side of the ring, his face blank, unreadable. But Izuku saw it, the tension in his posture, the barely there flicker of emotion in his mismatched eyes. They locked gazes across the arena, Todoroki's cold stare meeting Izuku's own unwavering one. And this kid almost walked out of his first matchup, but made an amazing comeback with some stunning moves of his own. Also from the hero course, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku climbed the steps, his steps even, controlled. The echoes of his encounter with Endeavor still rang in his mind, fueling the fire burning beneath his calm exterior. He could still feel the impact of his fist against the man's face, still hear his own words echoing in his head. "I don't care how strong you are. You don't get to decide for him." Izuku exhaled sharply, shaking off the lingering thoughts as he came to a stop at the opposite end of the ring. They barely said a word. They didn't need to. Todoroki's eyes burned with unspoken intent, and Izuku's own expression hardened in response. This wasn't a match they could afford to take lightly. This wasn't just about winning. This was about proving something. To each other. To themselves. The energy in the stadium crackled as the tension built. The crowd could feel it, the weight of something bigger than just a simple tournament match. Present Mike grinned as he leaned into his mic, Both of these heroes in training have been front-loaders in the sports festival. But which one of them will advance to the second round? It's the battle of Midoriya versus Todoroki. The crowd roared. A beat of silence. Begin. Izuku wasn't surprised when Todoroki attacked the moment the match started. A massive wave of ice erupted from his right side, tearing through the arena like a frozen tidal wave, barreling straight for him. Izuku barely blinked before his body flickered and then, in a static-laced glitch, he was gone. A good thing, too, because the ice that had been meant for him didn't just stop. It kept growing. And growing. And suddenly, the battlefield wasn't just covered in ice, it was a glacier. Izuku's breath caught as he reappeared high above the battlefield, his body momentarily weightless before gravity took hold. His knees almost buckled when his boots landed hard against the nearest jagged ice spike, the sheer cold biting through the fabric of his uniform. The surface was slick, and before he could fully stabilize himself, he was already sliding straight toward Todoroki. For a second, Izuku barely registered the cheers and gasps from the crowd. His entire focus was locked on Todoroki, who stood at the base of the glacier, his breath visible in the frigid air. He's not moving. He's waiting. Izuku grinned, eyes gleaming with exhilaration. All right, Todoroki, he muttered, shifting his stance mid-slide. Let's see if you can handle this. And then, just before he reached the ground, he glitched again. Straight into Todoroki's blind spot. Izuku flickered into existence behind him, reality snapping back into place just as Todoroki turned too late. Izuku's fist slammed into his gut with brutal force. Todoroki's eyes went wide, his breath leaving him in a sharp, strangled gasp as he went flying backward. The sheer force of the punch sent him hurtling toward the boundaries at alarming speed. For a split second, Izuku thought it was over. That he had just won the match in one clean hit. But then Todoroki's left arm swept behind him, and in an instant, a massive wall of ice erupted from the ground, halting his momentum just before he could be sent out of bounds. Ice cracked and groaned, splintering from the force, but it held. Todoroki's back hit the wall and he went down, his breath sharp as he steadied himself. It took a few moments, but he got to his feet again, his shoulders squared and expression blank. Izuku straightened, rolling his shoulders as his grin widened, exhilaration thrumming through him. Nice save, he called out, voice steady despite the static humming beneath it. Todoroki didn't respond and Izuku's eyes traveled down his arm. His shaking arm. His head tilted to the side with a curious hum. You're trembling, Todoroki. It's easy to forget that quirks are physical abilities. And that means there's a limit to the cold your body can take, right? I get it. Usually, you'd make up for the drop in temperature by using the heat on your left side, but you refuse to do that now. He gave him a taunting smirk. You haven't managed to put a single scratch on me yet. If you use your fire, you just might have a chance. Midoriya, what are you trying to do here? He ground out. You want my fire? What? Did my monster of a dad bribe you or something? He lunged. Now I'm mad. Izuku's eyes narrowed. His movements are slower. Does he have too much frost on his body? He stood there with his hands behind his back, just waiting for the right moment. As soon as his right foot left the ground, Izuku lunged, giving Todoroki another punch to the gut. That was going to bruise. Izuku didn't let up. The moment Todoroki's footing faltered, he flickered again, appearing to his left this time and swung his fist at his face, knocking him to the ground. Izuku stood still, putting his hands behind his back. Your life has been so much different from mine, he said, voice sharper than before. So stop screwing around. Todoroki's breath was heavy, his shoulders rising and falling in uneven rhythm. The ice creeping along his right side crackled under the weight of his exhaustion, but still he refused to use his left side. If you want to reject your father, fine. Izuku took a step forward, his shadow looming over Todoroki as he remained on the ground. But you don't have the right to become number one if you don't use your full power. Todoroki's jaw tightened, his breath turning to mist in the cold air. The ice around him surged outward again, frost biting at the edges of the battlefield. Shut up, he muttered, voice strained. But Izuku didn't flinch. He didn't step back. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, watching as Todoroki struggled to push himself up. "You can't beat me with just your ice," he said, his voice unwavering. "Come on, Todoroki. Use your fire." Todoroki groaned as he forced his body upright, his hands digging into the ground for support. "I refuse to use my left side." Izuku's fingers twitched. And then, before he even realized what he was doing, his hands snapped out, grabbing Todoroki by the collar. Todoroki's breath hitched, his mismatched eyes widening as Izuku yanked him forward, their faces inches apart. "Are you so dense that you don't realize that it's your quirk?" Izuku snarled, voice laced with static, his frustration bubbling over into something more dangerous, more raw. "It's yours." His grip tightened. Todoroki's pupils dilated. "Your quirk. Not your father's. Yours. You control what you do with it. You decide how you fight. Not him, not anyone else. You." Todoroki's breath stuttered, a flicker of something crossing his face. But Izuku didn't let him sit with it. He let go and kicked him in the chest. Todoroki gasped as the impact sent him flying backward, his body hitting the ground hard as the breath was knocked out of him. For a moment, there was only silence. Then the frost on Todoroki's body melted. Steam hissed into the air, and Todoroki's left hand trembled. Flames flickered at his fingertips. Izuku's grin stretched wider, his eyes glittering as he took a slow step forward, his entire body humming with static anticipation. "Go on," he taunted, his voice smooth, coaxing. "You know you want to." 3 seconds of tense silence stretched between them.
What?
Todoroki's fingers twitched. His breath came out uneven, his mismatched eyes burning with something unreadable. 3. Then he moved. Izuku barely had time to react before Todoroki launched himself up, his feet slamming into Izuku's chest with enough force to send him flying backward. Izuku's back slammed against the frozen ground of his side of the arena, a sharp gasp escaping his lips as the breath was knocked out of him. And then, a wave of heat rolled over his body. The biting cold that had dominated the battlefield? Gone. Izuku blinked through the lingering frost and smoke, his chest rising and falling sharply as he looked up. Todoroki stood there, engulfed in flames. Brilliant, roaring fire consumed the entire left side of his body, flickering wildly, hungry and untamed. The heat radiated off of him, melting the ice at his feet, steam curling into the air as the battlefield shifted. This wasn't hesitation. This wasn't defiance. This was acceptance. Todoroki had finally taken what was his. Izuku let out a breathless chuckle, his grin never faltering despite the sweat now beading at his temples. "There it is." His radio-toned voice crackled through the heated air, alive with exhilaration. The fight was far from over. But now it was truly beginning. The stadium erupted. Gasps, cheers, and shouts filled the air as the entire crowd reacted to the shift in the battle. The once frozen battlefield was now a war zone of fire and ice, steam rising in thick waves as the two extremes clashed violently against each other. Izuku grinned from where he lay sprawled on the ground, chest rising and falling with sharp breaths. His skin burned from the heat, but he didn't care. This was what he wanted. Todoroki stood across from him, his left side blazing with fierce, untamed flames, his right side still slick with frost. His body radiated power, his breath coming out in ragged puffs as steam curled off his form. He looked stunned, like he couldn't quite believe what he had just done. Izuku let out a breathless chuckle, slowly pushing himself onto his elbows. Todoroki's head snapped toward him, his expression tight, unreadable. Izuku pet his head, mocking and challenging all at once. "That feels better, doesn't it?" Todoroki stilled. Then his fingers flexed, and the flames around him flared higher. The ground beneath him sizzled as ice and fire battled for dominance, and the air between them became thick with pressure. Izuku's grin widened. Finally, he was fighting with everything he had. Todoroki's breath was shaky, uneven, but the fire didn't go out. He didn't put it out. Izuku got to his feet, rolling his shoulders, his pulse thrumming with excitement. His quirk glitched around him, little flickers of distortion warping the air as he took a step forward. Yes, Shoto. Endeavor screamed and stomped down the steps of the stadium. Have you finally accepted your purpose? That's it. Great job. This is the dawn of a new era for us. With my blood in your veins, you'll surpass me. You'll live up to the reason I created you. A scoff escaped from Izuku's mouth. Endeavor suddenly shouts words of encouragement? What a doting father. Todoroki's eyes locked onto Izuku, the intensity in them sharper than ever. For the first time since the match started, Todoroki actually looked like he wanted to win. And Izuku planned to give him a fight worth using his full power for. The crowd held its breath. Izuku's grin sharpened. Bring it on, Todoroki. Todoroki's left blazed, his fire roaring to life as he closed the distance. His right arm froze the ground beneath him, using the momentum to propel himself forward at breakneck speed. Izuku glitched, his form flickering out of existence just as a wave of fire crashed toward him. The moment he reappeared on Todoroki's right side, ice burst from the ground, forcing him to jump back before he could land a hit. The two of them moved in sync, attacking, dodging, countering. Fire. Flicker. Glitch. Repeat. The battlefield was a blur of heat and frost, Todoroki's sheer power and control on full display, while Izuku's speed and unpredictability forced him to stay on his toes. Sweat dripping down his temple as he dodged another blast of fire. The heat licked at his skin, but he didn't care. This was what he wanted. Todoroki wasn't holding back anymore. What's the matter, Midoriya? Todoroki exhaled, his breath visible in the clash of temperatures. Not fast enough? Izuku laughed, a sharp, distorted sound as he flickered to the side just as a wall of ice tried to trap him. Fast enough for you to miss. He taunted, tilting his head. You sure you can keep up? Todoroki's eyes narrowed. Then he moved. Izuku barely had time to register the change in movement before Todoroki kicked off the ground, flames exploding from his left side to launch himself forward at blinding speed. Izuku's instinct screamed. He glitched, but it was too late. A fist engulfed in fire slammed into his ribs, sending him rocketing backward. Izuku gasped as pain seared through his side, his body crashing into the ground hard enough to make the entire stadium shake. Smoke billowed from the impact, obscuring him from view. The crowd erupted. Izuku coughed, his vision blurry as he pushed himself up on shaky arms. His uniform was singed, his ribs aching, but his grin never wavered. From the edge of the smoke, Todoroki stood, his fire burning hotter than ever, his stance strong, unyielding. You asked for this, Midoriya? Todoroki said, his voice steady, absolute. Izuku wiped a trickle of blood from his lip, tilting his head with an amused glint in his eyes. Todoroki's fire raged hotter than ever, his ice growing more erratic as exhaustion started to weigh him down. Izuku could feel the toll on his own body, the deep ache in his ribs where Todoroki had landed that brutal punch, the burns lighting up his arms from near misses, the bruises forming beneath his uniform from every hit they had traded. But none of that mattered. Because this was what he had wanted. A real fight. A real test. And now, it was coming to an end. Todoroki was breathing heavily, his stance a little unsteady, flames still flickering at his side. But his ice was slower now, weaker. He had overused it, and it was showing. Izuku knew he had to end this now. He glitched forward, flickering just as Todoroki tried to counter with another burst of fire. The heat burned his skin, but he didn't stop. He reappeared behind him, and with all the force he had left, he hit Todoroki in the side hard. Todoroki gasped, stumbling as the impact sent him skidding across the battlefield. His back hit the boundary line, his body slumping against the scorched ground, steam swirling around him. Silence. The stadium was dead quiet for a split second, the only sound Todoroki's labored breathing. Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya wins the match. The crowd exploded. For a second, Izuku just stood there, his chest heaving, his hands still tingling with the aftershock of the throw. Then, slowly his knees buckled. The adrenaline was wearing off, and suddenly he felt every single injury at once. The burns, the bruises, the ache in his ribs, yep, that's probably cracked. He let out a short, breathless laugh, grinning through the pain. He did it. But more importantly, he looked over at Todoroki, who lay on his back, staring up at the sky, his left side still warm with fading flames. For the first time, Todoroki looked light, unburdened. And that made the pain worth it. Izuku huffed and forced his legs to stand, his whole body screaming in protest, his burned skin stinging, his ribs aching with every breath. But he didn't care. He took a step forward, wincing as the pain caught up to him. He forced himself through it, standing over Todoroki, looking down at the boy who had finally accepted all of himself. Then, without a word, he offered his hand. Todoroki's eyes flickered to his palm, his expression unreadable. Then he exhaled, his shoulders relaxing as his lips twitched, not quite a smile, but softer than before. He reached up. Izuku gripped his wrist, pulling him up with everything he had left until Todoroki was back on his feet. The stadium erupted in cheers, the crowd roaring with approval at the sportsmanship between the two rivals. Izuku's grin never wavered as he leaned in slightly, lowering his voice just enough so only Todoroki could hear. Don't let that bstrd weigh you down. You don't need him. Besides, he tilted his head, his grin widening. I took care of it. Todoroki blinked, caught off guard. His lips parted slightly, confusion flickering in his mismatched eyes. Izuku laughed, his tone static-laced and full of mischief. I may or may not have punched him in the face before the match. Todoroki's eyes widened, his grip on Izuku's hand faltering just slightly. What? Izuku shrugged with an exaggerated innocence that didn't suit him in the slightest. Oh, he stopped me in the hallway, said some things, I didn't like those things, so, he rolled his shoulder like it was no big deal. He got a knuckle sandwich. Todoroki just stared at him. Izuku could almost see the thoughts running through his head: disbelief, shock, maybe even a little bit of satisfaction. Todoroki huffed. Not quite a laugh, but something close. Izuku grinned wider, giving him one last smirk before turning on his heel, wincing as the movement reminded him of his very much injured body. Recovery girl was gonna love this. Izuku hissed through his teeth as he trudged through the tunnel, his entire body aching with every step. His ribs throbbed, his burns stung, and he was pretty sure he had bruises in places he hadn't even known existed before today. The stadium's cheers still echoed behind him, the energy of the match lingering in the air even as he exited the battlefield. His mind was still buzzing from everything that had just happened, from the fight, from the win, from the absolute satisfaction of seeing Todoroki finally use his fire. But the real satisfaction? That came from the mental image of Endeavor getting clocked in the face. Izuku snickered to himself, but the movement jostled his ribs, sending a sharp pain lancing through his side. He grimaced. Yeah, okay, laughing is off the table for now. His fingers twitched at his sides, and for the first time since stepping into the ring, he allowed himself to breathe. Izuku flexed his fingers, testing the tightness of the bandages wrapped around his hands. They felt stiff but stable, the slight sting of healing skin reminding him of just how much damage he'd taken in that fight. Recovery girl had not been happy. She had muttered under her breath the entire time she healed him, clicking her tongue as she tooted about his reckless self-destruction and how he was going to shave years off her life at this rate. He had just grinned sheepishly, wincing as the healing process pulled at his burned skin. Now, most of the damage was gone, but his body still ached, his hands were wrapped, and he still had a few lingering scrapes along his arms and jaw. Not bad, considering he'd been blasted with fire and ice for the better part of a fight. As he walked back toward the stands, the distant roar of the crowd grew louder, signaling that the next match was already underway. His classmates were gathered in their usual spot, some leaning forward eagerly, others chatting about the previous battles. The moment he stepped up the stairs, all their heads snapped toward him. A brief silence stretched over the group. Midoriya. Uraraka practically tackled him. Izuku braced himself, his tired muscles screaming as she grabbed his arm and shook him. Your fight was amazing. She gushed, her eyes bright with excitement. I thought you were gonna die like, so many times. She pulled on his arms, leading him to the front seats. You're here just in time. The next match is already going. He huffed out a breath and lowered himself onto the bench beside his friends, his muscles groaning in protest. It looked like it was Katsuki and Kirishima next. Begin. Izuku barely had a chance to get comfortable before the moment the match started. Kirishima charged. No hesitation. No waiting for an opening. Full offense from the get-go. Izuku grinned. Yeah, that checks out. Kirishima's body was already hardened, his skin like red-streaked stone as he lunged straight for Katsuki, throwing a heavy right hook. Katsuki ducked at the last second, narrowly avoiding the hit, his feet skidding against the ground, his teeth bared as he blasted himself sideways, dodging another attack from Kirishima's left. Kirishima lunged forward again and managed to nick his cheek with his hardened skin, drawing blood. Katsuki tried to attack again, but thanks to Kirishima's skin, he couldn't get an effective hit in and it was clearly pissing him off. All Katsuki could do was dodge all of Kirishima's attempts to punch him until he had a plan. Bakugo is having a heck of a time trying to counter Kirishima's fierce attacks. Present Mike screamed through the speakers. But Katsuki was relentless and kept attacking, and Izuku noticed that they were all in the same spot. He kept dodging and ducking every swing Kirishima threw his way. Katsuki moved fast, too fast, his palms exploding in rapid succession as he stayed in Kirishima's face, refusing to give him a single moment to breathe. Kirishima gritted his teeth, his hardened skin cracking slightly under the force of the constant attacks. Izuku's sharp eyes caught it immediately. His quirk was starting to wear down. He's been using hardening this whole match. Izuku thought, his fingers tapping against his bandaged hands. That kind of strain has to be exhausting. The longer he holds out, the weaker his defense gets. And Katsuki knew it. With a battle cry, Katsuki lunged, his palms igniting with a barrage of explosions. One after another, relentless, brutal, tearing through the battlefield like thunderclaps. Kirishima gritted his teeth, trying to endure. But Izuku saw the cracks. His quirk was flickering, breaking, the strength of his hardening failing against the sheer force of Katsuki's assault. Katsuki pulled back, his hands still crackling with energy. And Kirishima staggered. His arms lowered slightly. His breathing was heavy. His stance wobbled. Katsuki saw it. Izuku saw it. He swung his arm forward, a final, explosive strike heading straight for Kirishima's chest. The crowd held its breath and Kirishima's hardening shattered. The blast hit him square in the chest, sending him flying, his body flipping once, twice, and out of bounds. The stadium erupted. The buzzer blared and the announcement boomed overhead. Kirishima is out of bounds. Bakugo is the winner. With the brutally ending battle, Bakugo advances to the third round. Ladies and gentlemen, our final four. Izuku, Ida, Tokoyami and Katsuki popped up on the screen. Midoriya versus Ida. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he glanced toward his next opponent. The class rep was already looking at him, his brows furrowed in determination, the lenses of his glasses reflecting the bright stadium lights. Izuku tilted his head, his radio hum voice crackling with amusement. Guess we're up next, Ida? Ida nodded firmly, adjusting his glasses with a sharp motion. Indeed. I expect nothing less than a fair and honorable fight, Midoriya. Izuku chuckled, rolling his shoulders. Oh, don't worry. I wouldn't dream of anything else. The first match of the semifinals. From the hero course, Tenya Ida versus his classmate, Izuku Midoriya. The stadium buzzed with anticipation as Izuku and Ida stepped onto the battlefield, standing opposite one another. Ida squared his shoulders, stance solid and prepared. His engines hummed quietly, steam curling from his calves as he readied his quirk. Izuku, on the other hand, stood relaxed, his hands clasped behind his back, his grin still firmly in place. Midnight raised her whip. Begin! Ida moved instantly. A sharp burst of steam shot from his legs as he launched forward, the sheer speed of his quirk creating a sonic boom in his wake. Izuku's grin widened. He flickered. One moment, he was standing in front of Ida and the next, he was behind him. Ida's eyes widened. Izuku tilted his head, voice laced with static. Too slow, Ida. Ida barely had time to react before Izuku's foot slammed into his back, sending him stumbling forward. Ida caught himself just in time, his powerful legs skidding across the stone surface of the arena as he twisted back to face Izuku. His expression was tight with focus. Izuku grinned, hands still tucked behind his back, his body flickering slightly, like he wasn't fully anchored in place. You're fast, Ida, but I'm faster. His radio-toned voice crackled, playful, taunting. What are you gonna do about it? Ida's jaw clenched. He adjusted his stance, planting his feet firmly. Then I'll just have to go faster. Steam hissed from his calves and then Ida just vanished. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. The class rep wasn't hesitating anymore. This time, Izuku wasn't fast enough to glitch away completely. A solid knee slammed into his side, knocking him off balance. The stadium roared. Izuku grunted, rolling with the force, his boots sliding across the ground as he twisted in midair. Ida didn't stop. With momentum still on his side, Ida spun on his heel and launched another kick to Izuku's ribs. Izuku barely managed to glitch at the last second, dodging the full brunt of the attack, but the sheer force of it sent a shock wave through the ground. He reappeared a few meters away, crouched low, panting slightly. Ida's stance remained strong, his eyes sharp behind his glasses. You can't dodge forever, Midoriya, he called, steam still curling from his exhaust pipes. I'll catch you eventually. Izuku chuckled, rolling his neck. His static hum filled the air like a broken radio transmission. He flickered in and out of sight, barely dodging Ida's relentless attacks. Reciproburst had made him faster, stronger, and more determined than ever, but Izuku knew one thing Ida didn't. Each time Ida charged, Izuku glitched away, but not too soon. Just late enough to make it look like he was struggling, like Ida's speed was finally overwhelming him. The crowd leaned forward, watching as Izuku narrowly escaped each attack. Ida gritted his teeth, frustration building. He could tell Izuku was tiring out. His glitches were getting slower, his dodges less precise. He kicked off the ground one final time, moving at blinding speed, blazing toward Izuku. Izuku didn't move. His eyes widened like he had no time to react. Like he was finally caught. Ida's foot swung forward, only for Izuku to glitch away. At the last possible second. The worst possible second. Because at that speed, Ida couldn't stop. His eyes widened in horror as he realized it too late. Izuku reappeared just inside the boundary line, his grin sharp, knowing. Ida shot past him, straight out of bounds. The buzzer blared, and the crowd erupted. Ida is out of bounds. Midoriya wins the match. Ida skidded to a stop outside the ring, his breath ragged, stunned. For a long moment he just stood there, prostrate. Then he let out a short laugh. He turned, shaking his head as he adjusted his glasses, looking back at Izuku, who stood with his shoulders back and his hands behind his back, with a grudging smile. You tricked me. Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Hey, you were fast. I had to get creative. Ida exhaled, exasperated but impressed. Then he walked forward, offering his hand. Izuku took it without hesitation. The stadium cheered even louder. And now, Bakugo versus Tokoyami. The atmosphere shifted the moment both combatants stepped onto the battlefield. Tokoyami stood calm, composed, his sharp eyes unreadable beneath the shadow of his hood. Dark shadow loomed behind him, its massive form undulating in the dim stadium lights, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Katsuki, on the other hand? He cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders as he grinned, the anticipation buzzing under his skin. No words were exchanged. None were needed. Midnight raised her hand. Begin. Tokoyami attacked first. His quirk surging forward, its shadowed claws outstretched as it shot toward Katsuki. Katsuki's palm ignited and he jumped, twisting in midair, his arms swinging out in a wide arc. A stream of explosions ripped across Dark Shadow's form, sending black smoke curling into the air. Dark Shadow shrieked, momentarily thrown back from the bright bursts of fire and light. Izuku leaned forward in his seat, eyes sharp. Of course. Light was Dark Shadow's greatest weakness. Katsuki propelled himself higher into the air, dodging another swipe from the weakened shadow. Tokoyami's brow furrowed, his stance adjusting. Grab him, Dark Shadow. The massive form shot upward, its clawed hands reaching for Katsuki's legs. Katsuki sneered, twisting his body at the last second. A burst of his quirk sent him flipping midair, bypassing the dark creature entirely and landing right behind Tokoyami. Tokoyami's eyes widened. The moment his boots touched the ground, Katsuki's palms began to pop, tiny sparks crackling as he cupped his hands together. The heat intensified. The light grew brighter. He's going for it. The crowd squinted, the brightness becoming overwhelming. Stun grenade. The arena vanished in a burst of blinding white light, a shock wave of heat and pressure rolling outward. Present Mix groan rang through the speakers. How am I supposed to commentate when I can't see? He complained. Izuku snorted. Every single one of Katsuki's matches always ended up with the arena in smoke and impossible to see anything. Present Mike seemed to be at the end of the rope with him. The smoke began to clear. And when it did, Tokoyami was on the ground. Katsuki sat on top of him, one hand still crackling with explosions, the other gripping his beak, forcing his head back. Dark Shadow was cowering behind Tokoyami, trembling, smaller than before. Izuku felt a shiver run down his spine. Katsuki's grin was wide, unhinged, predatory. Like his was. Tokoyami's lips moved and Midnight announced, "Tokoyami gives up. Bakugo is the winner of this match." The screen crossed off Tokoyami's name and both Izuku and Katsuki's face appeared. The final match was set, and his grin slowly grew. We're going to take a short break, but we'll be back for the final match of the sports festival. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku sat alone, elbows resting on his knees, fingers rhythmically drumming against his bandaged hands. The low hum of the stadium speakers vibrated through the walls, muffled by the thick concrete. The distant roar of the crowd signaled the anticipation building for the final battle. This was it. The final match. The moment he had been waiting for. A shiver of excitement crawled up his spine, his body was still sore, but the healing from Recovery Girl had done enough to keep him in fighting shape. He wanted to be at his best for this. Because Katsuki deserved that much. Izuku exhaled slowly, shifting his hands in his lap. The white bandages wrapped tightly around his palms and knuckles. Katsuki was something else entirely. He would be the hardest fight yet. Izuku's foot tapped against the floor, his body humming with anticipation. He knew how Katsuki fought. Knew how his mind worked. Knew how much stronger he had gotten. And Katsuki knew him just as well. Which meant this fight was going to be brutal. Izuku rolled his shoulders, flexing the sore muscles there. Midoriya, a staff member called. "It's time." Izuku slowly raised his head before he stood, opening the door and shutting it behind him. The stadium rumbled with energy. The crowd was deafening, their anticipation palpable, excitement thick in the air like static before a storm. "Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this." Present Mix's voice boomed, igniting another wave of cheers. "We started with so many hopefuls, but only 2 warriors remain. These 2 have dominated the competition, destroyed the battlefield, and fought their way to the top." Izuku stopped just at the edge of the tunnel, taking a slow deep breath. From the hero course first up, the terror with a glitch, the master of mayhem Izuku Midoriya. Izuku stepped forward, out into the sun. The roar of the audience washed over him, but his focus was razor-sharp, trained on the battlefield ahead. His grin widened, his static hum voice buzzing faintly as he made his way up the stairs, to the arena. He lived for this. His eyes glowed with anticipation as he stepped further into the ring. And his opponent, the human grenade himself, the explosive prodigy Katsuki Bakugo. His best friend walked up the steps, his stride confident, his crimson eyes locked onto Izuku with a dangerous intensity. His arms swung loose at his sides, but Izuku could already see the way his fingers twitched, ready to ignite at a moment's notice. Ready for war. The 2 of them stopped a few meters apart, Katsuki's lips curling back into a smirk, his body already thrumming with aggression. Izuku's grin never wavered. This was the fight they had always been heading toward. Midnight raised her whip. The crowd held its breath. Izuku's fingers glitched. Katsuki's palms smoked. A sharp inhale through the speakers. Begin.